Roger Rumpel will give you an update.
I was delighted by that.
Perfect. I had meetings all back to back yesterday afternoon and then a meeting. So yeah, after that. Microphone. So let's. All right. Very good. Thank you, Kim. So I want to call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, October 19th, 2021. And with that, I would like to turn to Pastor Drew Buell of the Cool Community Church for our invocation. Pastor Buell.
Thank you. Let's have a word of prayer. Father, the Bible says that those who work on behalf of the government are ministers of the state. They are men and women whom you have sent to do what you would do were you sitting in their seats right now. And so as we approach yet another board meeting, you are reminding us that these men and women, what they are doing today is far more than managing budgets and policies and the like, but rather, God, this is holy work because it is work that you have assigned to these men and women. And so, Lord Jesus, knowing what holy work this is, we should be equally aware of how desperately we are in need of your help right now. And so we ask that you would help our leaders to do what you would do if you were sitting in their seats right now. We pray specifically for Supervisors Heidel, Turnbull, Thomas, Parlin, and Novasi. Lord Jesus, would you help them to govern wisely? And we pray that you would give these ministers of the state the wisdom of Solomon, the compassion of the Apostle John, and the heart of Christ as they govern. Holy Spirit, we also pray for Sheriff D'Agostini and the entire department that he leads. As the comforter, we ask that you would comfort this entire department as they grieve the loss of one of their own. And furthermore, we ask that you would help all of our men and women in uniform to know how much we appreciate them and how profoundly thankful we are for the increasingly difficult and dangerous work that they do. Lord, we pray for Don Ashton and his entire team. As the leader of an organization, I can appreciate to some degree how much hard work goes into the administration of a territory this large and a population this diverse. And so, God, please help Don and his entire team to lead well. And finally, Lord, I would like to pray for one department that is especially close to my heart, and that being Child Protective Services. And God, I thank you for the good work that the men and women in this department do. I thank you for the countless hours of sacrifice and the steady stream of tears that they shed as they care for the least of these in our community. And so please, God, bless their work and help them as they pursue this holy calling. We ask that your hand would be upon this entire board meeting, that you would do good to the people of El Dorado County through the discussions and the decisions that are made here this morning, for we ask it all in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Buell. Very well done. It's always a great way to start our morning with faith and looking forward to the future and all of the well wishes. So appreciate that. And with that, Supervisor Thomas, would you lead us in a pledge of allegiance?
Thank you. Hand over your heart. Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. So we will move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. And do we have any comments from staff relative to either of those items at this point, or should we just wait till later?
I'm happy to just announce that I do anticipate that at the 2 o'clock item will likely be, there will be a request to have it continued as that matter has been resolved, but we can take care of that actual order of business at 2 o'clock.
Very good. Thank you, David. So with that, let's go down from supervisors, starting with District 5. Any comments relative to consent calendar items?
No changes, thank you.
District 4,
No changes.
District 3,
No changes.
District 2.
No changes.
No changes from District 1. So wow, this
Hey,
is
that's a
Yay.
first.
very good. Moving.
been a
moving
while.
on. Thank you. So
Yeah.
Kim, with that, if you would please open up for public comment on the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And please identify which consent item you're going to speak to if you do come forward to speak or speak on Zoom so that the board can align with what your comments are. So with that, looking for any participants in the, Jonathan. Morning.
Jonathan Gainsborough, item 11.
Okay.
I can't imagine of any of you, perhaps any in this room, perhaps any even watching, had a father that you have a picture of in the Oval Office with the US president, but I have a picture of my father with JFK in the Oval Office because he worked with 3 US presidents. He trained Alan Greenspan, who graded his papers as a graduate assistant at Columbia. But he didn't want to live in Washington, D.C., inside the Magic Kingdom, so he commuted from New York, which is the financial capital. What does this have to do with item number 11? Item number 11 is about animals. I hope that you all have pets. I had a pet named Puffy, who was my first cat when I was just a little wee boy in New York, living in the prosperous suburbs. Well, we've got $64,000 here, which I don't contest. It's for large animals. I had a Saint Bernard. It's probably not talking about Saint, my dog, but when I would preach to a rough crowd, sometimes I brought Saint and nobody would really get near my loudspeaker. But it's probably talking about large animals, but I want to talk about 4-legged animals, and not the horses, not the cows, not the llamas. 4-legged, not the small animals like the dogs and cats, which we endear our hearts to. But our dear pastor who just quoted Romans 13, the actual verse there, we're not just you all as leaders are not just ministers for good, but you're ministers for righteousness. And so I want to talk about $64,000 for large animals, $2 million in the county budget for the animal shelter and related services. But how can we have approved $5 million as a line item for Caldor Fire, which is totally appropriate, and have nothing specific in the county budget toward a shelter, toward our 500 Western Slope homeless? People were out sleeping in their cars last night. You can't imagine it. Yes, it rained. Praise God for the rain. But there were people sleeping in tents. I bought a tarp for one of the homeless who had nothing over his tent. It doesn't make me any kind of a saint. We all need God's grace. But the county and the homeless need your help when you talked about the least of these. And I would just like to say that 30, 40, or $50,000 toward the nomadic shelter this winter is really required by the humanity of the leaders of the county, you all, with the $700 million budget and a $50 million reserve contingency fund. Let's do something for the homeless this winter with your humanity for the glory of God. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just quickly, item 2 and item 24 all have to do with the Caldor fire. I just wanted to make sure that we understood what has happened to us officially at this forum, and that we continue to do that. I realize these are on consent, item 2 and item 24, and I've been here long enough to understand your feelings about the Caldor fire, and I know you all care. But I just wanted to bring it up again, because instead of doing a department matters or instead of doing a time specific about the Caldor fire and what's happening, we decided to go ahead and just put it on consent calendar as individual items. And with that, though, is an understanding that we need to bring it up. We need to let people know who are really hurting from the tragedy that has occurred. And we need to let them know in some forum, which I believe is here, on a periodic basis. So that's what I'm doing with item 2 and item 24. I support them completely. And I just wanted to state about our caring about these people and the services that we have to provide them in order for them to survive from this point forward. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Seeing anyone else in the boardroom coming forward, Kim, if you would open it up for Zoom or call-in participants.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Public comment from 390.
Good morning, Board. Ken Greenwood, District 2, perhaps not for long. Anyway, I agree with Chris. In fact, I was going to mention that item 24 and also item 18, that yes, we do have an emergency out there. Perhaps as we did with COVID for so long, and maybe should still be, is a weekly update regarding all that is Caldor fire. And as well as COVID. Specifically, item 9, had to wade through that to find out that it's $600,000. Perhaps in the agenda item, we could have a total. That would be really nice. No other comments. I guess all of us, and I hope all of this should be needed. But having a total amount of money in the agenda item instead of having to dig through the Legistar, which is so hard to use or cumbersome to use. Anyway, item 18, thank you, Sheriff DeAugustini, for using correct format for a letter to our honorable government people who we are asking things of, if you will. Similarly, item 24, yes, it's still an emergency. If this will help make up for our poorly formatted letter to the president, that's great. Remember, if you're gonna cheat, if you will, do so from the A student. And I think you'll figure out what that means. Item 19, I struggled with that one. It sounds like they, at first I thought, oh, well, they didn't do due diligence. Yeah, it appears they did. But, that's what happens when you buy as is. And also, what's the word? As is always a problem. Finally, not finally, but item 26, Deputy Ishmael Day, certainly no issue. It's been 2 years. It's been a sad 2 years. Hopefully never again. And one more thing. Oh, yes. Open forum. I don't see that till 1 o'clock. Darn, we're doing it again. We're still doing it. And finally, thankful that there are no public executions scheduled on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, anyone else?
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so back to the board for action or discussion, whatever's necessary.
Move approval of the consent calendar?
Second.
All right, since we're all present, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that. So we'll move to item 25, our non-EM time allocation. And Kim, if you would read that, please.
Item 9 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board, 1, receive and file this Oak Resources Management Plan implementation report, 2, defer any potential adjustments to the in lieu fees until the next biennial report is performed in 2022, and 3, provide direction for staff to explore alternative methodologies for determining the amount of any potential future adjustment of in lieu fees.
Rob, are you going to lead this one in or?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So I'm going to make a couple quick comments, and then I'm going to pass it over to Efren Sanchez and our long-range planning team to give you some of the details of the reporting. We also have with us the Director, Tiffany Schmid, and our Planning Manager, Brett Sampson. So I just wanted to bring to your attention this implementation report for the Oak Resources Management Plan, which we'll commonly refer to as ORMP, pretty much throughout the presentation, is an implementation report comprised of the annual reporting and the biannual reports that basically have been identified in the Oak Resources Management Plan, but to date have not been done for your board. So we are acknowledging that the 2018, 2019, and 2020 annual reports were included in this implementation report, as well as the first biannual report. So what we're trying to do is basically come up to the baseline of being caught up and then moving forward, trying to do a better job in meeting those requirements. So those are the initial comments that I had, and I'll go ahead and kick it off to Efren to give you some of the details of the report.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, county staff, and members of the public. My name is Efren Sanchez, Senior Planner with Long Range Planning. The item we have before you is the implementation report of the county's Oak Resource Management Plan. Please note this implementation report, as Rob mentioned, represents the annual monitoring report for 2018, 19, and 2020, and it represents the first biannual report as well. On October 24, 2017, the Board of Supervisors approved the General Plan Biological Resource Policy Update Project, which adopted the Oak Resource Management Plan that replaced the 2008 Oak Woodland Management Plan, adopted the in lieu fee mitigation for impacts to oak woodland and individual oak trees, and adopted the Oak Resource Conservation Ordinance into Chapter 130.39 of the zoning ordinance to implement the ORMP. The purpose of the ORMP is to define mitigation requirements for impacts to oak resources and to outline the county's plan for oak woodland conservation by establishing standards such as how to determine the oak woodland and individual oak trees impacts, the mechanisms to mitigate, requirements of an oak technical report submittal, mitigation monitoring and reporting requirements, and projects or actions that are exempt from the mitigation requirements. The ORMP also establishes an in lieu fee payment option for impacts to oak resources and identifies priority conservation areas where oak woodland conservation efforts may be focused. The Oak Resource Management Plan implementation report includes an annual monitoring and reporting for 2018, 19, and 2020. It provides an accounting of the submitted Oak Resource Code compliance certificates, which is approximately 1,546. Oak tree and oak woodland removal permits, 57 administrative permits, and summary of the acreage and specific tree species affected so far during the implementation of the ORMP, which includes 19.64 acres of oak woodland removed, 497 individual oak trees removed, of which 48% of them are blue oaks, 31% are interior live oaks, 13 black oaks, 6% valley oaks, 1% canyon live oaks, and 1% live oaks. This ORMP implementation report also represents the first biannual reporting concerning in lieu fee deposited into the Oak Woodland Conservation Fund. fund disbursement, and fee adjustment. The in lieu fees collected in 2018, 19, and 2020 equate to 414,360, or approximately 138,000 per year for the removal of oak trees and oak woodland impacted by private development projects. The majority of the in lieu fees collected were related to the removal of oak woodland as opposed to individual oak trees. On September 11, 2018, the board approved the oak woodland conservation land acquisition allocation of funds, which authorized the use of 63,250 of oak woodland conservation funds to help acquire 1,018 acres of land. This land acquisition was for the protection and preservation of riparian and oak woodland habitat on land fronting the Cosumnes River. The RMP and the Oak Resource Conservation Ordinance found in Chapter 130.39 of Title 130 Zoning Ordinance recognizes that a periodic in lieu fee adjustment will be necessary to keep up with costs associated with oak tree and oak woodland mitigation. Staff would like to defer fee adjustments until the next biennial report because Appendix B of the RMP is complex, difficult, and very costly to implement a fee adjustment. According to Appendix B of the RMP, the process to adjust the in lieu fees is based on the original nexus study prepared in the current in lieu fees. Staff conservatively estimates the effort to collect the necessary data, analyze, and adjust the fees by a qualified consultant on an annual basis would exceed $25,000. The 5% administrative fee component tied to the oak tree in lieu fee mitigation is not enough to cover this estimated cost. The necessary data needed to perform the inflation adjustment as prescribed in Appendix B of the RMP would require data on acquisition costs, conservation easement costs, planting costs, management and monitoring costs, and change in labor wages. Staff is seeking direction from the board to explore alternative methodologies for determining the amount of any potential future adjustment. As an example, adjusting the in lieu fee could include a simplified annual adjustment based on the analysis of Consumer Price Index CPI versus what is suggested in Appendix B of the RMP. Once an alternative methodology is identified, staff will bring to the board a preferred recommendation. So therefore, staff recommends the board receive and file this Oak Resource Management Plan implementation report, defer any potential adjustment to the in lieu fees until the next biannual report is performed in 2022, and provide directions for staff to explore alternative methodologies for determining the amount of any potential future adjustment in lieu fees. Thank you. And if the board has any questions, I'm here and available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, from questions or comments from board members?
Well, I was going to, if I could, Rob Peters, Deputy Director again, I was going to add one thing, which is in the preparation of this report, we attempted to look at how the annual reporting and the cost increase, how that could be done. We worked with our fiscal staff to try to evaluate that formula. We reached out and they reached out to the assessor's office to see if any of that information that was required was being captured. And so the last recommendation is important to us because we found that it was very difficult to bring forward and we didn't capture that information. And so we're asking for you to give us direction to go look at some other alternatives for doing so, where we could do cost inflation much cheaper and easier and still hopefully get the same value out of the increases. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. One of the things I want to talk about a little bit about is utility line maintenance exemption. And the biggest thing that I've heard, because of a lot of my constituents, and I went out and looked at some of these areas that they're taking trees down. And the problem that I have with it, you have PG&E. PG&E has an easement, I think it's 20 feet on each side or 40 foot on each side. But when they're taking trees over 100 feet away from the power lines, what gives them the right to do that? And not only that, if they didn't take those trees down, they were going to charge the owner $7,000 per tree. So I would like to have you guys look into that a little bit more, a little bit deeper, because that is not right. And this one particular owner is very, very upset because there was heritage oaks that were 36 inches in diameter they took out. They were well over 100 feet away from these lines. So I would ask you to look into it a little bit more, because that's shouldn't happen. Especially when I get a lot of complaints from, these landowners of their trees being removed. I can understand which PG&E has an easement, I understand, but when they're leaving dead trees next to the power lines, they trim them up, but then they're taking big heritage oaks over 100 feet away. And I have a lot of pictures of them, Stu. I can actually show you that later on if you'd like. But this kind of stuff needs to be looked into and needs to stop, especially when we have an ordinance. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so this is Rob Peters again. So thank you for the comments. Yeah, absolutely. We do hear members of the public speaking about the utility exemptions and what that looks like. For this hearing today, the annual reporting is certainly something that you can direct us to look into and moving forward. But I also wanted to add that your board has authorized us to, through an ROI, to seek a contract to do some zoning ordinance updates. And one of those includes updates to the Oak Resources Management Plan. And part of that is staff's difficulty in implementing that and also doing some enforcement related to that. And so we're looking at the exemptions section of that ordinance through that effort. So we'll also be looking at it through that lens as well.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Any other comments? I have a few. I was new on the board when this came before the board, and there was a lot of public concern that this Oak Resources Management Plan would allow vast oak woodlands to be removed and people pay the price because it's just simple and easy to do. There was a concern with loss of natural wildland habitat, et cetera, et cetera. If I did the math right, there's a total of less than 40 acres that has been approved for removals of the oak woodlands type material over 4 years. That's 10 acres per year. It's a very low number in my mind compared to what people felt might happen, right? And at the time of going through this, I was of the opinion that this particular plan was way overcomplicated, way too detailed, should have been simplified. And my thoughts were if we could form an advisory committee of the public to help make inputs to the plan revisions, that we'd end up with a much better document. Now, in hindsight, looking at these numbers, it doesn't appear that we have that concern relative to rampant removal of wildland oak woodlands facilities or amenities. So that is probably of a lesser concern, but I do think that the particular document could be refined and boiled down to probably 25% of what it is, simplified, because there's an awful lot of language in there that's very, very confusing and difficult to interpret. As you pointed out, including the annual fee adjustment associated with that. It's just way overcomplicated for most practical purposes. So I don't know if it still makes any sense to have a input from the public on it. But at the time, 4 years ago, it was very, very important to the public and there was a lot of concerns. I do want to commend you for the purchase and the board approval of 1,018 acres. Because I think when you look at 40 acres lost versus 1,018 acres, huge leverage factor there. The one question I do have is, can you remind me where that 1,018 acres is? Because obviously logistics of where trees are being removed versus where our reserve is, preserve, if you want to call it that, makes a difference to some people. But can you remind me where that particular location is?
Yeah, so Rob Peters, yeah, so we, through that Oak Resources Management monies that were spent, it was used to help offset the costs and in conjunction with, I believe it, the American River Conservancy. And I think that is in the South County on the Cosumnes River boundary. And so it was
Okay, that's
down in
what I
that area.
recall. It's very South County and stuff.
I don't believe it. I don't know off the top of my head if it was in one of our PCAs, but it was a good bang for the buck as far as participating in that purchase of lands. So far more than we would generally get with that amount of money by utilizing it as leverage with the other agency.
Okay, that answers the question. I thought it was South
As far
County,
as
but
the
I
public
wanted-
participation part of your comment, I think
Yes.
we would be seeking that public participation as part of our zoning ordinance update.
Okay,
And so I don't know that we have a committee.
Doesn't have
that's
to be
been
a committee,
established, But
yeah.
we will definitely be taking public comment on it. And we get a lot of comments at our permit center related to, most of the impacts have been, to be honest, single family residences and accessory structures and things. It's not necessarily huge development projects that are utilizing it to remove a lot of, large amounts of oak trees. And so really it's been, on a piece by piece, lot by lot kind of basis. And so they have difficulty utilizing this plan as well. And so we hear a lot of comments on that. And we'll definitely have those in our minds moving forward.
John,
Excellent.
just quick follow-up on that.
Yeah.
Has RCRC, I don't think CSAC has developed any kind of policy help on this, but I would think that especially in our rural counties where this is a state requirement that if
Right.
we want to do something, we're going to, especially with now affecting CEQA, that there's got to be perhaps some policy out there that we can look at that could help us do exactly as you're talking about, be able to speed up the process and improve.
Right. If we look at best practices, I mean,
Yeah.
that's one of the things we typically do. What have other counties done if they had a higher success ratio or made things substantially simpler than what we have? And I think that might be the place that we would look to start out with if there are some
I'll
examples of
ask
that.
CSAC, but I sure haven't seen anything. But
Yeah, and Lori, if you,
Yeah.
yeah, I haven't seen anything either, but if you'd ask RCRC if they're aware of anything in the best practices format relative to
Right.
open resources.
I think there's so many other
Things-
issues
yeah,
right now
right.
that
Yeah.
this one isn't.
A lot of fires burning, huh?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I can chat.
Okay.
I do have a brief
Go ahead.
follow-up
Yeah,
question,
sure.
piggybacking on what you said. In looking at the Oak Resources Management Plan, can you just help clarify for me, the in lieu fee enables us to acquire land for conservation to mitigate loss of oak trees. Does our plan, I assume, stipulates that land has to be acquired within El Dorado County?
Yeah, that's correct. So the
Right.
land acquired, we have a priority conservation area.
Right.
And that's where it's mostly like not in high density residential areas. It's like outside in the outskirts of the county. And that's where in the plan, it's projected that we use our efforts for conservation in those priority conservation areas.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that those funds are used within El Dorado County to help preserve and expand those rural regions.
Yeah, Rob Peters. I mean, one of the difficulties is we don't have an oak woodland mitigation bank or something that was out there in the county that we could just, go spend our money on. So it's generally, in order to get it done, is going to have to be through purchase of, private properties or in conjunction with some of the other conservation agencies to try to get those done. But we don't, it isn't to buy mitigation credits down south or something like that.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that.
So the other thing, relative to the need to increase the fees immediately and stuff, I don't see that. So I agree with your proposal to extend that out to try to simplify that calculation. If we'd seen, 400 acres lost of oak woodlands over this 4-year period, I'd feel differently about that. But with only 40 acres, it doesn't seem like there's an urgency, so to speak, to move forward with the current methodology and complicate things and make it expensive to calculate a number for adjustment. But if we do need to calculate that number based upon just basically cost of living increases, inflation, whatever you want to call it. So I concur with that part of it. The other thing I would hope is that with the funds that we have collected, that we're always looking at another preserve that could be acquired at a reasonable price that would be more centric to where the removals are. If we could find property that, it's in the center part of the county as opposed to South County, is the next preserve and make a reasonable purchase on it, then I think we're building that preservation element. We're building the reserves to do that. And we certainly have funds to do that. So I'm hopeful that we're always on the lookout for things that would seem, hey, this looks like it's pretty good. It's 100 acres and here it is. And it's kind of central. It's not really usable for a lot of other purposes because of slopes or whatever. Let's see if we can't make some kind of an agreement to acquire that property. And then, because for me, the oak woodlands, the biggest thing is air and the quality of the air you get when you live next to trees. That's a regeneration that trees bring. They take CO2, they convert it to oxygen. People need that in their environment as opposed to a closed environment with emissions from vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. So the more distributed those trees are to preserve that, as well as the wildlife aspect of it, the better off I think we're all be in terms of quality of life for not only the people that live in the county, but also for the wildlife that lives in the county. So I would hope that we're continuing to do that as we move through this process.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So in the same way that we're here now with all these annual reports and this biannual report, trying to come up to sort of the baseline with the support of your board and our long range planning unit, we anticipate hopefully having a better presence in looking for properties and other things and utilization of the Oak Resources Management Plan funds through our program. So we haven't, we've participated in the one purchase. We'd love to do more. And I think, again, with upgrading our staffing and our long-range planning team, we'll hopefully have the capacity to be more proactive in that activity.
Excellent. Thank you.
I saw a bunch of numbers in here and what's been collected and what's been spent. What's our balance? Is there, I didn't see the balance. Did I miss it?
I think it would be the 400 or so K minus the
Yeah.
68. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing. Okay. I just want to make sure I was thinking it was that simple. So as far as like purchasing property though, that's not going to go super far really.
Well, 64, about 1,018 acres. So it depends on where the
Well,
property is.
Location,
So that
location,
was-
location.
And exactly what you said, if we're trying to buy more in the center of the
Yeah.
county.
I'm not
So-
saying reduce the fees. I'm saying we need to look for the next piece of property we
Exactly.
would want to acquire.
Well, and I just want to make sure that we're clear that was the county pitching in. The cost was larger than that for those acreage, but we were.
That's what I was
Okay, so it's
Yeah,
a
it was
combination,
sort
but
of
we
a
could do the
match.
same thing
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the next purchase, right? I mean, there's no exclusion from that.
But you're
So-
absolutely right. I mean, and especially trying to conserve oak resources
Sure.
in the urban areas are going to cost quite a bit more. I
Right.
think that's why the plan anticipates sort of a more remote, the PCAs are a little bit off of the community regions and things like that. But it's because the land values are cheaper and the amount that can be purchased is hopefully.
So when we look to do this, then along those lines, if we are trying to preserve oaks more in some more urban areas, would we want to increase the fees then if that's our goal? I mean, I guess that's what we're gonna have to decide
Right.
what the goal is rather than, saving oaks out in the perimeter where nobody's gonna see them. Is that the goal of all of this? And so.
Yeah, I mean, so
Okay.
there's the sort of annual updates, inflation and just a cost index type of a update that we're looking at. But then the biannual report says that you would look at potentially an upgrade in fees. And so generally that requires some sort of a nexus type fee study with the amount of money that we're taking in, as you noted, isn't very much. The administrative costs we have to do the program isn't very much. And so when we start talking about doing another nexus fee study, we're not sure that the administrative costs that we've taken in are enough to really do that. So that's what we're asking to kind of take a look at and see if we can simplify it so we could do it easier and do it within the amount of money that we've sort of taken on for the administrative costs of the program.
Yeah, I hate to talk about increasing fees. We're still trying to get more affordable housing. That's always, there's
Yeah.
a wrench in everything.
That's
I
true.
know.
But I do like the idea, I don't, is there a minimum amount of area that we are looking at when we look at mitigating?
I believe we may have some targets in the, I'd have to look into it. I don't know if there's an exact
Okay.
amount that we're trying to preserve. The areas that have been identified probably have some geographies with amounts, but it's more of just, trying to take the money and use it wisely too.
Yeah, I was just curious because, in Colorado, they have little green space areas around
Mhm.
all their urban areas.
Right.
And it makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And, in that, again, as you're saying, the oxygenation
Mhm.
of our urban areas is incredibly important. And, if we can get little pieces.
Right.
And be able to manage those, and if it's not too costly, that makes a lot of sense.
And
That's
I
why
think-
managed open space makes a lot of
Exactly.
sense to me,
Yeah.
because you get that integration right within a given community and you just keep doing that in multiple places.
So
So
appreciate it.
And it
Yeah.
would improve our quality of life and is what our residents are looking for.
Yeah,
These
and
kinds of
there's areas-
strategic, locations of open land.
Yeah, where there's controversy, we can create open space, which is helpful.
Well, and I think, as we've discussed in some other items, our plan development, for instance, tool requires a 30% open space. We certainly, when we're looking at those and when the developers are looking at those, they're trying to utilize those in areas that have high, environmental value, which includes oak trees and things like
Yeah,
that.
okay. Yeah, maybe we can look at some way to increase that value for them.
Or incentivize that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
So to add to Sue's comment, the only thing I'd request is that staff, when you do bring back the analysis for the fee study and other changes, that you would include kind of a forecast or a plan as to where we would be attempting to acquire additional lands to preserve, the oak woodlands as much as we can for an affordable cost. We're not going to go in and pay market value for prime flat land. But obviously, if we have some goals, some targets, then I think the public knows we're continuing to evaluate those opportunities. And when the time is right, hopefully we can make that investment. And if we need to adjust the fees to do it, at least we can have that discussion in conjunction with it. So I'm hopeful we don't have to, but it's hard to tell. Property values are extremely high right now, and it's not easy to come by property that's central to where our growth is, which is within the community region. So primarily, not always, but
Well,
within.
that's what we're
primarily.
finding is if you can incentivize by getting free property, by allowing developers to donate property for that reason, then that's how you end up with that green space around those urbanized areas.
Right.
It's a little balancing act there, but I've seen other communities do it. It makes sense.
And where we're going to establish parks and retain the existing oaks
Exactly.
and those kinds of
Yep.
things, or plant new trees, which will also generate that's also an offsetting condition that we need to continually look at. So appreciate
Thank you.
staff's report. Any other comments or questions? Yes.
Yeah, so item 3 on this asks for direction. So do you feel the conversation is giving you direction, or do you need more than just our conversation? What did you need as far as direction from us?
We were hoping that the board would give us the direction to go look at. And so that way, if we're spending resources to go analyze
Okay.
alternative methods of doing those increases, that we've gotten that direction.
And that's to come back in the 2022, basically?
Yeah, basically, we'll have another annual report, and our second biannual report is
Okay.
2022. So we're asking to do that instead of dealing with this now, because we're kind of behind
Right.
on all the stuff that we can try to be a little more proactive in looking at that as we come back.
So roughly a year from now, is that your kind of
Hopefully
expectation?
sooner.
Sooner
but
than,
yeah.
okay,
Okay,
maybe mid-year of next year or something. Okay,
got it.
very good. So with that, Kim, I think we can open it up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, also representing Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council. Just to put respectfully, just to put it in context, we're here with Ephraim in his report to talk about in lieu fees. That's our focus. And I heard you talk to that, but I heard you talk much more about the broad implication of this Oak Resource Management Plan, which essentially I did a little analysis there and recognized that our general plan, 2004 general plan, had elements in it that required us to then follow up. So in 2008, it says here specifically May 6th of 2008, staff brought back this plan. And it was essentially, there was a lot of work in preparation of bringing this plan in 2008, and it was approved. Subsequently now, they came back in 2017 with the broader changes that were necessary that had been worked out. The public had commented and the board participated in those discussions. Some of you weren't here at that time, but still it happened. The key here that I see in terms of what I'm looking at is the general plan biological policy review, which occurred in 2015. That policy, which kind of drives this discussion, essentially, I don't believe have come back most recently since 2015. So therefore, some questions that you have as supervisors are appropriate. But again, I wanted the public to understand that they're not behind in this review. They're not behind in wanting to make changes. This is only talking about the in lieu fees, and that's our focus today. One more thing that I wanted to add, the reason why we have this is to define mitigation requirements for impacts to oak resources. This is oak woodlands, individual native trees, and heritage trees. So essentially, we're trying to mitigate those impacts. At the same time, land trusts and conservation areas are extremely important in this effort. The in lieu fees then go to the buying of or the participation in some of the land trusts that we already have. I mean, conservation areas that we may have. American River Conservancy first. So that's what I wanted to say to the public was you're not behind. This is just specifically in the in lieu fee, which I believe staff's got direction now. So I'm I think that it's necessary to recognize that, and that's my comment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Seeing no one else present in the boardroom, Kim, go to our Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Public comment from 390.
Good morning. We're at Ken Greenwood, District 2. Thank you, Chris Payne, for kind of refocusing the effort here. But since it was brought up, and I don't have a problem with these in lieu fees and our large developments or even medium developments or any development, any discretionary actions triggering the need for oak resources mitigation. Out there in the real world, where most of us live, there's an issue with all of this oak tree mitigation. If somebody wants to do a fire plan, or they're creating this, I know there's exemptions that you have to pay a forester several $100s to write up a plan for you to touch an oak tree if it's in the way of creating some fire space that is being demanded by the state of California and the county of El Dorado, and just plain common sense. Hopefully, we've recognized with the recent Caldor fire that raced through a whole bunch of oak woodlands down here in Division A, lower Sly Park areas, etc., and over into Division A, or pardon me, Division D, Sly Park area and Division A over on Grizzly Flats. A lot of oak trees got burned up. We're going to charge the Forest Service for that because it looks like, we don't know yet, but are they responsible for this fire getting out of hand and subsequently destroying or altering all of this oak woodland? It's not destroyed, it's altered, it's set back. Anyway, it just seems to me that, and a lot of us live out in the woods, if you will, and we got plenty of trees and there's great oxygen out here. Perhaps we can focus these efforts more towards lower elevation where it kind of matters. I'm just wondering, where where all this oak management is going. Similarly, the comments about PG&E being exempted from it. They've done a lot of work in my neighborhood and countywide that I think is really good. It may not look great. Some oak trees may have gone down because of it. But it also is creating fire lines. It's creating those lines. They went in fact, what saved South Lake Tahoe was clearances around the power lines out there off of Pioneer Trail. It made a really great fire line so that they can make black lines out there and cat lines and steer the fire more up into Fountain Place instead of towards the developed residential areas along Pioneer Trail and such. Anyway, just trying to keep the focus good. And also, is there an elevation where we don't need to apply this anymore? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Oh, hi, good morning. Thank you. I came in a little bit late, but I really appreciate both Chris's and Ken's well thought through comments. And I do agree that we have to have more of a granular approach. What Ken was saying, I live on acreage with thousands of trees. PG&E just came in and probably took out about 30 mature trees, but I was really grateful for it, for fire safety. And then the developers, where there's fewer trees, of course, they should be preserving. It's just very, very different if you live in the woods or you live in the suburban areas of this county. So I appreciate trees and the preservation of them. And I'm glad you're looking at this, and hopefully as both Chris and Ken have said, you look at it in the differently in the different areas of the county. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ruth.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so back to the board for direction to staff and,
Can I make one?
Mr. Chairman,
sorry, Rob, please.
Oh, thank you. Rob Peters, Deputy Director. I wanted to make one. I left something out that I had should have brought up, which was related to our Mitigation Fee Act requirements and responsibilities. And so on our planning services page annually, there is and it comes forward from our fiscal group to your board, is the Mitigation Fee Act annual reporting, and it's put on our annual reporting page. And one of the things that we acknowledged in this report was next year, we will also be coming back with our 5-year requirement to give the mitigation fee findings.
Right.
And so that is aside from what we're doing here, but it is a requirement, and I failed to mention it. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Thank you.
Supervisor Heidel, I believe Joe Harn would like to make a comment.
Certainly. Auditor Controller Joe, you there?
Mr. Chairman,
Please proceed, Joe.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
Oh, so I guess I'm confused, which is not unusual. I thought your board had to see an annual accounting of the financial activity related to this fee.
Okay, is that your question of staff then?
Yeah, right. I thought it had to be agendized. It is for the other mitigation fee act fees that we levy.
Hey, Rob, can you respond to Joe's question?
I didn't. Can he repeat it? I didn't hear a question.
Okay,
He broke up. I
Joe,
didn't hear a
could you
question.
please repeat it? It was kind of broken up on the audio.
So
I thought in public, your board had to receive and file an annual accounting of all the mitigation fee acts that the county levies.
I think we do, but I'm not sure this is a hearing for it. So I think Tiffany's going to respond to that.
Yeah, Tiffany Schmidt, Director of Planning and Building. So we do the annual reporting that the auditor is referring to. We've done that every December. It's targeted to come to the board this December. So I believe we are current with that requirement of the Mitigation Fee Act.
All right.
Yeah, so this is Rob. On December 8th, 2020, the board saw the Oak Woodland, that item number 20-1305. And so that is that mitigation annual reporting. So it's separate from the reporting that's the annual report in the ORMP, but that's the Mitigation Fee Act requirement that Mr. Harn, I believe, is speaking about. And that is on an annual reporting link on our planning services webpage. So it includes also Alto and some other fees that are mitigation fees, and they have to, in that reporting and that accounting is part of that item. And that generally comes from our fiscal staff.
So Joe, does that respond appropriately to your questions? Does that help clarify things?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Great, thank you.
That is confusing.
Yeah, it is. And they're intertwined, but they are somewhat distinctly different too. So, right. So anyway,
Appreciate you guys keeping track of all that.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Really.
the accounting is wonderful. Yeah,
It's
right.
like, wow.
Okay, so back to the board for direction to staff consistent with the recommendations or otherwise. So
So, yeah, let's move this item. Let's see, there's 3 parts: receive and file, defer, and then the direction would be to explore those alternative methodologies. Does that work?
Yeah, that works. I'll second it.
okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that.
Thanks for.
So I think we're going to move on to item 26, department matters. This is a short proclamation, and then we'll take on item 27, which is expected to be a much longer presentation. So let me read the proclamation. Go ahead, please announce it. Kim, 26.
Item 26 comes from Supervisor Heidel, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing October 23rd as Deputy Brian Ishmael Day.
Thank you. So I'm going to read the proclamation. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado proclaiming October 23rd, 2021 as El Dorado County Deputy Sheriff Brian Ishmael Day. Whereas Deputy Sheriff Brian Ishmael was born and raised in the Placerville area and married his high school sweetheart, Katie, their family was completed with the addition of their 3 young children. And whereas Brian started his tour with the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office in 2015, after serving several years with the Placerville Police Department. And whereas on October 23rd, 2019, in the early morning hours, Brian responded to a call from a man who lived on Sand Ridge Road, reporting a robbery was occurring at his marijuana grow. And whereas Brian and his ride-along partner from San Joaquin County were not aware of the danger they were walking into, as Brian approached the grow, a man opened fire, shooting both Deputy Ishmael and the San Joaquin County deputy. Both were able to return fire and injure their suspect, but Deputy Ishmael's injuries were fatal. And whereas this loss to our sheriff's office, to our county government, to our community, and more importantly to his family, was and will always be so deeply felt. And where now therefore be it proclaimed that October 23rd, 2021 is recognized as Brian Ishmael Day this year and in the years to come in somber recognition of the great loss suffered by his family, his sheriff's family, and our entire county. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors this day, and I will move the proclamation.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And I guess we'll just open it up for any public comment we may have on this one. So first within the board chambers.
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Devon Springs. I told this story before, but I think it's appropriate. I watch on Fox the Sheriff's of El Dorado County programming. And so over the period of time that I watched it, there was a number of episodes with Brian. And up to today, I still have that on my DVR. You know, a lot of things I erase, but I haven't erased that. I haven't erased it because it showed him doing his job for El Dorado County. I'm somewhat emotional. I don't know why, but it just popped up. But the notion that we would ever forget him is going to be now taken care of, I believe, by this action. I appreciate it, Chair, with what we're doing, and I support it wholeheartedly. I care as much about what has happened as anyone, like by my telling you that story about my DVR and keeping that those episodes on there. So I just wanted to add that to not forget is critically important in this case for him and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Jonathan Gainsborough. I went to the memorial service in Roseville, and that was a lifetime sadness. I just like to say it's great. This is a great proclamation for the help and the encouragement of his wife and his children. I'd like to see the supervisors either find out and at least verbally mention if there's an ongoing fund at Wells Fargo or El Dorado Savings for him, to specifically mention that in the minutes and for that to be out for those who are watching, and to make sure perhaps that the Mountain Democrat includes that information in an appropriate article along with you all, whether it's a GoFundMe or something. There must be something out there, but people shouldn't have to guess what that something is. So with your leadership and your connections, to make sure that that's surfaced and always available somehow to continue, that would be great. And God bless you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There appears to be no additional public comment.
Okay, so back to the board for any comments we may
Yeah,
have.
you
to kind of
know-
close this.
I'm going to get a little emotional. I knew Brian pretty well because he ran around with my son Georgie. They went through grammar school, Herbert Green, and then, Charles Brown, Herbert Green, and then also Ponderosa High School. And Don and Kim Ishmael are real good friends of mine. When that tragic thing happened, I wanted to reach out to him, but I couldn't. What do you say? And I remember when I was campaigning, it was at the shop and I was working on a car and we were there. I turned around and they were standing behind me. It's really hard to talk about it because they're very, very special people to me, especially knowing them for a long, long time. Don used to sell me my Snap-on equipment that I used to purchase. And then Kim used to work up there at the video place that was on Missouri Flat Road that Ryan DeBerry and Karen DeBerry owned, but she worked there. But also she was also a yard duty teacher too. And I remember several times that they would come in, I work on their car or purchase fuel when I used to have gasoline and stuff. And they're very, very special people. And this is an honor to him. It really is. And I appreciate you, John, bringing this forward today. Thank you for that.
I think it needs to be brought forward every year.
Yeah, every year.
henceforth,
I totally understand.
With the proclamation being read, because never forget. I mean,
Right.
that's what hits my mind is never
Well,
forget.
Right, and then we have that tournament that's the golf tournament John was talking about. We have a golf tournament next week in honor of him to raise funds for the family, and that will be on Friday. It's the golf tournament that's for him, and it'll be at Serrano. So anyway, so like I say, it's very touching to me, especially when you know people like I've known them for a long, long time. And anyway, thank you, John, for doing that.
Any other board comments?
Just piggyback on George's comments, I think October 23rd will remain one of the heaviest days this county has ever known. And it does fall on each of us, as has been talked about today, to remember, to honor his sacrifice, to remember the brave service of the men and women who continually are on the front lines daily, protecting and serving our county, recognizing they don't know what they're going to deal with as they walk out the door. And we owe our eternal gratitude and respect. And we do that by remembering. So I think we will continue this proclamation annually, and with great heaviness in our hearts also for the loss in our sheriff's department this last week. I think that adds to the weight of this day, recognizing all of the dangers that they face, from the internal turmoils to what they face outside the doors. Just have enormous respect for the men and women of our law enforcement, and we owe them our eternal gratitude.
Well stated. Okay, I did want to bring up as part of adjournment that we would adjourn in memory of our sheriff's deputy that we recently lost as well. And I don't know if we can disclose the name at this point or not. I'm guessing we probably can't.
Yes.
We can? Okay. So Ramsey, I don't know the first name, but it'd be Ramsey. So we'll get to that under adjournment, but yeah, so I think that's important to recognize that tragic situation, and we'll kind of cover that when we get to the end of the meeting. So. Okay, Kim, I think we're ready to move on to 27. If you would read that.
Item 27 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board receive and file a presentation on the status of structural budget deficits within the agency.
Mr. Simone, welcome.
Good morning. It's a tough one to follow.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you control or do I?
You can try, I'm not sure if
No, okay, thank you. Oh, did you just do that or did I? Okay. It's intimidating.
Just a delayed
You
response.
can go back to the first one. Good morning, Don Simone, Health and Human Services. We're here today to talk to you, give you an update on our realignment funding situation. Supervisor Heidel referenced this as a lengthy presentation. I apologize. We will try to move through this quickly, but this is a little bit of a perfect storm of difficult topics, I think, to digest. And we're taking 3 or 4 of them and we're making one presentation. So I felt it was important to kind of walk everybody through that. That's why it's a little bit lengthier than I would normally do. Those topics are behavioral health, which I still think is the most complicated program in the agency. Realignment funding, which I think is the most complicated funding source I've ever dealt with. And then finally, the issue of structural budget deficits that when you start talking about, most people just glaze over. So trying to take all of those and walk people through is kind of the challenge today. So with that, I will say that there's going to be 3 of us talking with you today. I will open. I'm going to talk about how we got here. I'm going to talk a little bit about realignment funding to kind of give you some context. And then I'm going to go over each of the 3 divisions in the agency that are the ones that are primarily funded with this realignment. At one point, when we get to our plan moving forward, I'll turn it over to our behavioral health director, Nicole. And at the very end, she's going to turn it back over to Daniel Del Monte, who's going to talk about an ARPA request that, again, today, this is a receive and file. We're not asking you to make any decisions today, but we're going to touch on an ARPA request that will be back here, I think now on November 2nd, to give you even more detail. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Next slide, please. So why are we here? You may recall last January, in the middle of the 2021 budget, we recognized that we had a mid-year budget challenge at that time, and we were projecting it to be about $1.3 million. We immediately implemented some strategies and we were able to kind of mitigate that down to about $1 million. And then we came to your board in May and you approved the 10% transfer authority under realignment of 1.57 million. Now you might be wondering, well, if the shortage was 1 million, why did we approve a 1.57 million transfer? Well, it's because we were also looking into this fiscal year and we identified even more challenges going into this year. And we felt it best to create a little bit of a fund balance, that difference between $1 million and the 1.57 that we transferred, so that we could help kind of spend down on this year's problem. So as you'll see up on the PowerPoint, we actually created a little bit of a fund balance, about 569,000 coming into this year. Also, during the recommended budget process for this year, we budgeted in a second 10% transfer, knowing that we had these challenges this year. At the time that we did that in the recommended budget, the CAO requested kind of 3 things from us. Number 1, could we return to the board with a long-term plan on how we're going to address these structural budget deficits? Number 2, could we provide a 5-year projection of revenue? And then finally, could we do this and present it in time for the adopted budget? Well, as you know, the adopted budget has passed. In working with the CAO, we felt that both our public health division situation with the budget and our social services was much better today, let's say, than it was a year ago. We didn't feel that sense of urgency maybe to return as part of the budget. So this is why we're here today and not as the time you did the adopted budget. Next slide. So realignment, again, why are we really here, I might say? So realignment, back in 1991 and again in 2011, those are the 2 biggest realignments the state did. Essentially, and it's interesting, we'll get to the LAO office report in a minute, but both of these realignments were done at the state level in response to a budget shortfall at the state, both of them. What they did is they realigned programmatic and financial responsibility for a number of programs that used to be handled at the state. They realigned them to the counties. That's why it's called realignment. Just to give you an idea of the programs in 1991, you can see in-home support services, child welfare, CalWorks, our low-income healthcare programs, and those are pretty much what you would see in public health. And then mental health was realigned. In 2011, which is primarily known as a criminal justice realignment, but there were still some additional health and human service programs that were realigned in 11, including substance use treatment, APS or adult protective services, foster care, and adoptions. Interesting, in 1991, they also amended the California Constitution in part to say that the state provides the counties with dedicated revenue to pay for these realigned programs. Now, what's important is all that really does is say the state's responsible for providing a dedicated revenue source. It does not say anything about the amount of that revenue. So that's what's in the Constitution as of 1991 for the state.
It says pay for their share of the costs. So that doesn't mean that they pay their fair share? Curious.
Subject to interpretation.
Yes, they're providing revenue for us to pay for, like our maintenance of effort. We have to pay a certain obligation,
right?
But they just had to have a dedicated funding source. And for realignment, there's two: there's vehicle license fees and a 0.5% sales tax.
Yeah.
But as you know, that's kind of up and down every year depending on what those revenue sources are.
Yeah.
So there is no amount guaranteed in realignment.
No, I just thought I'd point that out again, that it's unfunded mandates.
Yes.
Yep.
And we'll get into that specifics of that in a
Now, the
minute.
forecasts are not pretty when you get to that part of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in 2011, when they did a second major realignment, they did kind of look at some lessons learned from 1991. And I've highlighted a few here. Proposition 30 here in California said you could not have cost increases to the 2011 realigned programs without sufficient funding given by the state. 1991 didn't have that. So when you look up at 91 and you see mental health, later when we really get into behavioral health, you're going to kind of see, wow, those costs are going up and there's no tie with state realignment funding to pay for those. Also in 2011, they learned from 1991 on something they call base restoration. And that is that when 2011 realignment happens, it first distributes growth to to restore any shortage in prior years, rather than just redoing the base every year. There's also, we came to your board in May and you approved a 10% transfer last May. In 2011, they said that you don't need to go to your board if you're going to transfer 2011 realignment. We actually transferred both in May and came to you at the same time. Mm-hmm. The final thing is a reserve that 2011 sets up that it creates an account that the savings in excess of the projections can be housed. That is housed at the state. It's not housed at the counties. They have that. I'll talk a little bit about that and kind of what they've done in the past with that amount. Next slide. So a couple of things about the intended benefits and principles of realignment when it was established back in 91. They thought it would create greater local flexibility for programs and services based on local needs. Made sense. If it's done at the local level and they're implementing the program, they would have a better sense of what those needs would be and be better positioned than the state to do it statewide. They thought that this would incentivize and encourage county innovation to achieve greater outcomes. And then they said that with a share of cost to counties to have incentives, they would control the costs. And so administrative costs, if you had some skin in the game, so to speak, you might be more apt to control those costs rather than just kind of thinking the state was going to do that. The last part there, they thought that this would help the state create greater efficiency statewide. If each county was focused, it might save money. So those were some of the main benefits they thought. The principles on which 91 realignment was based are these. They said that county share of costs should reflect their ability to control those costs of the program. They said that revenues generally should cover the costs over time. Their third principle was the flexibility to respond to changing needs and requirements locally. Made some sense. And then finally, they said that funding should be transparent and easy to follow, understandable. I've never seen, and I spared you today, I've never seen a more complex view of funding as you would look at realignment. CSAC and CWDA do 4 to 8 hour classes to just explain the funding to those of us that work in the industry. Wow. Next slide. So what's happened after realignment that they didn't contemplate when they did this. So there have been some federal rule changes and legal decisions that obligated the state and the counties to provide services to anyone who meets eligibility rules for certain programs. So for mental health, if you meet the standard of seriously mentally ill, regardless of caseload size or anything else, you get services. Doesn't matter what your revenue is, doesn't matter what your budget is, you're obligated to serve those folks.
What's the difference between that and what they had before? What was that we didn't have that limitation or
No,
that?
there weren't as many limitations put on it before it was realigned at the state level. There weren't. But after that, and when we first got it, the programs realigned, counties didn't have all those limitations. But when you had certain court cases, certain federal rulings that now the state would have been subject to had they kept the program.
Right.
But now that it was with us, it
Just
was on
passed
the
it along.
counties. Yes.
Got it.
Good question. This also obviously limits the state and county's ability to control the costs. There's been policy decisions also that have happened. And one example that we put up here is in-home support services. Provider wages and federal labor laws around things like minimum wage, those kind of things, we have to deal with because we have the program here. Increasing caseloads as California gets older with baby boomers, and we see a greater increase of folks that need care in their homes, you have increased care, caseloads for in-home support services. And so that another challenge that they didn't maybe contemplate as much when they did this.
Yeah, and I just want to say that I think IHSS workers really needed that funding. The issue really was, again, it was put upon the counties on that increased amount of money. But the idea of paying our workers, critical care workers, a fair wage was.
One of the things that the kind of challenges that happens, especially with in-home support services in California and some of our other programs is our state minimum wage is higher than the federal minimum wage. And so you'll see later, some of our programs no longer qualify for federal money because folks are making more than that minimum wage at a federal level. And so we actually have to spend realignment on that difference because we're in California.
And sadly, they're still not even over the poverty line at that
Right.
level. Most of them.
It's not a livable wage by far. I mean, it's
No.
just
It's not
way,
livable.
way
No.
below that.
I
So-
think I saw something around housing that's our minimum wage is and minimum wage years ago was designed to keep up with housing costs.
Right.
And somewhere in the 70s, it started to diverge.
Yeah, now it's like takes 80 hours of work for
Yeah,
one
it's,
person.
I think it's
to
about
reach
$27 an hour
Yeah,
you
it's
would have to
crazy.
earn
Right.
now in California to
To take-
afford the average rent, and your minimum wage is 15. So you have a house disconnect in California.
Yeah, I mean,
Huge.
multiple jobs or multiple family members working at the same time just to pay the basic rent. Then everything else is also very expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Food and other, provisions,
Yeah, I just
transportation.
thought I'd point that out because IHS, those workers do an incredible service for us at county level because they take care of those that we would have to pay for by putting them into the care facilities that cost so much money.
Yeah. it's a-
So
a
they do an
huge
incredible
savings.
service and yet we can't keep them out of poverty.
And it's much better to be at home. So
Yes,
yeah,
and
higher,
much
higher
better.
level care.
That's,
Yeah.
that's about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the last bullet there tells you the state did not increase realignment revenue or decrease county's share of cost as a result of any of these legal decisions or policy decisions that were made after realignment. I referenced this earlier, they actually redirected revenue when realignment costs went down. So you think if the cost goes down, that's pretty unique in today's economy for the cost to go down with labor costs and all that. When it has gone down in the past, the state has kept the difference and they use it to fund part of the Affordable Care Act at the state level. So counties didn't even get that savings when that happened.
Yeah.
Next slide.
No, it's true. More baller.
Go back
On
one more, please.
paper, don't you read it?
So this next slide is interesting. The LAO's office, the Legislative Analyst's Office of the state, great resource, by the way, did a study of realignment 3 years ago. And these are the findings were taken right from their report. Changes in entitlement programs resulted in county share of cost exceeding their ability to control costs. Realignment revenues may not be sufficient for year-to-year programs. Those costs don't decline when revenue declines. Our costs rarely decline annually. Most costs of anything don't decline. Social service programs costs now exceed realignment revenue. That was in 2018. Costs for health, which is public health programs, and mental health responsibilities are not in line with realignment revenues. Despite changes to program requirements, use of revenue remains limited for counties. It's pretty siloed. They do allow the 10% transfer, but it's pretty siloed. We don't get to put it all and have the flexibility of running multiple programs. Counties do not receive funding based on level of need among their populations for some programs. Huge. As we start talking about our conservatees in behavioral health, that's a great example. We have some fairly unique challenges that our funding doesn't contemplate, isn't flexible enough to deal with. And that's where you have kind of where we've come. Finally, the revenue structure is extremely complex, they said, making it difficult to track the flow and use of these funds. It's actually so bad that if you read this and you read something from the Department of Finance, even the State Department of Finance does not do projections on realignment revenue beyond 1 year. They won't do it. It's that volatile.
Yeah.
So quickly, has anything changed since this 2018 report?
No,
I didn't think
it's-
so. Just
You know,
checking.
it's, and I'm going to mention something kind of towards the end, and that is that our associations, CSAC, CWDA, many of them have taken this up with the state. The last 2 years, as you can imagine, with COVID and now with our fire, I think that's been put on the back burner. But it's something that's talked about at the highest levels of our associations. But I don't even know if the state's contemplating a change at this point.
And there's nothing required from the legislature when they get a report such as this?
No.
That needs to be changed.
So
Thank you.
Why am I going over realignment? I guess in summary, I would tell you that it's obvious to everybody that realignment funding is flawed. At its core, it's flawed. It doesn't keep up with the costs. It doesn't contemplate and address what your needs are locally. And so that is a major piece, not the only one, but a major piece of why we're here. Next slide. So I'm going to talk about the 3 primary areas in HHSA that receive realignment funding. These are the largest 3. I'm going to talk about public health and social services first. Their pictures are much better than they were a year ago. And then when we get to behavioral health, we're going to dive a little deeper so you can kind of see the work that we've done. Next slide. I'm not going to read these to you. Public health has 15 programs just in public health that are realignment funded. You can see they are deal with most of our low income folks in the county that need these kind of services because they may not have healthcare coverage or it doesn't cover all of their needs. Next slide. This is a chart that you're going to become familiar with as we discuss this topic this morning. So I'm going to kind of go over it with you. This is public health realignment. You can see the last 4 years, fiscal years of that are represented there. And then you can see the final column is a difference. If you go look at the left side, you see revenue and then going down usage and difference there. So I'm going to take the revenue line and I'm going to go from left to right. 17-18, that was a realignment revenue that public health received, 4.2 million, moving to the right to 4.3 the next year, 4.1 in 1920 and 4.4. It's about a 6% increase in revenue from 17-18 to last year, 6%. Go down to the usage line and you follow that line across, you see a 34% increase in usage. That right there is our basic problem. Now, in public health, the good thing was that we still didn't use more than the revenue we had each year. So the difference line actually shows you each year, starting in 17-18, 1.169 and then 347,000 next year. All of that would go into a fund balance in public health, like a savings account, so that when you are short, that's what we use to draw on, right? So, and that's not our total. I'll show you our fund balance in a minute, but that's just to show you, even though our usage was going up, it still was not as high as our expenses. And then I did the asterisk there in usage in 2021 includes 400,000 that we transferred, that you allowed to transfer in May. Otherwise, that 4.1 million would have been 3.7, and it would not. I think it would have been a 21% increase, not a 34. Okay.
So the usage, does that reflect improvements in the application of the programs, reaching more people, or does it reflect an increase in demand? Because they're kind of different, right?
It's an increase in costs. It's how much we're spending.
Right.
And that doesn't show you, if we didn't have a vacancies, that would be higher. Does that make sense? So those are actual costs we spent of realignment that year.
Because I'm trying to determine if societal wise, we are going to more and more needs, more and more demand, because we're not spending the funds on prevention, help at the early stages, as opposed to letting something become catastrophic and then try to deal with it at that level. It's the old fire prevention type of thing. If you deal with it upfront with education and basically preparation, you don't have the consequences later on.
Yes, and it's a very good point. Public health and behavioral health, you're going to see, are areas where that is more so how the realignment money is spent. There is a lot of education and prevention work in a lot of our public health programs. And also we're going to talk about the challenges with behavioral health is because we don't have lower levels of care that would be able to treat people where they are and not allow them to get into crisis, right? Okay.
Yep.
I have a quick question piggybacking on that. Looking at the usage now for the last year and a half during the pandemic. And so that was, extraordinary time. Looking forward, how do we anticipate these numbers changing, or how do you think that impacted these numbers?
Good question. About a year ago, and I think the CAO called me on this, I used a term gravely concerned or something. I can't remember what it was, one of these presentations. And it was about public health realignment, because we were spending, as a result of the pandemic, we were slated to spend about $2 million over and above what our realignment funding was that last year. And that's why I was so concerned, 2 million more. And that's off the charts when you look at these numbers.
Right.
Well, that was before we received CARES Act funding, before we knew we were going to, before we knew we were going to get ELC funding and $6 million, and some of these other kind of COVID-related funding sources that then filled in that gap for us. So we didn't have to spend the realignment. But at the time I was here, we didn't know about those. They weren't the amounts weren't known. And so it really helped. You will see, we will come to you on November 2nd with an ARPA request in public health to address what you're talking about. What we're trying to kind of predict might be coming around issues with public health and COVID, and some of the things that we've got to set up internal to the county to deal with the potential of future infectious diseases and things like that. So that will be part of the presentation on November 2nd, I think.
Great, thank you. Complex issues.
The next slide kind of gets into some projections. You see the broader picture. But
So here are those 5-year projections. Now, let me say this, our total revenue and expenditures are more than just realignment. We did it for all of public health. But you see at the top, again, I'm going left to right, beginning fund balance starting last year was 8.4 million. You can see my concern if we spent 2 million or more of that in 1 year. We just have not spent that, at least since I've been here, in a year of behavioral health realignment. And then you kind of follow based on just going from left to right. Our fund balance starting this year, it actually went up from about 400,000 to 8.8 million. And then our projections going forward are to start seeing it decline based on what our revenues and expenditures we're estimating. Again, very difficult to estimate 5 years out, but we're trying. I'm not going to bug you about total revenue and expenditures. I will draw your attention. We did budget in the 10% transfer last year, and we did it, and it's budgeted in this year. We have not kind of done that for out years.
Okay.
And you can see we plan on right now, the projection is starting to eat into fund balance this current year. But that's a pretty healthy view, more so than it was last time I was here before all the COVID-related funding came in.
But that's one-time funding. It just postpones the problem, right? It just gives you a little bit of breath in between, but it's still there looming.
I was hoping somebody would ask me that today, because yes, this is not a done deal where we can, say, hey, great, they're all good. We have to keep, because remember the foundational issue here is realignment funding. And that, even if we get ARPA funding or general fund, that still is something we've got to react to and try to deal with over time. It's not going away. Next slide. So just some of the strategies we implemented in order to improve things. Your board agreed to fund part of the hubs through the library. Those positions created sustainable funding. We did not have a sustainable funding source. It was in our MHSA funding that timed out last June. That really helped. Your board agreed to cede the MSSP program back to the state, and they found a provider. Everything is working well with that. That saves about 130 to 150,000 a year in realignment. And this is Supervisor Thomas, you asked, we received the CARES Act, the ELC, and COVID-related funding. That really helped bolster this. And then we have ongoing monthly meetings between our fiscal staff and our program staff so that both parties are aware of what the expenditures are, what the budget is. And everybody's has a very heightened sense of awareness around being responsible for the programs and the money that we have. Okay. Some things to look, next slide, sorry. Some things to watch points for public health. El Dorado Center, as you guys know, we're still looking at facilities, is still looking at space. That is a fairly significant cost that we have kind of out there on the radar for public health realignment. We've got potentially the continued need for 10% transfer coming out of public health. We have continued need for COVID response that is a little bit unpredictable at times, so we're watching that. We have had to put some of our regular public health programs on the side while we take those staff and respond to things like contact tracing, case investigation. We may end up, in order to catch up, need to spend some realignment there, we'll see. And then when our ELC grant that's projected funding through 22-23, those staffing allocations we got would be unfunded after that. And although the state and the feds have committed long-term funding, we haven't seen any numbers yet and how they're going to do that. But that's a watch point as well, that's only temporary money. Next slide.
Hey, Don,
Yes.
when you that kind of triggered something that, so when you talk about the realignment and all that and the revenue streams and stuff, like what's the formula? I mean, I know you said, how do they determine it? And there were no escalators in it, I'm guessing. And so when is this gonna really, right? The system's broken, obviously. And ARPA's great, don't get me wrong, but this is a statewide issue and, we're feeling it and everything. I know everybody else is too. So how yeah.
I don't know if our CEO is, I think it's been a while since any of our associations have been talking about this, quite honestly, with COVID and everything.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the top 3 to 5 issues that most of our associations are dealing with.
Okay.
But it's interactions with the state and the legislature on trying to figure out how to build a better mousetrap.
Okay.
I wish I had that answer. We could write local letters to the legislature if that was something the board was interested in doing. Aside from that, there are those kind of campaigns that are started by the associations, but that's kind of where we are.
Okay. I'm like, I mean, it's so obvious what's going on, but the fix for it, I don't know where we're going to go.
Good question.
There isn't one in sight, to be perfectly honest, at least
No.
from what I'm seeing. So
Right. Okay.
I don't know.
Carry on. There's going to be more.
Yeah.
Yay.
Do you want to say anything?
Not yet.
Not yet. I know. It's coming.
It'll come later.
It is a very frustrating thing for, it is.
It is.
It is.
It's kind of the elephant in the room when you deal with the state at a high level. It's been this way for decades and we're
Right.
still dealing with it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to move into social services and talk now about that. We've talked about behavior or public health, social services. I'm not going to read these. Another 15 programs in social services, and then there's 30 just that we've kind of talked about that we have in the agency right now that are funded with realignment.
Wow.
Next slide. So here's that chart you're now hopefully starting to get more familiar with. You can see our revenue substantially more in social services than in public health. You can see in 17-18, we've gone from 7.2 as you move across to 20.7 last year. So a 20% increase in revenue. And a lot of that is due, if you remember, a lot of these programs are 2011 realigned. So they received caseload growth. One of the challenges though, is they don't get it for 2 years. So, and you don't get it unless I'll say the economy is healthy, which means the vehicle license fees revenue is up, the 0.5% sales tax is up. So if you have caseload growth and you have those things, 2 years later, you'll get money. So you see why we don't budget that? Because if we came to you and said, hey, we're going to get this money and the economy didn't work out, then we'd have another shortfall. So, and the good news was that's what it really helped social services this year is this current budget year We got $1.8 million that we didn't necessarily expect to get based on caseload growth 2 years ago, because the vehicle license fees and the 0.5% sales tax revenue was up, which we didn't expect during COVID, but it was. And so we got 1.8, which really helped our picture in social services.
Really hard to budget, isn't it?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, it's bad when DOF does not estimate realignment revenue beyond 1 year. That's bad. So you could see the volatility though in social services. You have some red numbers here if you look at the difference. You know, in 17, 18, our revenue did not cover our usage. So we had a fund balance, remember, that we could tap into to make that up. But then the very next year, look at we added a fund balance, 1.1 million. So look at how volatile it is year to year. The year after that, our usage was $10,590 more than the revenue. We had to go back into the fund balance. And then last year we added 1.6 million to fund balance. So our usage has only gone up about 6% while the revenue has gone up 20. Again, very volatile, much better picture. And the asterisk up there for 2021, the 19.1 million includes the 1.17 that you allowed us to transfer in May. Otherwise, it would have been even more savings. So pretty good picture.
Volatility is because we have some really interesting funding sources.
Funding sources and a lot of these programs, because many of them are mandated, you don't control, and I'm going to give you some examples in a minute. You don't control. It's not like you can say, okay, we've spent our budget in September, close your doors. You have to keep serving folks. And if they meet the requirement for the program, you serve them. It doesn't matter the money you have, which is so counterintuitive. If you ever run a business or budgeted for anything else, you just can't do that. We're kind of stuck with our programs in that.
And some of this is funded through grants. Is that what I hear?
Some of this is, some, not a lot in social services, quite a bit in public health, not as much in behavioral health.
Okay.
Next slide. So here's that 5-year projection slide again. Just really, I want you to look at the top number, the fund balance. Last year we had 3.4 million. Because we got that 1.8 million this year, you see it, our fund balance went up. But if you look in the out years, our projection is this very year, we were on par, let's say, projection to spend more than we're receiving. So long-term, the next 3 or 4 years, that looks pretty challenging. Something we continue to monitor and we'll see. Difficult to project revenue. Next slide. So some strategies in social services that we've done. As I mentioned, they have caseload growth. It's 2 years later if the economy is healthy. And this year we did get an extra 1.8 million that we didn't expect. Our staff and child welfare services implemented a family first preservation policy a couple of years ago, which is huge. They're trying not to remove kids from homes, but trying to leave kids in the homes with very intense wraparound services for the family. And by doing that, we've cut also, not only is that good for the family and the child, it also has decreased by about $1 million a year, money we were spending on these temporary placements. So that's been a huge savings for us.
And you're saying that's very successful, that plan? is
Yes,
working?
yes, yes.
Okay.
They've done a tremendous job.
I know there was some controversy on how that was going to work.
Yes,
So,
there was.
okay, good.
Anytime you talk about, well, we're not going to remove a child, then there's concerns on that side too. But our folks in child welfare services are
Saying that's
outstanding.
good.
Yes.
Good, good.
And again, our ongoing meetings that we have with each division to really monitor this. I think we're in a much better position today than we were a couple of years ago. People understand both the money and the program responsibility. Next slide. Here's some of the challenges we're watching, or watch points in social services. Our in-home support services program that we talked about has a maintenance of effort cost for us that is now caught up with the revenue. And there's a 4% annual inflator to that now. And the revenue is not committed.
Don, can you define maintenance of effort for us?
Yeah, counties, the state determines counties' cost of maintaining our effort in maintaining a program.
Okay.
So it's like our share of cost. This is what we think you're going to spend.
Thank you.
It's an obligation.
It also comes down to a presumptive, now that you've funded something, you're going to continue to fund it. That's the maintenance of the county obligation.
Yes, correct. So when a 4% inflator, that's on us. Yep, good point. One of the unfunded mandates, and I'll just touch on it, is extended foster care. Great program. AB 12 back in 2012, extended by 3 years the benefits that foster care kids can get from 18 to 21. Outstanding, outstanding. But when they did that, the state didn't give counties any more money. So we're currently spending about 1.4 million a year just on that we weren't spending before. And there's no more additional revenue. Now, there's challenges right now between the state and the Association of County Councils, because the Association of County Councils is saying, wait a minute, that's an unfunded mandate. You can't do that. 2011 says that. But the state's saying, no, this is the same program. If you're going to you have a choice on whether you're
Shell game, right?
Yes. And so we're kind of doing this. And quite honestly, there's a fear out there that if a county stops paying, that you're going to get a lawsuit from advocates because they think it's a mandate. So we're kind of stuck. Gives you an idea. California minimum wage increase. We talked about this earlier. We have fewer foster care cases that are eligible for based on federal minimum wage because California is so much higher. So they don't qualify to get reimbursement as much. And so the difference we make up with realignment, just part of the challenge of living in California, quite honestly. And then this one, I'm actually happy to report, this changed after we submitted this. Just to give you an idea of the severity and the volatility of the funding, we actually had a foster care case that was spending $50,000 a month just on one case. We just learned about a week and a half ago that we have found a new placement and probably at about the tune of $10,000 a month. So, but it gives you an idea of if something happens, we're back on the hook for $50,000, whether you have it or not.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Any questions about social services? I'm going to move to behavioral health. Okay, so we talked about 30, we showed you 30 programs. Behavioral health has 5. So now we're at 35 for the agency. There's more, but these are the main ones. And we'll get into these a little bit more because we still have major challenges in behavioral health. But you can see our adult placements in institutes of mental disease, we call them IMDs, our psychiatric health facility, our PUF, substance use disorder treatment or SUDS, traditional adult behavioral health programs. And I'm going to go into detail because that doesn't tell you much. And then our children's traditional contracted services for behavioral health. Next slide. So here's our chart again to give you our realignment history. As you can see from the top, from the revenue, it's fairly stable, 7 million all the way over. It goes up a little bit and it dropped in 2021. That asterisk tells you it dropped about 400,000 because there's a claiming issue that happened between the feds and the state, and we spent the money, but based on a change they made, many counties lost the ability to get that reimbursement back. So I show you because going forward, we'll be fine. We'll get that back. But last year that cost us 400,000. So now you have, if you look at usage, 10.8 million, that includes 400,000 there to cover that. Realignment had to cover it. So that's where I want to draw your attention. So our revenue has gone down 6%. Had we not had that loss, it'd be stable in behavioral health. But look at the usage when you go to 17, 18. When you go to 18, 19, that's a 4% increase year over year. You look at 19, 20, that's an 8% increase. And then last year during COVID, that's a 28% increase to $10.8 million. 44% increase in usage, which is what drained our fund balance. Now, if you look, there is the definition of a structural budget deficit at the bottom. All those differences every year, that tells you that's not a good course to be on.
No. Don, can you give me an idea why the increase so much? Do
Yes.
you think there's just the need?
I did not plant that question. This was go to the next slide. I'm going to get into that.
Okay.
So I'm going to take that 10.8 million and we're going to break it down a little bit. Okay. So just another way to look at it. 3.6 million of that realignment expense is that largest red 33% of our realignment funding. That is for adult placements in IMDs. 3.4 million is for the PUF realignment expenditure, and that's in the pink, 31%. 1.9 million in SUDS expenditure is the dark purple at 17%. 1.5 million in traditional programs is 14% of our overall realignment expenditure. And then finally, 509,000 for children's contracts, 5%. I want to say something about the 509,000. When I first saw that, I thought, oh, everybody's going to think we don't spend any money on our children. That's not true. The bulk of our children's services are funded from our Mental Health Services Act funding. One of the things we've done to mitigate some of these challenges is we've really gone in behavioral health this last year or two and looked at and really what services are our kids getting that we're paying for, and are they more appropriately housed in MHSA funding or realignment funding? We found that many of them we could move over to MHSA funding, and that's millions of dollars that we're spending there. So don't be alarmed that we're only spending this much. Maybe it would be good, but yes, certainly it's a low expense when it comes to realignment for us. Next slide. So I'm going to get into each, to Supervisor Turnbull's question, each of these areas kind of quick. Children's contracts, the smallest one first. You look at our total costs going left to right. We've had a 35% decrease in those costs. And that's, like I said, the last couple of years, we've really looked at moving those costs, not getting rid of them, moving them to a more appropriate funding source, saves us realignment. As a result, we've also seen a decline, about the same, in other revenue. So not a huge concern because the costs are going down. You would expect to see a decline in revenue. And a lot of times, and I'll point out later, a lot of that revenue is Medi-Cal reimbursement. And if you're not using it here, you may see it on the other side of MHSA funding. And then you can see our realignment funding is going down almost in the same ratio, 27% year over year. So we monitor this. We're not super concerned about this one part of our deficit. Next slide. So traditional programs, that doesn't really tell you much as far as a description. These are our outpatient services. You can kind of see what we mean by that. Our quality assurance and utilization review, that's technically, are we monitoring that folks meet medical need and assessment, that they're getting what they should get, and also our psychiatric emergency services, which is 24-hour crisis for the community, as well as having staff at Marshall and Barton emergency rooms for the 5150 folks that come in and need that help. Those are traditional when you hear us talk about that. So what does that spending look like? Again, not a big area that we're super concerned about. You've got our costs have gone down about 13% from in the last 3 years. You've got our other revenue that's gone down in ratio to that 12%, and therefore our realignment has also gone down there. Something we watch, but not a major concern for us. Third area is substance use disorder treatment. Our history shows that we've got a 44% increase in costs in the last 3 years. That sounds concerning, but when you look at the next line, our other revenue has gone up 44%. Most all of that is Medi-Cal reimbursement. So we don't mind an increase in costs as much when our revenue from the feds is going up. Our realignment, if you look on the third line, has also gone up 45%. Now, the first asterisk of the 3 million is that one-time loss of the SABG funding I mentioned. Had we not had that, you would have seen that 1.8 million in realignment go to 1.4, and the 3 million in other revenue would have gone up to 400. So had we had only 1.4 million in realignment spent last year, it would have been fairly stagnant. It would have been 1.2 million in 18-19 realignment spent, 1.5 in 19-20, and then 1.4. So really, it's pretty stable for us. The increase is because of that loss in claiming ability. Questions? Okay, these are the last two spots, and these are the most concerning. So adult placements, you can see the cost in the last 3 years has gone up 32%, from 2.8 million to 3.7 million in 2021. You can see our other revenue is almost meaningless. It's adult placements are almost 100% funded by realignment funding. So while it's gone up, it's only gone up $85,000, which is nothing compared to the cost. And then you've got our realignment from when you look from left to right, that has gone up almost 1 for 1 each year. And we'll talk about kind of why that is in a second. The last area is our PUF, the cost, and really more our admin days. So we pay telecare to run our PUF, and you'll see the total cost from the top line is a fairly stable number. It's a cost we negotiate. It's got a 3% increase per year. There's a cost settlement in there, so it goes up and down a little bit, but not much each year. You can see the total cost last year was 4.8 million. It's only gone up 3% in 3 years. You could see the big issue here, though, is our other revenue has gone down 42% during that same time. That's a huge concern. That other revenue is a lack or loss of Medi-Cal reimbursement. And then you see the realignment revenue just has to go in to fill that gap. That's a huge increase in realignment. So why is that? So I'm going to talk about the PUF. Folks go into the PUF because they need that locked level of care. At the point the psychiatrist at the PUF says, hey, you no longer need this level of care, you're free to go, they can walk out the door. Unless they're one of our conservatees. If they're one of our conservatees, they can't do that. So think about this now. On Monday, somebody's been in there over the weekend, and we're going to get pretty much reimbursed for that on Medi-Cal, let's say. So we've expended the money, but we'll get reimbursement later. If on Monday they're free to leave, so to speak, and they're a conservatee, we have to place them somewhere. They can't leave. So now we've got to start looking throughout California for other levels of care to place. Well, on Monday, Medi-Cal says you can't get Medi-Cal reimbursement now because we're being told they no longer meet that medical necessity at that level of care. So now we're spending, let's say, $850 a day that we're not going to get reimbursement for. So if it takes 2 weeks, 3 weeks to find an adult placement, you're spending $850 a day for that entire time. That's the challenge. Our conservatees can't leave, and we've got to find placements. Statewide, nationwide challenge with mental health, but really tough here because we don't have a lot of lower levels of care that we could place locally. We're dependent on what's out there, and we're competing with others. Question about that?
Yeah, so there's no state funding for our conservatives. You're saying then we have to find the funding ourselves, and it has to be whatever we can find.
Yeah, it's what realignment, it's the intent is you use realignment funding for that. Yes, but remember, it doesn't contemplate what your local needs are. And I'm going to give you some information in a minute. I think that's going to blow you away that as a result, I'll just tell you now. So Nevada County is half our size population, a little bit more, half our size. When we did this, they had 6 conservatees, either in adult placements or in a PUF, 6, right? They're half our size. We have 30 conservatees in adult placements and the PUF right now, 30. We have 60 conservatees in this county, but 30. So they have 6. You'd expect us to have about a dozen. We have 5 times that amount. Well, realignment at the state doesn't give us any more money because of local needs. So we are kind of stuck using realignment and whatever else we have because we're obligated. You can't, there's no way to reduce levels of service when you're talking about placing folks. We're on the hook for that. We have to care for these folks.
But if we had the ability to serve them in a lower level of care within our county,
Yes.
that would be.
Yeah, they need a lower level of care than the PUF. That's why Medi-Cal says we're not going to pay you. But now we've got to look out and compete all over California to get them placed. And the longer it takes, the more money we're spending.
And you're saying it's $800?
$850 a day, yes.
$850 a day.
Yeah. And then realignments, the money that we're using, we have no other. So I'm really confused by, you mentioned that we're shifting some of the child services to MHSA funds. Why can't we shift other things to that? And I remember talking, I haven't kept up with it, and I don't recall seeing it in this presentation, but I read it yesterday. Is there how much do we have of that MHSA money? Is that included in all of this?
No.
Is that separate?
Separate.
And
It's a
how's
separate.
it related? And can we use it? And what's there?
So
How do we do this?
whole other presentation. So MHSA funding, behavioral health gets 2 main sources of revenue, MHSA funding and realignment. They also get Medi-Cal reimbursement. We consider that a funding source, but that just complicates things. So those are the 2 main. We actually have a fund balance. I don't know, it's probably about 13. I'd have to ask Nicole, about 13 million in MHSA fund balance that we have trouble spending, but we have a structural budget deficit over here in realignment. And right now, there is not the flexibility to take some of this funding and use because it's different treatment. You can't use MHSA funding to treat folks in, let's say, in crisis where traditional funding or realignment funding is intended for. The intent of that funding is to go for these programs The intent of MHSA funding is something totally different. Now, depending on what you talked about the kids, we talked about the kids earlier, depending on what children services they're getting, they may qualify for some MHSA funding, but adult placements, no MHSA funding. PUF admin days, no MHSA funding, can't use it. Now, it would be great, and the state was talking about this before COVID, of putting a group together at the state level to look at this MHSA funding challenge, because counties would love to have flexibility. I mean, I get annual grand jury reports about a fund balance, and then we've got a deficit over here. Counties would love to have more flexibility to cover these things. Right now, we don't have that.
So do other counties also have MHSA
Yes.
surplus balances
Yes,
too?
I would, yes. The last time we did this, there's probably 50 to 55 counties that have MHSA fund balance.
Okay. And then when you have that legislative analyst report saying, so this seems like a no-brainer fix, or not fix, but help, assist, whatever. Okay, so, but then COVID derailed so many things that were in the hopper. So I'm thinking that this is one that we really need to get back on ASAP.
Yes, yes.
Correct?
If we had flexibility, it makes no sense that you can't. Now, I understand the intent of these funding sources was very different.
Right.
So with respect to that I understand that. But the reality is our hands are kind of tied. And
Sure.
so yes, I would love that. And I'll give you another dynamic that contributes. Your traditional programs, if you noticed, are more of your crisis stuff, right? Your ERs, your assessments of people. And so when you have vacancies, you have to move staff into those crisis in order to deal with the crisis programs. When you do that, you may move them out of MHSA funded programs because they've got to deal with crisis as a priority. So now you're spending realignment there, but you're not spending that MHSA fund that funded their original program because you've got a vacancy. That's another dynamic that happens in counties in behavioral health.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I want to untie your hands on this.
That's all right. That's all right.
Let's do this.
So next slide. Okay. You see here just that 5-year projection. This one's the most serious. We're projecting to have we had a fund balance I mentioned earlier, 569 going into 21-22. If we do the 10% transfer this year, we're projecting to have a little bit more fund balance next year. And you can kind of see the out years, very challenging for us, right? Next slide.
I'll just add that our Behavioral Health Commission has been very frustrated by this whole process as well. And they've been trying to figure out how they can recommend things to the county that will supplement and put this in. And it really comes down to general fund at this point from our limited visibility. So I don't know what the answer ultimately is, but we have a very frustrated Behavioral Health Commission that's trying to make sure that we spend the dollars that are needed to provide services. And yet the state isn't providing that funding. So it's kind of like road maintenance. We're back in that same old game. Anyway.
Actually, I serve on that commission, and our staff has made tremendous headway with all of this. So
I agree.
Yeah,
There's a plan, but
I think I've got just this slide and one more, and you guys kind of you're stealing my thunder again.
Oh, sorry.
So no, it's good. It's good because it's good that you're coming to the same conclusion that IDEA assessment did and that we're coming to. 64% of this 10.8 million we spent this last year is in adult placements and our admin day situation at the PUF. IDEA said we have too many folks in crisis. If you look on the right, and I have the number there, but they said an optimal system of care would have 15% in crisis. We have 39. It's almost 3 times that. When they're in crisis, you're going to spend realignment funding. That's where we are. IDEA said, you guys have a high percentage of conservatees. We've just not seen this. Again, Nevada County 6, they're half our size. We have 30 that are in IMDs and the PUF. All of that is realignment funded. Finally, they said these are mandated services. You guys are going to have to build lower levels of care to deal with this problem. You can't just throw money at the current problem. You've got to invest in the infrastructure so that you can kind of change the way this is going in the future. It's a delicate balance. You know, it's counterintuitive to me to say spend money to save money, but that's kind of where the situation is. The other 3 programs are only 36%. Do we watch them? Yes. Are they a major contributing factor to this? No, they're not.
So John, with the IDEA study and all that, do other counties, are we the odd one out with our number, relative to our population and the number of conservatees, or is Nevada County low, or why do
So-
we have so many compared to them? Are they the right comparator, or?
So I'm gonna, good question.
Good
You guys are-
question.
Good question.
Sorry.
I'm gonna let Nicole answer that question
Okay.
because she used to work there and she's been talking to them.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let that go because I'll
Okay.
probably say something that Nicole will say I shouldn't have said. Next, I think my last slide. Okay, so this is another way, based on the picture of the last one, to look at. Optimal behavioral health system on the left, ours on the right. In the other slide, you saw the red crisis, right? Well, we're pretty good at crisis. We can access state hospitals just like everybody else. We have a PUF. They can send folks to PUF if you don't have one. And then, we send folks to acute inpatient facilities. We don't have an IMDs, let's say, and MHRCs here, but we have access to them. Where we fail is below that in the green, the lower levels of care before folks are in crisis. And you can see on the left, inpatient crisis residential facilities. We don't have those. We don't have crisis respite here. The ARF, the adult residential facility, we have one with 6 beds, and you might have seen recently, they're going out of business. We're in the process of having somebody else come in. We need more than 6 beds. So what happens when we have an ARF? We have to look, it takes us a while to compete other resources. We need to have ARFs here. If you keep going down, we don't have a lot of board and cares here. There's another missing element. We have transition houses, we have 4. We probably need twice that. We need another 1 or 2 in Tahoe Basin. We need probably another 2 or 3 on this side so that we can wrap folks around services outpatient, so that we're spending MHSA funding, other funding sources, and not realignment when they're in crisis. Finally, robust outpatient system. We don't have that. IDEA said that. That's where we need to invest. Next slide. I think this one. Yes, this is it. So this is how I'm going to wrap up and turn it to Nicole's going to talk about our plan going forward. So in the middle, you see that black oval. That is our structural budget deficit problem in behavioral health. There are 3 main contributors. I talked about the flawed realignment funding on the left. That's a factor. Up at the top, we've just talked about our system of care, which has inadequate lower levels of care per IDEA, and we have too many folks in crisis. You're going to spend realignment. Finally, COVID. COVID saw a 28% increase in realignment usage for us just in behavioral health. It more than doubled from our admin days in the PUF, more than doubled last year than they did the year before. It went from 21, I think, to 46% of all days in the PUF are admin days. This current fiscal year, it's down about 30 to 37%. So we're seeing kind of a COVID tail. We still have folks that are reeling from COVID that are in the PUF. But COVID has really exacerbated this problem, 28% increase year over year. Prior to that, we saw an 8% increase and only a 4%. So when you think about the problem, those are the biggest contributors to where we are.
Don, I had a question. When you say there's too many people in crisis, what exactly do you mean by that? I mean, is that the 6 that you're comparing us to? Is that an average in the state or just Nevada County?
Go ahead.
Yes, please just take over.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, board.
Morning.
I'm
Morning,
Nicole, Behavioral Health
Morning.
Director. So yeah, just to answer that question. So we don't reflect here the actual crisis numbers, meaning the individuals that we address or meet in the emergency departments at either Barton or Marshall. And certainly we also have a little bit of what we call a mobile crisis through our psychiatric emergency response team with the sheriff department. But these numbers here reflect, again, the individuals that are conserved and that we're finding with a high cost acute level placements, right, adult placements. But overall, we certainly are seeing, I don't have those numbers prepared today, so I don't want to off the top of my head give you numbers for the crisis services that we're seeing in the ED departments. But what we see is maybe not so much a steady increase of actual numbers in the emergency department, but we do start to see now the stories that are being told are the stories that we feel are related to COVID. So we see more individuals that we typically would have not seen in the ED departments because COVID, with all the attached stressors, are now reaching people's and families' lives, and people are finding themselves in crisis and a need for those assessments.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to get an average of where we sit as an average
Compared to
other counties. Where are we
in terms of
in
overall?
terms of in crisis? Yeah, the amount there. So you're saying percentage wise, that's a relatively good percentage is, there's 6 on average in the state at a county level. I would imagine a county of our size, is that what you're saying? Compared to our 30 is, and so there's an issue there because of
So
that
again,
percentage.
careful with the 6 versus the 30 is only a very small piece of our crisis. And then acute placements, which are our conservatives that are in acute placement. Nevada County, the small number, El Dorado County, the large number up there. Crisis assessments really talks to anybody in the community because that's one of our under traditional funded programs responsibility is that we at Behavior Health address mental health crisis situations in the community. Traditionally, mostly in the ED departments. I can tell you from talking with other counties statewide that there are counties, I would think those are more urban counties that are seeing those numbers, those in the ED departments or even mobile crisis assessments. They have risen over these year and a half since the pandemic. When we look at our crisis numbers here in El Dorado County, we don't necessarily see that same rise in overall crisis numbers. I think that is, and I have to do a deeper dive. I really haven't had a chance yet to do that, compare to the counties that are small and rural like we are. I would venture to say that's going to be similar. But what we do now see is in terms of who is coming to the crisis departments. While historically we would have people that are our clients that we serve, now it's the general population.
Yeah, I guess because I was looking at this as a presumption that we are way over the average. And there's a reason for that other than COVID, because that is brought in a different conversation. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why.
What I think that where we are clearly over the average is, and maybe what I'll do is I'll continue to go through the power slide is in our adult placements. Okay. That piece that gets so much paid by realignment and burdens our budget a deficit on realignment.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and do the next slide. So really what I'm hoping to do is at this point kind of look at, Dawn did the presentation of where we're at. How did we get here? What's the situation? Now, where do we go from here? What are our options and maybe options and combinations of options? So really the things we can look at is we can look at reducing our service levels because that's where a lot of the costs lie. The dilemma with that is obviously you've heard it already from Dawn is that many of our services are mandated programs. We can't just step away and say, sorry, can't do that. Then what mitigation services could we implement within the program? And I'll go into all of these a little bit more deeper here with following slides. And then there could be, well, how do we increase funding to the behavioral health department? Obviously, one of the funding sources that we have some leverage of increasing is the Medi-Cal drawdown. If we provide services that are Medi-Cal funded, we can, if we increase those services, we can increase the drawdown. Obviously, that needs staff. We need staff in order to provide more services. And that's both substance use and mental health. General fund, Supervisor Heidel, you mentioned it. We certainly could add general fund to our budget in the behavior health. ARPA funding, we are going to present to the ARPA requests funding for the behavioral health department, and then other sources, grants, right? We have currently some small grants already that are part of our funds. We are going to continue to look at grants, and I'll actually talk a little bit about something that we're looking at here in the near future. Next slide. So in terms of that first option of reduction in surface levels, Dawn broke down the overall realignment budget cost or deficit that we're looking at into these 5 categories. The first one is the 3.6 million for the adult placements in the IMDs. Again, he described it already. These are individuals that present with that level of care need. We can't say, okay, sorry, we don't have the funding. You need that level of care need. We're not going to place you. It's mandated for us, for people that are in our system that have been determined meeting our eligibility criteria to address the need wherever that need is. And so we have to provide those services, not able to reduce the costs there. We have the 509,000 for the children's contracted services. Again, same situation. We determine children eligible for services. We have to provide the services under our contract with Department of Healthcare Services. So we can take a little bit more of a deeper look at the substance use, 1.9 million realignment costs, and I'll do that in a second here. Question there could be, is it really mandated? Because you all remember that in 2019, we opted into the drug Medi-Cal ODS, so maybe we don't need to do that. And then we can also take a closer look at the 1.5 million for the traditional programs, because the traditional programs are those programs where, yes, if somebody's eligible for our services, but there's not a prescription for how many services have to be provided. So could we look there at maybe reducing those services? And then finally, we have the 3.4 million for those admin days at the PUF. And those costs are not mandated. If somebody, and Don already described it very well, if I'm in crisis and I need an acute inpatient locked facility, that's Medi-Cal funded at the PUF. But as soon as I'm no longer present with that acute crisis, then Medi-Cal says we're no longer funding for you. And then we have our large, oftentimes conserved population that's in the PUF. We need to have that next placement in place. We have a hard time finding it. They're staying at the PUF. They're on admin days. We have that cost. Let's go to the next slide.
I guess that's where I was going with this. Is what are other counties doing? I mean, they must have the same issues. You're saying that Nevada doesn't, but I would imagine they may even be an exception. I don't know that.
So one of the things I'm going to look into is what about if we had more ability to place people in the community?
Right.
Because again, he mentioned that, Don mentioned that as well. So when we have individuals that need to get in placement, we don't have that lower, we have the very lower level of care, a few transition houses, not enough really to address that need. But oftentimes there's other step downs that we just don't have locally. And so we are competing.
Okay.
And then COVID will also tell a story that we're going to be looking at here in a second. So substance use treatment services. So again, we opted into the drug medical ODS plan in 2019. You may recall the state rolled this out in 2015. It wasn't optional for the counties. The state really wanted counties to join, but it wasn't mandated. Again, El Dorado County looked at opting in 2019. Prior to that, El Dorado County was just like all other counties in California for substance use treatment services. That's called a state plan program, much more limited services funded than in an ODS. And so the anticipation with the drug medical ODS was to be able to expand our services, to build a system similar to what we have on the mental health side, with really being able to address the medical beneficiaries' substance use treatment needs with treatment services at all levels of care, again, establishing that level of care system and being able to really provide qualitative oversight over these programs. That's the mandate to the county. Next slide. So really what the ODS brought is improvement in access to treatment, improve in quality of treatment, and coordinated services. There actually is a report that was presented to, or Department of Healthcare Services published both in 2018 and then in 2019. They haven't done it in the last year yet or this year. UCLA Integrated Substance Use Treatment Program did the study statewide for drug medical ODS plans to look at how has it really improved the system. And that's what the city represents. The ODS system is really bringing improved access, improved treatment, and qualitative oversight from the counties to a county. There are 18 counties currently remaining in the state that are not state plan counties. The state is very proactively trying to convince these counties to join into an ODS. Actually, our program manager, Selena Drennan, was asked to help and talk with Lake County and give them some technical assistance to join into the ODS. Because let's go to the next slide. One of the things that's happening at the state is CalAIM. And some of you may have heard about CalAIM. It's the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal effort. It's a significant change and transformation of Medi-Cal services that is intended also to bring later on in a few more years, probably in 2 or 3 years, I'd say, significant payment reform, which we counties are very much looking forward, because right now how we claim for substance use treatment services, drug medical, versus how we claim for mental health treatment services, and then the physical healthcare side of Medi-Cal, yet again, completely different, the claimant process. So the intent is to bring a payment reform, is to have that all streamlined, and also allow for Medi-Cal benefits for a beneficiary, really address what we generally refer to as the whole person. So you're not just looking at you're having substance use treatment problems, I address that. No, I'm going to see that you have mental health treatment problems. Let's bring that in. Oh, you have significant healthcare problems. Let's bring that in as well. Housing is unstable. How do I connect you to housing services? Do you have food? Education for the children? All of that is going to be funded through the Medi-Cal benefit. So drug medical ODS is a significant step in that direction of counties gearing up towards being able to then join in that transition of payment reform in CalAIM. With that, We are not even sure opting out is an option anymore. We reached out to Department of Healthcare Services. I'm actually scheduled to talk to them on Friday about this to see, but I'm thinking the state is really wanting everybody to go there. So maybe reluctant to allow somebody like us, El Dorado County, to opt out of and go back to the state plan. And then finally, technically, really, if you look at it, it's really costing us $200,000 more a year than the state plan had previously for substance use treatment services. Any questions on that before I go to the traditional? Okay. So next slide. Thank you. So our traditional programs. So the question here is, are they mandated? Do we have any wiggle room there to reduce our programs? And really where we're going to be looking at is the IDAA presentation. Don brought it up to you too, the recommendations there. Outpatient treatment services are basically our traditional programs. And that's if we don't address that and don't build a robust outpatient treatment service, we're going to find ourselves not being to address the adult placement costs, which is so high. Because if we can build our outpatient treatment services and address here in the community, wrap around the individual, stabilize the individual and community, then we're much more able to maintain people in the community and hopefully even have placements for somebody who's a conserved individual who needs to be stepping out of the path to be here in the community for us to provide outpatient services in combination with some supported housing, possibly.
That's what I was just going to ask you about, is because, you know, we know that the housing is the issue.
No, the housing is the issue.
So
Yes.
outpatient services work well if we find them housing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, we're doing it a little bit when we can. We have some people, as an example, in a board and care in Sacramento County, and we are continuing to serve them. We're bringing them back to the wellness center. We're keeping them engaged in our programs because, again, we're hoping that that will stabilize them enough. We can find maybe an alternative housing here in the community, but it's a stressor, and you can imagine that that's a time factor for our staff as well. So if we can build robust outpatient treatment services, we'd like to have our individuals here in the community.
Yeah, I just was touring the Sonoma's homes for homeless, and that's exactly what it is. It's about how do you transition them into outpatients when they don't have housing? So you've got to help them with that.
Housing is a
Housing first
significant
keeps
issue.
coming up all over the place, right?
Yes,
You
it
got to have
does.
the housing. So
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Next slide. So if we look at the last, or one of the other item was the PUF admin day. So we talked a lot about the PUF and its costs, and the PUF admin day specifically are those days when we can no longer draw down Medi-Cal. And so we broke it down here first to take a look at what's happened here with those costs. So you can see for the fiscal year, we've had an increase of about 9% there between 1819 and 1920. And then between 1920 and 2021, we actually had another 14% increase of having to use realignment. So overall admin days in the PUF. And there's the dilemma again, where do we place somebody who needs that level of care if we can't find placement? Now, to take a look at, and this is really where COVID is going to play a role, is we decided to go ahead and show it to you also as a calendar year, because now we can really show where in with the COVID year in 2020, you see, although there was an increase in from 2018 to 2019, but then in 2020, we really struggled. And I can tell you those stories. We knocked at doors to find placements for individuals, and placements were closing down. They were sending letters out to everybody saying, sorry, we had another COVID case, not going to be able to accept anybody. We had situations where maybe we're going to accept you, but make sure he's tested or she's tested. And is that really a valid test? We ran into incredible difficulties that year and still have it at this point. It's getting a little better, but as you can see, we're still trending high this year. And again, it's because we're struggling. And certainly we continue to struggle because you saw that we were creeping up before because we have a high number. We have a high number of conservatees. And I do think that goes back to an earlier question from you, Supervisor Novosel. I think that as much as I don't really have the data for each county, I know, at least from my experience in both in Nevada and Placer County, El Dorado runs high in terms of how many people we have on LPS conservatorship. And it is something, and I'll talk about that a little bit later as well, is that we as a behavioral health division together between mental health and public guardian, who are all in my shop, have really started to talk about these individuals that are conserved. Does a new referred person for conservatorship really need to be conserved? Is that really the criteria he or she meets? And then if they are conserved, when can we graduate them back into making decisions about their own life? Because it comes with that significant mandate to us, as Don expressed earlier, and we don't have that given that additional funding. Let's go to the next. Next slide. Okay. So mitigation strategies, what can we do internally? So we've talked about, we've budgeted the 10% transfer. We looked at us in the behavior health, where can we have savings or become more efficient within us? So entering this fiscal year, we had 5 positions in SUDS that at the time were vacant. And because we wanted to focus initially on who do we have in the staffing and really increase efficiency, we decided to delete those positions. We also decided to go ahead. We had a vacant position up in Truckee in our South Lake, not Truckee, sorry, that's Nevada County, in South Lake Tahoe office for a health educator. And we changed that job classification to a clinician. Now it says mental health clinician because that's the job classification, but it's really what it speaks to is it's a licensed clinician who's going to be in the substance use treatment team, because the ODS, again, a benefit of the ODS, really strengthens the ability for us to have clinicians involved in our treatment planning, provide individual therapy if it's appropriate in substance use treatment, approve assessments with previously only medical directors could have approved. So we really feel that for that office, we were going to be much more successful building a strong substance use treatment program by having a clinician in that position. We are increasing outreach for the South Lake Tahoe office so that the community really knows, so we can provide services, draw down more medical, and do that also on the West Slope. And as you can see, I'm very proud of the team in substance use. They've already increased from January 21, 16% drawing down medical funds to 31%. So we continue to do that across the system, really. We're looking at finding efficiencies that we hadn't identified before. So billing for assessments time. So again, that allows us to draw down medical. As an organizational structure, we looked at the IDEA assessment and targeted right away to look at how we do quality assurance, because that's very important for us to really improve how we review our services, how we find that improvement area and efficiency, because that will help with the budget deficit as much. And previously, when I came on, we had it divided up between 2 program managers that just didn't make sense for efficiency. So we decided to move it over to our MHSA program manager, who's now in charge also for quality assurance. And to strengthen her in that effort, we also decided not a new position, but we moved a program coordinator over to under her so that she can really have a focused effort on improving our quality assurance.
So Nicole, do you feel like we have the proper staffing and ability to service our community in South Lake Tahoe?
The dilemma, why I'm hesitating is that it's hard for me to say that we even have the proper allocation of staffing positions, because you may even know we are currently basically approaching a crisis staffing situation for our South Lake Tahoe office. We're losing staff. We are down by the end of the month, out of 5 clinician positions, we're down to 1 clinician.
Oh, wow.
And we're recruiting. I mean, it's not like we're not recruiting,
Right.
and we're not
No.
finding people.
Right.
Cost of living, certainly in
It's
South Lake
happening
Tahoe,
in every level, but
it's
yeah, this is
not
just
meeting county salaries.
right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how we solve it. It's
What is your recruitment vacancy roughly across the whole, maybe that's a question for Don, across the whole organization? Is it
Oh,
10%,
it's the same.
20%? Give us a feel for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's about 19% right now.
19, okay.
And is that typical within organizations across counties?
I haven't looked at that comparison. We've talked about this before. We have some very difficult job classifications that do have statewide or even national challenges. Social workers,
Right.
mental health clinicians are probably the 2 biggest ones.
Right, so it's not new to El Dorado County. It's not-
No, it's not.
It's
But
just
you know,
exasperated.
Exactly.
by-
yes,
by-
it
right.
is, and
And
it's
especially in tourist areas.
yes. I was just going to say it's again perfect storm. It's mental health clinician positions. Number 1. Number 2, in El Dorado County, comparatively speaking, we're not paying maybe as much as say Placer and Sacramento, where we tend to lose folks. Number 3, get up in South Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
even worse cost of living up there, and you have less folks.
And the seasonal
and-
nature of it too has got to be really difficult.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. That's where we've got to get some employee housing. You know,
Mhm.
there's issues here we have
Yeah.
to address that go beyond the scope of today.
It is, yeah, it's where we're trying to see what solutions we can.
No,
find
and I
for that.
appreciate it. You know, I'm not pointing any fingers
No, I-
whatsoever.
I don't.
It is a bigger issue.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
appreciate you pointing that out.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the last piece that we're also comes as a result from the IDA assessment is for us to improve efficiency by bringing together our crisis team and our access team. Because really in many respects, that's an entry point into our system of care. And we had them under different program managers. And so we're in the process of joining them under one program manager to again, look at efficiencies there. Next slide. So then we still have children's contracted services. And again, Don already actually addressed this. We have looked at our children's contracted services. We are really focused very much at making sure we are referring the kids that we are assessing for services into that MHSA funded program whenever appropriate, so that we increase that funding source and reduce the pressure on our realignment funding. And then for the PUF admin day placements, I actually already mentioned that we really focused on looking at these individuals. I initiated a bi-weekly meeting between the program managers for public guardian and mental health, myself, my deputy Amy Haynes, and then Nancy Callahan is joining us on that as she continues to help us through this improvement process and really identifying where are we making the right choices for levels of care and become not only better in outcomes, but also financially be more solvent. And next slide. So I will go into, continue the next slide. So where are we looking at increased funding? Some of the things we've already addressed and talked about. What I want to just share with you is that we are very much watching. Governor's budget has significant amount of funding allocated for improving behavioral health services, a lot of funding for children's services, and we're still watching what that's going to look like, what grants are going to come out. But there's infrastructure, crisis continuum care infrastructure grants that are coming out. And the one that we're looking at is, I think, going to be issued in January. That will allow us to what we are planning on is build a crisis residential treatment facility. So the crisis residential treatment, or CRT, is really a step down from the PUF or a parallel process. This is not a locked facility. So that's the one thing. If somebody really needs to be in a locked facility, it wouldn't be appropriate. But oftentimes we may find individuals at the PUF that are ready to step out of the PUF, no longer meet that acute locked need presentation, but aren't quite stable yet. Maybe looked at an IMD or MHRC, but here, if we have a crisis residential program, we can say, yeah, not quite stable yet. Want to try you here in the community. Obviously, this needs to be a presentation where somebody's engaged because it's not locked, and we need the public guardians' willingness on that, but they're very much on board and excited for us to build that here in El Dorado County. It's a facility that will allow us to have somebody at least for 30 days. We can extend it up to 90 days. But intended for initially 30 days of that more high acuity, but not really needing an inpatient facility. On the other hand, we can also see people who don't even need to go to the emergency department. We may have go right into the crisis residential. It could be a little bit of a relief there, as well as individuals that are at the ED department. And we know that don't need an inpatient facility. We can revert them right to the crisis residential. So we really feel strong about that. The grant will give us 75% grant funding, and we will have to have a 25% match. It appears that at this point, it looks like we can use the facility as a match, and I think we went to the board before about the Spring Street facility, and with that talked about the juvenile hall in Placerville being converted possibly for the PUF. And it has 2 wings, and so we're looking at the possibility of having the larger wing used for the PUF, and then the smaller wing used as a crisis residential treatment facility. So that's a pretty exciting possibility that we're hoping to, it's a competitive grant, but we're gonna do our darndest to.
How many beds would that be in the crisis residential facility?
How many beds? Up to 16.
60 or 16?
16.
16.
Okay.
16, because that's the magic number for us in behavioral
So then the
health.
PUF
Okay,
side would be how
okay.
many, knowing it's larger, is it?
The PUF, we also can have 16 beds like we have now.
Okay, all right, so 16 and 16.
16
Magic
and
number.
Better
we're
than
not
4.
sure if we're
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah.
We'll have to look if we do 16 on the smaller side for the cert. We may do the cert for smaller. We'll have to look at the cost and the facility and the remodel and those kind of things. So we'll see if we're going to maximize it. But technically, you can have a crisis residential up to 16.
Okay.
Because that's how long you can draw down Medi-Cal funds. If you go over 16 beds, we have this interesting rule that excludes Medi-Cal. It's the IMD exclusion rule.
Alrighty then.
That is a federal Center for Medicaid, Medicare Services rule for Medicaid funding. For these
Right.
lock type facilities, if you're over 16 beds, then you're no longer drawing down Medicaid. So,
And this
but
might,
let's not go, that's a whole
Right.
nother topic.
Yeah, no, no.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
with
we don't
16 and 16,
We
it
love
might
16.
open up beds for other counties to pay for their treatment of patients in our facilities. Like, there might be a
So
revenue
we do
stream
that
there.
at the PUF already, right?
Yep.
We have other counties pay. So
Yep.
that's certainly something that we'll take into consideration as we look. I have to think of the top of my, no, I think it's 8 beds on the smaller site. So technically, 8 rooms, excuse me, on the
Okay.
smaller site. So technically it could be 16 beds, but we're looking at all the different kind of cost levels to see. Sometimes you have less staff or
Right.
less beds. And so we may want to venture to not go right all to the maximum. But technically, that's an option if we have 16 beds, certainly to see if another
Right.
county would be interested.
So is 16 beds going to, is that going to address our needs? It doesn't sound like it is.
Well, so the crisis residential treatment is an exciting building block in our system of care that we need to build. It's not going to answer all our problems. It's not going to take all the realignment shortfall away right away. It's not going to address all the needs either. So Daniel gets to talk a little bit about ARPA funding requests here in a second.
Right.
So
The
we see that
balancing.
as one. But
One
it's
part of
going
it.
to, I think, really help. For one, again, that whole theme that we've talked about is where do we have step down levels abilities in our county to really allow people to stay here? Because then we can also engage them in our services right away. We can do the warm handoff.
Bring them back to our community, keep them.
And let me then also point out the other one, because we talked about, did I mention the ARF at any point? You mentioned the ARF. Somehow I feel like I missed mentioning the ARF, but Dawn already mentioned that, the adult residential facility. Because the new provider that we are in process of having a contract will come into the county and start with a 6-bed, but the organization is looking at actually expanding that to a 16
It's
bed.
actually on the next
Okay.
slide. So
Oh, so I jumped ahead.
Before you go, Nicole,
Yeah.
quick question, extended foster care, is there anything in the horizon about funding for that population? Yeah, the extended foster care issue.
You know, I am not an expert on when it comes to foster care funding.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you have an answer for that?
Is there anything in the pipeline on that?
No,
'Cause I-
right now, as far as I know, and I can check with our assistant director over protective services, but right now it's kind of at a loggerhead between the Association of County Councils and the state as far as whether or not it's mandated and who blinks first.
Okay.
Any other questions for me?
And Kim, would you go
No,
back to
good one,
slide
thank you.
39? I'm not sure we actually finished covering that, did we?
Did we?
Because that's
What
where
did I
ARF
miss?
is.
Take me back to slide.
39. Go back one.
Mitigation strategies, option 2.
There we go, right there.
Mitigation strategies.
Yes.
So the children's contract
Right.
services. So what we did there is kind of what Dawn addressed earlier, which is looking at, we have traditional programs, which are realignment funded for the share of costs, and then we have the MHSA program, which are Medi-Cal and then MHSA funded programs. So we really targeted looking at making sure that we have kids appropriately placed. We want to maximize whenever appropriate our high intensive services MHSA funded on children's side. And we want to obviously have also program children in the traditional programs when appropriate. But that's that quality assurance piece that we've added to really ensure that kids are referred into that right program. Did I talk about the PUF days? Was that
Yes.
clear?
Yeah,
Okay.
and this is where the ARF, at residential facilities on part of the last bullet, right?
That last bullet. yeah.
RFP, right?
Yes, yeah, it is. It is in the final processes. We're bringing him on. He is looking for a facility. And as soon as he has a facility, then he'll start with 6 beds just to kind of get his feet on the ground. But he wants to try from the get-go to have a facility that would possibly allow to even go to 16 beds, which we would very much like. That's a place where we really would like to have more beds. We can certainly use 16 beds of ARFs in our county.
Very good. Thank you.
Don would like me to address on slide, what was it?
Very last slide.
One.
The first one.
But I'm not looking at the slide, right? You're thinking of. And that's what Daniel is going to be talking about. Oh, you want me to first one? Respite care. Thank you
Okay.
very much. I apologize. Respite care. So respite care is a peer-run program that I'm learning from other counties is very successful. It is a low-cost program because it's oftentimes we'll have to take a look at if we can get this into we could possibly look at it as an MHSA funded program, but it is a successful place for individuals that, again, oftentimes either present at the ED department or at the possibly crisis residential once we have it here in the county, and the treatment team does not feel that they really have a safe environment to go home to yet. They're really not that stable yet. And so we could possibly use a model that's, for example, been instituted in Nevada County. Usually these are residences, home residences, where you staff it with peers. And the peers are really skilled to provide that data 24/7 supervision to individuals, kind of de-escalate, help with the thinking processes, kind of remember the skill sets. And before somebody goes back into their home environment, where oftentimes maybe all of that close 24/7 support isn't available. So I would very much like to entertain, and ADA also recommended that because it's been seen as quite successful. It's one of those places where somebody's already in your tea house, but they're struggling. Tea house isn't really a 24/7 type supervision.
Yep.
Let's have that person go into the respite. They're not really yet in crisis. They're really not in danger of hurting themselves or hurting maybe somebody else or thinking about that, but they're definitely not stable. They're really struggling. Now we have somebody who's skilled to have those conversations and help with cooking meals, and maybe even say, let's go over to the wellness center for the day and bring that stabilization back. And so have that person go back to that yet lower level. So it's all these different levels of care.
Is that generally something the counties do, or is that something that they contract out with a private provider?
They contract out.
Okay.
I don't know about a county at this point that does a peer respite level with their own staffing.
Yeah, it sounds like that would be difficult. to
Right.
do.
But this is the continuum of care overview
Right.
type of thing, right?
Yes.
It's very similar to homelessness. It's a continuum.
It is a
No, good point.
continuum. Have people, have these and not always jump to the highest level.
Right,
Right.
right.
Find that next level of where it addresses
Little steps.
appropriately.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Morning Board, Daniel Del Monte, and I want to commend each of you for how engaged you've been this whole time. And it's impressive actually that our CAO and County Council, their eyes don't close through these long presentations. And never again am I doing the last slide on such a long presentation. I should have brought my coffee with me today. So with that, I'll try to wrap it up. And so we put together some ARPA requests that were really thoughtful, considering the IDEA assessment and considering COVID impacts that we know and some that we don't know that we're going to feel in the behavioral health system over the coming years. So the priority asks that we're going to talk more about in a few weeks are bridge funding. And that would be tied to support the PUF admin days that we talked about and the high cost placements in the IMDs. We know that those were over 60% of those realignment costs. And as was mentioned, placement options across the state have been hindered due to COVID, with either reduced capacity at a minimum due to social distancing, due to outbreaks, or at worst, some of them have even closed. So we've been hit really hard. That bridge funding will allow us to not have to incur those costs in realignment, as those increases in admin days were directly tied to COVID and facility closures and reduced capacity, if that makes sense. So the bridge funding will allow us time to develop the second priority of our ARPA ask, which are the lower levels of care that we talked about. So we submitted ARPA requests to support the development of crisis residential treatment, crisis respite, and transitional housing programs. Those are the three kind of priorities underneath the PUF that would allow us to have that continuum, as Supervisor Heidel just mentioned. And as was mentioned prior, the CRT option in the community would allow folks, after they've been held for 72 hours in the PUF, they can step down to that CRT program where there's a lower level of care for them in placement. It's Medi-Cal billable for up to 90 days. So that stops the bleeding right there and meets their needs at a lower level. Below that, the second level of care priority would be developing crisis respite programs, which create a step down option from the CRT. And those services are also Medi-Cal billable and operate at a far lower cost than the PUF and the CRT. So additionally, these programs can receive referrals directly from the hospitals. And I think with so much information, I want to emphasize this system has a tremendously large positive impact on Barton and Marshall and our hospital system. So this program in particular, the crisis respite, can receive referrals directly from the hospitals. And lastly, transitional housing, as has been mentioned, housing couldn't be emphasized enough. And I know that today we've been talking about it within sort of the treatment context, but I appreciate Supervisor Novosel and a few others that brought up housing, because one of the criteria that goes into placing somebody on a conservatorship is if they have a safe place to reside right now. And so in the context of homelessness that Supervisor Heidel brought up, El Dorado County is one of 4 counties that doesn't have a year-round temporary housing bed for the homeless population. And so what's important to note is, though that is often discussed in the homeless context, within this context, if somebody is outside and meets all the other criteria to be placed on conservatorship, now we're paying those high costs to place them in an IMD. And so all of this is interwoven and really touches upon each other. So I wanted to make that point as housing was brought up. That concludes my points. We'll be discussing in more detail in a few weeks. And are there any questions about any of the comments that I just made?
No.
Well, I think my biggest concern is, it's ARPA funding, which is, it's just one-time funding. So we're not talking about being able to pay for salaries, permanent salaries. It becomes another structural deficit if we build a facility and don't have the money to pay for the people that run the facility. So again, that's just going to be a concern, an ongoing concern, I realize. But the idea of getting facilities started, of course, is a really great first step. But we have to be aware that it just means it's more money we have to find for the long-term care. Not saying, I really do want to emphasize, I think this is a great first step in it, but it's just a first step.
Agreed. And the bridge funding, if it's approved, should allow then what would normally be spent out of realignment to hopefully be saved, right? And to then sort of build up a coffer, if you will. But correct, it doesn't address the long-term sort of foundational flaws with realignment funding.
Yeah, and I'm not saying we shouldn't address that.
Right. But it does allow for us to bill for the 90 days, which, because it's the lower
Yes.
level. So
Yes.
that does help.
So you're going to recover a lot of those funds.
Right.
Yes. We're
Right.
losing right
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
There's a lot in there going on.
And let's go back for a second to the transitional housing piece that you talk about here. I know that's, a hot topic and a need in our county. So I assume we're not talking about ARPA funds or realignment funds for that. Will that fall perhaps within the funding from the COC that's likely to come after the strategic plan?
So these transitional housing programs are specifically geared toward folks that require mental health services.
Okay, so that's different than the transitional housing we're talking about in other areas.
So
Okay,
this would be, they have to be eligible for services and would therefore require treatment and specific to mental health. So separate from, but also supports that need.
Right. Different,
Okay.
unrelated.
I just kind of wanted to see how that intersects with our traditional discussions on transitional housing.
Yeah, and not
Yeah.
only for housing, they were talking about more the probationary part of it.
Right.
Which sometimes folds into it, and exactly what Daniel's saying, it's kind of moves around as far as where they're coming from and how you get the funding from. But I mean, I think it is a holistic, we need to have that holistic approach and look at not just behavioral health money and issues, but how do we fold that into the homeless and to the, to the ones that are having issues with law enforcement. We'll figure it all out.
Right. I've really appreciated the presentation today. It helps
Yes.
give us a very, very clear
A lot.
look of our needs and how complicated this puzzle is, and yet how we can address the pieces of this puzzle. Seems within our reach to make great headway in this arena. So really appreciate you setting us up for success as we have larger discussions on this item. So thank you so much.
I'm just curious, because the hospitals are a piece of this puzzle too, and it will help them in the long run to get this. Do they have access to different funding, or will they be able to pitch in on this facility that we might want to be building or something? How does that work?
So I think that there's potential to engage in discussions with the hospitals sort of long-term to see if if there's ways to fold in some of their community benefit investments, for
Sure.
example, that would be up to their discretion and their planning on how they spend their funds. But certainly if somebody's in the ER,
Right.
per day,
It's
it can be
expensive.
4,000 or more
Yes.
dollars
Yeah.
per day.
Right.
And so if we needed $1 million more to get a facility going, it's worth a discussion with folks who otherwise would be paying that cost daily for unnecessary stays in the ER.
Got it. Okay. I think that's a big piece of our puzzle too. So good.
Excellent presentation. Any
Yeah,
other
very
comments
good.
from board
Yeah.
members?
No, I didn't need coffee.
Very good.
I know.
We didn't take a break either.
I
So
know.
let's take public comment on this one and then maybe we need to take a break.
Yes. we
Sure,
do.
yeah.
Okay.
You must.
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Demon Springs. This is going to be quick. We heard about what services need to be provided from staff. It was very clear. There was 41 slides. I went and made sure I saw them all. Each one you could focus on, and each slide you could actually spend time on explaining, talking about the ramifications. I hope at some time they get the chance to be able to do that. They didn't today. They were just rushing through, even though it was a lot of information. The second part, I felt it was rushed through in terms of the dialogue. Maybe they're going to come back, as they say, and maybe there'll be more discussion. From a public's perspective, though, they didn't discuss what is the amount of people that are out there unserved that they may know about or that maybe they don't know about. Because if we provide a service level as they've described, and we're making adjustments in order to make it work, that doesn't mean that everybody's being served. So I think it's critically important to recognize to what level that might be. Is it twice as much? Is it, is that a third as much? Because if people are out there unserved, then that also shows a part of the system-wide program responsibility that needs to be, I guess, improved on. To be able to get the best data is to know exactly who's out there and what services they may need. So I just wanted to bring that up as an additional thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Terry, welcome back.
Well, I'm still vertical,
And please introduce
which
yourself.
is a good sign. Anyway, I'm sorry for being late here today. I had hoped to be here at the start of the meeting. And I hope to be here increasingly from now on. With all of the things that I've had going on in my personal life over the last 2 or 3 years, I have been on the hop almost constantly. But getting back to my level in the private world, family business, working in the corporate world and so forth, I do have a lot of experience to share that I can help county government with. And when you were here last time, I made the comment that no good is served by getting overly excited. You got to stay calm. You got to keep your eye on the prize. You got to know certain basic realities, like not all problems can be solved. Like the devil is in the details. But also, as I have tried to tell people all over the United States who come to meetings like this, and let's face it, complain a lot, rant a lot, all kinds of things. Typically, many of these people, not all of them, they know nothing about government. They know nothing about the constraints that exist. Don Simone back here in his department, I happen to think, as I did say that name, right, didn't I? When Patricia, I can't think of her name, I've been up for 12 hours straight now, so you have to excuse me. I was pleasantly surprised by the quality of that department. In most states, in most county governments, Health and Human Services is almost always one of the biggest can of worms to deal with, because people have expectations of the services that ought to be there. They don't want to pay the taxes for the services, you understand, if they're not using them. But if they need them, they want them right now. And that requires a level of juggling of money, of human resources, and so forth. So I'm going to cut to the chase and say I will be back and try to give what I used to give back when I was working in the land-grant university system nationwide. It's sort of a brief primer about government, the difference between government and governance. They're two different things, how they work, why they often don't work, and the problems of being overextended. On that last thing, I will say this. There is one person I will man this COVID thing. I'll give you one name, Michael Osterholm, who used to be the head epidemiologist for the state of Minnesota, has a blog site. He is the director of a institute at University of Minnesota. He has a weekly podcast. It's about an hour long about the COVID thing. Bad news, good news. The COVID situation isn't going away in my lifetime. It's going to be with us for as long as the eye can see. There'll be all different kinds of variations, which I can explain in due course. But it can be done, and I am hopeful that with the good people, the biggest problem I think California has right now is problems with turnover and lack of experienced people in key positions everywhere. The level of turnover, job turnover of experienced people is prodigious.
Thank you, Terry.
And that's a crisis.
And could you give us our full name for the audio record, please? Your
Oh,
full
I'm
name?
sorry. Terry Case, I'm from District 3, right?
Thank you. Thank
Welcome
you.
back, Terry.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. I apologize.
No problem.
I intend to come with written transcripts.
I could use a coffee, as you all could too, but that just to compliment the presentation. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Very, very multifaceted and multi-level and way beyond a lot that I can even think to know about. But a couple things really rang the bell for me to hear. Just the fact of 30 conservatees, I know probably piqued all of us compared to Nevada County. I don't know the population, if ours is only twice theirs. I didn't catch the ratio there. But with the MHSA funds, I don't know if I heard it correct or not. Was it $13 million in the fund balance still hanging? 12 million. Which is wonderful. And then I've sat in on some of the MHSA meetings or mental health and NAMI, and friends with Daryl Steinberg in Sacramento, who originated the Prop 61 with the MHSA funding. But I think that one of the elephants in the room, it was good to hear Daniel use the word homeless, the homeless in some, I'm not sure of the context. But part of the underwater iceberg in the reality of the homeless is that the mental health aspect of that is much higher than one, that they self-assess, and secondly, that even mental health department realizes is out there. I have dealt with the homeless and the mental health factor for decades and decades. I'm talking 30, 40 years. So. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
please face
sorry.
us.
Yeah, but I'm just impressed by what was going on. Then finally, I just want to compliment bringing up the issue. We don't have respite care, do we? Yet. But that would be wonderful for us to have. This crisis residential facility with the staging or phasing of levels is definitely needed. The PUF unit only has 4, is that correct? 4 beds? Or 6, all right. But to be able to expand that, I loved what we're hearing. I think the county would, the residents are 184,000, whatever residents would strongly back pushing ahead with that facility. The $850 a day figure that I heard Don saying, I don't know the exact context of that. But if that money could be better used in care, in less expensive, and as we all heard, housing, and more housing. Even when the strategic plan comes out from the continuum of care, they're not going to per se focus on a live-in year-round facility. But if Calusa, Amador, and Modoc, the only 3 other counties, compare them, I'm just going to say, compare the fiduciary picture that they're in versus what we're in. So blessed here in El Dorado County, there's got to be a way to connect more the need for housing with the mental health services and the homeless crisis in the midst of the COVID and the
Thank you,
Caldor
Jonathan.
fire. So thank you for listening. Thank you for what you all have done.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, public comment from 390.
Good morning by a hair, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. So many thoughts ran through my mind as I was listening to this presentation. One, when will it end? But that's okay, because it's important stuff. And these are the things, like that old poster of the cowboy, the grizzled cowboy. Down at the bottom, it says, there's a lot of things they didn't tell me when I signed up for this organization. And some of you, I imagine, were hopefully thinking of that at the time. Anyway, realignment isn't that what they do at the car at the shop? Oh no, we've learned that that's where the state of California shifts tax burden, if you will, without reimbursement, basically, or low end reimbursement or incomplete reimbursement, to fund their dream social projects. And we end up paying for them because they don't give us enough money. And as Supervisor Carlin pointed out, I've become really good at reading, the legislative analysis and some of the budgetary issues that are being raised by these certain bills that are passed. And in fact, usually, they say, oh, there's no local impact. Well, yes, there is. And in fact, and I'll say it, you've been lied to. And that is our progressive people that are sadly in a 2/3 supermajority here in our state of California. And this is another failure of that form of government or governance, one of your things you always refer to there, good governance, there we are. That's kind of being missed and passed by and passed on to local jurisdictions. Here's more proof. And it's really a sad situation because it's unfunded state mandates, basically, is what it amounts to. Yes, they're all good and important things that we have to do. A very dear friend of mine is dealing with a situation right now with her mother, who's 86 years old and having a very, very difficult time taking care of her basic needs. And it's really a crying shame. Thankfully, there's money there, but a lot of it ends up being paid by local government. Thank you very much, and good luck on all this.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Stephen Claver.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Steve, you're fine. Go ahead.
Steve Kleber from the Behavioral Health Commission. Listen, I've been listening to the presentation. I've noticed that frequently the supervisors have been asking the question, what about other counties? What's going on in other counties? And I just wanted to add that your consultant, Dr. Callahan, who produced the IDAA report, selected a county upon which to make comparisons. And she selected Shasta County because it's similar in population, slightly less, rural in nature, and it's not a particularly wealthy county like the Bay Area counties that have a lot of discretionary funds. And this was on page 23 of her report, and she pointed out that our penetration rate for El Dorado County is approximately half that of Shasta County, approximately half. And that means at any given time, such as today, over 1,500 people in our county that need services are not being provided. So I just wanted to answer that question and provide you with that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Thank you. Wow, Steve, that was really, really very valuable information. Thank you for providing that. Thanks for calling in. Ruth Michelson, District 4. I'd like to make some comments mostly about Don Simone's presentation. I couldn't be as attentive to the remaining presentations, so I apologize if those remaining presentations answer some of my questions. And some of what I have to say are more statements than questions, but I did take notes, so I'll try to get to those now. Primarily, one of my questions is about mental health for the homeless. Everyone knows, because over and over and over again, reports have come out that unhoused homeless create great expense because they go to the emergency room for their various ailments and problems. And as we've learned in today's report, it's so expensive of a way to deal with whatever mental health or medical, physical health problems there may be to go to the emergency room. And when homeless people become housed, their mental health and their physical health is much better managed. So I'm really curious if how much of this expense has to do with our homeless population. The other comment someone that was made about keeping the elderly at home and how important that is. I ran for 12 years the family caregiver support group that was under the auspices of the care facility up there on daycare. That's what I'm talking about. Daycare, which they now call the club, which has been shuttered since COVID began. I've heard that the El Dorado Hills one is open, but I know that every year or two it was a real struggle to try to get funding for that daycare. And I want to tell you that if you're an in-home caregiver, caregiving for a family member, you really need for that loved one to be able to go to daycare, to keep your own sanity and to keep that person at home. So I'm just giving a plug for trying to get that up and going again. Real quick, COVID. What I'd heard when Dr. Williams gave her reports and the various people who worked under her, there really wasn't a spike in mental health need during COVID. There wasn't an increase in suicide and other need for one-on-one therapy. We all do know that drug use really increased during COVID. I think fentanyl deaths doubled or tripled. I can't say in this county, but countrywide. So I see why there was such an increase, 44% increase for drug treatment. Okay. The other concern I have, if it's a 2-year delay in caseload and there was less of a caseload during COVID, what's going to happen in 2 years? And I'm going to go over just a few seconds here. It was mentioned just in 5 seconds, this $400,000 loss is kind of an oops. And I really think we deserve to hear more about why $400,000 fell between the cracks. So again, thank you for the report. I thought it was very clear and very good. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon, Kathy Lishman, Friends of Seniors.
I reviewed the PowerPoint presentation prior to the meeting, but the presentation today was so educational, and I appreciated all of the information that I learned and the questions the board asked. The ideas presented and the ways of providing services differently to help solve the problems are very interesting. I think it's been about 10 years since the Health and Human Agency was formed based on something other than available resources. And I wonder if it is costing the county substantial general fund resources ever since, with the concurrent cost of services. One of my concerns for quite a while has been the cost of admin fees. This report doesn't appear to impact our senior programs directly, however, indirectly. If some programs are no longer adequately funded and administrative costs are distributed across programs and total administrative costs remain the same, it's conceivable that all agency programs will be financially impacted. An example from a long time ago is the WIC program, which never received realignment money prior to the creation of the agency administrative structure, but is now very dependent on it in order to pay very high administrative costs. So in a way, it's not surprising that county realignment funding is inadequate. So my question is, how do administrative costs and administrative fees that are put on every program affect the funding and financial stability of each program? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so we'll go back to staff to respond to any of the public comments you would choose to provide information on.
Don Simone, yeah, it was a lot of good comments. I do have a few of them that I'd like to respond to. I think that were direct questions. And I'll go from the last one and back. Kathy Lishman mentioned about our administrative costs, otherwise known as our indirect cost rate. We have a division of administrative and fiscal that support our other 5 divisions for cost effectiveness purposes. I don't have exact numbers as to, there isn't a direct impact on behavioral health and these realignment use on administration. I will say that when I got here 2 years ago, our indirect cost rate was 38%. It's now, I think, about 27%. 26. So we are watching that. We're monitoring it. We're trying to reduce those costs to the best we can. And remember, there's a study out there. I swear I think it's 250, but there's a study on organizations that shows that at the point an organization gets to 250 or higher, I think it's 250, there are efficiencies gained by centralizing some things, HR, personnel type stuff, IT things. That's why you see counties that have centralized a lot of those functions. There are efficiencies there. So we've just taken all of that admin support and removed it from divisions and housed it in one unit. If we didn't do that, we'd push all those folks back out to those units and you'd still have similar expenses. So we do think we've gained some efficiencies. The other question I'll answer, I think this was Ruth, and she asked about the nexus between our homeless population and today's presentation around mental health. And what I can say is we did look at some of the data on the PUF admin days in order to qualify for ARPA funding. We did have some homeless folks. Most all of our conservatees that we talked about are either homeless or how did Daniel put it, extreme or at extreme risk of homelessness, more at extreme risk than actual homeless. And most of our homeless population that gets behavioral health services is probably getting outpatient services, not necessarily that they're in locked facilities. They could be coming to the wellness center. We could know them that way. They could be getting medication, things like that. So
one other thing is the number of PUF beds. I'm not sure that was clearly stated that we currently have.
16.
16.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So I think this is a receive and file. So unless there's any other board comments, I just want to again compliment staff for the great presentation. I think our CIO wants to add something here.
I'll just be brief. Yes. You've heard me say for several years that I believe the board needs to be more aware of and more engaged in our realignment programs. We didn't talk about prison realignment today. You hear that The reason being is because you hear that through the budget process. You're required to support their budget through prison and prison realignment by law, and it's different than these. And sometimes these programs get buried and forgotten about. But you've heard me say, if we don't start addressing them, and you are the policymakers of how these funds are spent, it will start impacting your general fund. And that's primarily why I wanted to take the time today. So I really appreciate all the effort HHSA put into this. And I believe we need to have similar conversations more often, but we had to start with kind of the foundation of why we're here. There was a question about MHSA funding and the efforts being taken to make that more flexible. And as Don Simone said, that did start a couple of years ago. It got derailed because of COVID. One of the biggest challenges of that is it was a voter approved initiative with a specific intent. So to unwind that, you likely have to go back to the voters to do it. So it's a complex thing. That conversation has to start. And I think CSAC and RCRC will be engaged in that conversation once we get through some of these emergencies. And that's all I have. So thank you to HHSA for the time. I know it was hard to do, but I felt it was a valuable discussion, and I hope you guys did as well.
Absolutely.
So.
Very good. So I think we need to break. Do we want 5 minutes, 10 minutes? What's the pleasure of the board?
Well, how are we gonna, what are we gonna do next?
Well, we have the 11, excuse me,
11
the
o'clock, 11 o'clock.
the 11 o'clock AM time allocated to come back to.
Okay.
So,
So break to 11,
right.
Do
So do we
that.
need 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
10.
Yes.
I'm
All right.
trading, I need
All right,
food.
10-minute break. So let's be back about 12:19 then. Thank you.
Oh, right.
All right, very good. So we are running very late, but we're now at our 11 a.m. time allocation. Item number 28, if you would please read that, Kim.
Item 28 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, forwarding a request from Josh Payne, Payne and Payne Associates for initiation hearing of a proposed general plan amendment to apply the community region designation to a portion of the project site that is currently in a rural region and is proposed specific plan amendment to increase the number of dwelling units in the Bass Lake Hills specific plan and change the land use designation anticipated for the project site. Staff recommends that the board take the following actions. One, evaluate the submitted conceptual review under pre-application for the proposed town and country village project as to whether the proposed general plan amendment would further the overall goals and objectives of the Board of Supervisors as specified within Section 3 of the Board of Supervisors Policy J6. And two, provide the applicant with initial feedback on the proposed project.
Thank you, Kim. So I'm not sure, Gina, are you going to lead it off for staff? Very good. Thank you.
There we go. Hi, Gina Hamilton, Senior Planner, Long Range Planning. Brett Sampson, Planning Manager, Long Range Planning. I think Kim's going to run a PowerPoint for us. So we're going to talk about the Town and Country Village pre-application. I'm going to kind of zip through my presentation. So the applicant has time to really give you the details about their project. So if I go a little fast, stop me at any time. So yeah, we're here to talk about the pre-application for the Town and Country Village. Next slide. So I shortened this up for us a little bit. So the purpose of the pre-application process is to allow for preliminary review of a project's design and conformance with county policies, early identification of potential issues for the applicant to consider during their formal application preparation, identification of potential alternatives and options, and the last two bullets kind of get to the point of assisting the application in refining their future formal application. Next slide. So the conceptual review process, the purpose is allows staff to provide and present information to the board, provides opportunity for the board to provide early feedback to the applicant, and it also provided for legal noticing and allowing for public input here today. Next slide. So the project is basically a specific plan amendment to change zoning or land use designation in the specific plan from low density residential to commercial, mixed use, just different zoning to allow for a mix of uses on the site, including residential, conference center, hotel. The general plan amendment would apply the community region designation. It's now applied to one parcel in the project area. It would apply it to the other three. Next slide. So again, a little bit wordy slide that kind of gets to the point of changing from rural region to community region. Rural region is more about maintaining the open character, which those parcels are right now along Highway 50. And the community region allows for a higher intensity of use and development on those parcels. So that's really condensing that slide. We can come back if you like. Next slide. So the project site is at Bass Lake Road and Highway 50 in El Dorado Hills area. Next slide. Project vicinity. What I didn't mention on the previous slide is it's in the Bass Lake Hills specific plan, of course. Project vicinity and project site is undeveloped. Next slide. So development in that area is regulated by the specific plan and the county zoning ordinance. The specific plan is basically a tool to implement the general plan policies. And the site is currently designated for low density residential. And next slide, Kim. Thanks. This just shows how the three southern parcels are in the rural region and where the El Dorado Hills community region is in proximity to the project site.
I asked the question on that relative to the mapping that the surveyor had, because it would seem the Highway 50 corridor was designed to be pretty much community region. And yet we have these rural region segments that are right up against Highway 50. So I don't want to get into all the history or anything at this point in time, but it appears to me to be an anomaly in the way the planning documents were put together. So at some point, I'm going to ask if we could reconsider that without having the applicant go through it, because it just seems to be inconsistent, but we'll get to that later. So thank you.
Thank you. And next slide. This shows AP, which is adopted plan. So it shows the boundary of the Bass Lake Hills specific plan area. Next slide. And the entire specific plan diagram is up in the right-hand corner, kind of zoomed in for the project site, shows the low density residential designations, the proximity to Highway 50. And you can see a little portion of the project site is in medium density. Yes, and next slide. Current zoning is RE10 with the Bass Lake Hills specific plan. It kept the original zoning, and that changes when someone comes in to do a development project. Like if somebody were doing a subdivision, they might change it to R1. So that stays in place until somebody actually does something on the parcels. And next slide. And so this is the conceptual land use matrix provided by the applicant. It shows the number of units that they would propose to add to the specific plan, approximate square footages of the commercial uses, and just basically the variety of uses. And next slide. And the conceptual land use plan, it shows, if you can see the pink area is sort of a mixed use area. On the north side, there is some riparian area, and they would build around that. They would use that area to build attainable housing for on-site employees, for instance. The southern part would contain a hotel, convention center, and on the right, you can see there would be a memorial park. And next slide. And the applicant will go into a little more detail about all of that. So where we are right now, we're in the pre-application process. We did circulate the application to numerous departments, received comments from some, held a meeting with the applicant to go over the comments so they could incorporate those into their formal application. We're here today, of course, the board. Next steps would be for the applicant to submit formal applications to the planning department. And part of processing those applications would be to prepare a CEQA document, likely an EIR. Next slide. Anticipated applications are general plan amendment to apply the community region designation, specific plan amendment to modify the specific plan to incorporate different general plan policies and allow for the proposed uses, and a rezone to that area as well. One of the options that staff identified is the applicant could potentially choose to remove or de-annex the parcels from the specific plan if they chose to do so. Just an option, or apply a PD. Next slide. So that's my presentation. So we can do Q&A now, or
Let's just ask board comments or questions of Gina at this point. Seeing none, let's move on.
I'll hand it off to Josh.
On is this, when should we disclose that we've met with the applicant, county council? Because I know many of us have. I'm disclosing that I met with the applicant.
As did I.
As did I.
And so did I.
Yeah, thank you for.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that ever-
absolutely.
That part always, was that a good time?
That
before
is
you
a
start?
perfectly fine time. If I had my druthers, I'd say do it as soon as the matter is called.
Okay.
Okay,
We'll
that's
work
good
on that.
advice, because I had not heard that. I always
Yeah,
think we
thank
need to do it thoroughly before we take a vote, make a decision, but
With
When
these
it's
types of
announced.
disclosures, I think sooner is always better.
Sooner
Okay,
better. Okay, we'll work
agreed.
on that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Lori.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity of the J6 process. We appreciate it. On behalf of the Mahana family and the Asha LLC group that owns 20 acres and the Mahana family owns 60 acres, we're bringing you this application as the staff has reviewed. And this is a panoramic view of just the hotel around the Oak Grove with the conferencing center. This is on the corner, as staff had pointed out, of Bass Lake Road and Highway 50. This is a rendering of what it would be. The Oak Grove is about 1.5 acres. You know, the origins of this comes from 45 years that the Mahana family has been in the hills. First over in the neighborhood in Patterson, and Ridge View. And then looking over at this site from that location of their home, they saw the ranch property. And I'll just go through, this is part of the ranch property that the Mahanas have cultivated as kind of a lookout space. That's about 40 acres there. You can see, let's see if I can figure that. You can see the site that we're talking about is up in, well, I can't, it's up above that in the, just above that. The ranch property, they've planted pomegranates to plums to pluots and Asian and Persian quinces and American quinces. This is an amphitheater that Muhammad Mahana built as kind of a place to surround this beautiful oak. And that oak probably 100, 150 years old. This is looking down valley from the property, the ranch property. And we're giving you this view to try to give you a sense of the dynamic nature of the ranch property and how they've cultivated that property, the family. But then going into the Bass Lake Road, as you can see, going up Highway 50 with 80,000 cars a day. Now you're right on the edge of Highway 50. This is looking down, and you can see the Oak Grove down below, what we fondly call the Leprechaun Pad, was named. And then this is the new country club that we were before you and helped expedite when I helped with you all back in 2018, 2019. This is looking over the major oak on the property going down now. And this gives a good view of the highway and the new Bass Lake Road, which is slated for 4 lanes up until the edge of the property. This next one gives you a good sense of the churches in the area. We think the Mahana family has been in hospitality for the last 40 years in downtown, and we think this is a perfect location for hospitality, reception, weddings, life celebrations. And each of these churches with their parking infrastructure, the Holy Trinity, Faith Episcopal, and then the Foothill community really add to the whole of our project when we can start talking about leaving cars at the wedding spot and then transferring folks down if they're not staying in the hotel. Vehicle miles traveled is a big thing. Your LOS system has to stay in place. So this is the historic map from the 1992 environmental study, and it shows all the historic roads in the area. We have another map of all the historic inns, the lodging in the area. It was huge, not only Clarksville, but all the way up Bass Lake Road and the old toll road. Mahana first fell in love with the old Lincoln Highway and now is an honorary member of their board nationwide, and we've hosted them. And so the old Lincoln Highway went through the property, and then that dotted line is the old Lincoln Highway. And this is from the specific plan, and the engineer at that time, and still our engineer, Dave Crisaro, will talk about that bike trail. We'd like to reestablish that. We'd like to establish a bridge, and I'll get to that because there is probably the best example of what we've heard from the community of the connectivity that's needed along that corridor, but people would like foot traffic, bike traffic, and hiking, and we still think there's equestrian potential. That is, we just got a rendering from one of our designers of another aspect of that bridge that we've been working on. And so it shows clearly the idea of connecting those two pieces of Cameron Park and going through the Bass Lake Hills and then over a wood truss bridge that we would seek federal funds for, and if you would think it would be worthy to go to the state as well. And we think we might start with that environmental document. It's odd that you might start with the pathways and the bikeways, but we might just start with that. Our environmental, our attorney, Craig, has said that's
altogether possible. This is the trails along the northern edge. This is in the community zone, actually, because we have a couple pieces of the parcels in the community zone and the other piece along the freeway in the rural zone. So we're asking to put all of it in the community zone. This is our architectural precedent. You know, when you look at something you're going to do, you have to say, okay, what is native to the area? What should we do? And the Awani Hotel and architect Underwood is one of my favorites, and all the things that he drew out and then built. And we thought that the rocks in the hills and the sugar pines in the El Dorado forest and in the land are a perfect presentation of a gateway project to El Dorado and the gold rush and everything you all have to offer and have been offering for many generations. This is the Awani dining room. So this would be on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't be the 30-foot height ceiling. I think Mohanna was saying 14 feet to 19 feet height, but the same sugar pine usage in a lodge fashion is what we're talking about. This is one of the hotels looking at Bass Lake Road, and we have that same configuration and a chevron configuration. And then this is on the edge of that one hotel going up to the grove, the oak grove that would be the centerpiece and the crown jewel of the whole of this civic area. On the right is a restaurant, which was the car porte cochere area. The next floor is walking directly into the oak grove, and that's our 7,000 square foot reception hall. And then the 3rd floor, we've talked about museum space. Space reflecting on both the wine region, the growers, the Christmas tree growers, the apple, what all is offered up in El Dorado Hills, and some gold rush history, but also the timber, which we're presenting in these structures with big timber. And so look at the past, present, and future. Your Economic Development Commission has been looking at biomass, trying to clean the forest and proper maintenance. So we're trying to tie that in with that 3rd floor space, 7,000 feet overlooking the oak grove. And then this is the overall, again, you saw this early, you'll see it again. This is what the staff had talked about. We had originally started talking just about this bottom area down in the corner. And then the Asha group next door said, you know, we'd like to explore this with you. We're right next door. We're still really, we've talked to Father Larry at the Holy Trinity in a good long meeting. We've talked to the Parks District once, twice. We had a presentation. The owners of the property above there, above that triangle, we really have to sort that out. We're not finished with that. There's a lot more sorting. So, but we had to put something on paper. And so that's what we did. The residential cottages above, we charted at 134. We want to use those both as staff cottages, but also daily rentals for the hotel so that it'll be one seamless community of cottages, and they'd be small so that it's affordability by design first and foremost, so that staff, 60, 70 staff members who work right down at those hotels and the restaurants could live right up there. It's what you call in your general plan the traditional neighborhood design. Well, I should, before I finish that. So there's townhomes layered in there. We have this trail along the trail. The pink area is a mixed use, we're thinking. And then the proposed bridge connecting, because if you go there now, you know, before Bass Lake was expanded, there wasn't a 28-foot high place there. It just kind of, the land just went over. Now that it's expanded, we're 28 feet on one side, they're 12 feet on the other side. So there's a big chasm there. So to get bikes, hikers, walkers across there, it's a challenge. We believe that a bridge there would be a key feature looking down on the whole. The townhomes we have slated, that's affordability by design as well. When you're talking 4 and 5 units per acre in a standard development, you may have or 3 or 6. You don't get the efficiency, and in the county, as we know, the cost is tremendous of each unit. So if we can break it down into townhomes, we've talked to a variety of people who've moved up recently, and they've got to move to Rancho Cordova, and they've told us that. And then we think townhomes are a great fit, smaller, some 1-story on the end caps, be a great fit for those who are aging in place and want still a community with everyone in it, but they don't want a 4,000 square foot home. They want 1,500 feet or 1,600 feet. And we've got to look for that because there are a lot of folks in the Serrano, Cameron Park area that would like that. Trying to build around that whole theme. This is a view from Highway 50 looking up the trail that would become this multi-use. We've talked to the Wine Association. They've been looking for a monument entry point for a long time. So we put that in grapevines there for future consideration. Mohana family has the ranch side, and they've offered down that side as well. There's a location. I think it gives you a little area. Craig Sandberg is online, but he suggested for convenience that I do this part. I'm going to try to stand in for him, but Craig Sandberg, our legal counsel, probably, I think many of you know him, and he basically, when we laid this out, we said, okay, what are we trying to accomplish? And then look at the code, look at your general plan, your land use goal 2.1. We've tried to look at that and say, okay, what are we doing with sustainable communities? And this is in the heart of a transportation network, a sustainable concept, and the critical infrastructure is there. Next, we went to objective 2.31, the topography and native vegetation. Mohana, as you can see from the ranch side, what he's done with the topography without a development. So the Mohana family would like to do that same topographical sense of this. They really believe that Placerville, Camino, these communities were built organically on the hillsides, and we'd like to do that here. We have had comments, well, that's not possible, or I don't think you're going to be able to do it. Well, give us some time. This is a big, long-term project, and I think we can. We've tried to capture your objective 10.16, as we say here, and that is going after the fair share of retail and lodging that's going down the hill and just over the line, over the urban line, basically, from the rest of the hills. Also, we've looked at most recently your 2019 general plan amendment, LUQ, talks directly to this issue and encourages this. And that is this idea of mixed use commercial at the forefront of transportation networks. 80,000 cars a day is where this location is. Let me have Dave Cresario come up. And Dave, why don't you come up and you can give a piece of your CJ Friedland on housing had probably put it as concisely as possible, and that is, this is a prime location for this type of development. So Dave will take a piece and yeah. Let's see if I can.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Dave Casario with CTA Engineering. We've worked on the Bass Lake Hills project since about 1990, so we've been very familiar with it. I'll be real brief. One of the things you should know is that there's a notable amount of infrastructure that's in the area presently. And obviously the realignment of Bass Lake Road and Country Club Drive has been completed. EID maintains large transmission lines within the area that'll be extended to, will be extended to. There's two alignments of sewer that have been pre-designed all the way down through into Serrano and the trunk main down there. So we have that been on the drawing boards and just waiting for someone to build it. The other thing is that the CIP, I believe, has 5 projects that have been slated of the 2021 CIP, which include the initial improvements to Bass Lake Road interchange, some phase 1 improvement studies, and at the same time, there is the extensions of Country Club Drive from Bass Lake Road all the way down to El Dorado Hills Boulevard that are in the CIP in 3 different segments. So all those things are going to be looked at with this project as it comes forward with a formal application. Okay, but I think that it's almost like a plug and play because there's a lot of infrastructure out there, and I think that the key thing that is really kind of important to me is we had always thought the Bass Lake Hills Pacific Plan has always had that, what I call the old Clarksville Toll Road, which is for the bike trail that comes all the way down through the Carson Creek Canyon there. There's old rock walls that were built in 1860, 1859, 1860. It's spectacular. And it's a destination. And we'd really like to get that done and improved. It was part of the specific plan. Like to see that get done. Okay?
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Well, that pretty much wraps it up. Wanted to introduce Mohammed Mohana to come up and say a few words, and we appreciate your time and energy. And so thank you very much, board, and we'd be happy to answer some questions as well after Mr. Mohana.
My name is Mohammed Mohana, and my job is just to simply thank you and thank the staff for giving me the opportunity to be developing a quality project in our county. For the last 40 years or so, my 2 girls, Lily and Nikki, they're here. They have grown to be wonderful ladies. Since they were little kids, we used to go and play around in that swimming pool on Harvard Street, with the Parks District. They learned their swimming there. And I'm really privileged as a new American to be here standing before you to do what is right for our county. El Dorado County has got tremendous, tremendous history. And I'm just hoping that I'm worthy of glorifying and giving homage to that history. The lumber industry, wine industry, apple ales. There's so much that I remember when my father and I walked originally 45 years ago on Lincoln Highway, the old wagon trail, looking at the history. It reminded me, and my father told me that this is your Silk Road. Our Silk Road goes from China through Persia and Middle East into Italy. Sometimes I joke with Josh, he is proud of his pasta in Italy. He doesn't know that Marco Polo brought pasta from China to Italy. So we give all the credits to the Italians, Well, this is the America that we love, the America that we die for, the America that we fight for. I was so moved that the Lincoln Highway Association called me an honorary board member, an immigrant from Iran. a self-made man coming to America, giving the privilege of an honorary board member of Lincoln Highway. And when Colonel Eisenhower moved the convoy from East Coast to West Coast, of course, I wasn't around, but I just want to give homage to what they did before us. Your parents, your great-great-parents, and some of my neighbors' parents and grandparents who bought property in this region, I'm sure I will not disappoint them. We want to do quality work, and we are starting. I'm just starting this. Probably my daughters will finish it up. But we are committed to quality, sustainable growth. And hopefully with your support and the staff support, thanks God I have the money that we could do it. We can make the impossible happen. And I'm going to do it. This is my legacy. I'm proud to be before you. And thank you for giving me the chance. Thank you through my heart to giving me the chance to glorify the glory of the gold rush and the people that came before us. Really appreciate your time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mo.
So that concludes, I don't know if, Mr. Chairman, you'd like questions or?
Yeah, let's ask for questions or comments from board members first. Any? I know most of us have had an insight on what this project's all about, so.
Yeah, and I want to say I did, it's been a while, but I didn't meet with them all, so.
Okay, all right.
Virtually, a while ago.
I guess I have just one question. Gina, you mentioned early on that one of the possibilities you might be looking at is de-annexing from the specific plan. What would be the benefit of that?
Well, it's an option that the applicant could choose. Some of that has, our thoughts were, it's a very different project from what the specific plan is all about right now. It's all residential, doesn't currently consider any type of commercial or anything like that. So it's just an option.
Give more flexibility to?
Potentially. It would require creating its own public facilities financing plan as opposed to modifying the one for the specific plan right now. So that's just one aspect of it. I don't think staff had a recommendation of doing it one way or the other.
Right.
It's just an option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I just had one comment, and that's traffic and the situation with Bass Lake Road and Highway 50 interchange and all those things. That's obviously what I think. It's not part of your J6, but it's part of the items that have to be reviewed as part of the environmental review, because I think that's where the biggest concern is. I'm hearing from people, and that's partly a commitment from the county. We have DOT plans to make improvements in that area, but this project would add a lot of traffic coming off of Highway 50 to that intersection above and beyond what was originally zoned for. But I personally believe those things can be mitigated with the proper design, the proper signalization, those kinds of things. And that's where DOT will get involved with working with the traffic engineers that are brought in to do that CEQA analysis. But I'm just going to say up front, that's the biggest concern I've heard is the traffic. Number one, there's a lot of great proposals, amenities associated with this, but the traffic has to be addressed in a consistent manner with our general plan, which defines level of service, and then also obviously with the VMT that's part of the current California CEQA. But that's just kind of an overriding consideration that we're not going to get into today, but that's kind of the bigger picture, I think, of what a lot of people are concerned with. So,
yeah. I want to go off what you just said, John. The biggest issue is traffic. And the biggest thing when you come off the off ramp on Bass Lake Road, it's even hard to turn right, because there's so much traffic flow through there to even get on Bass Lake Road. So that's a big concern to me. And especially if this project goes in, I'm not saying if it does or if it doesn't, but the biggest thing, we got to also the Bass Lake Park that's going to be put in. And that's going to take in a lot of traffic too. So it's the biggest concern in that area is traffic. And it's just too bad that Country Club Drive wasn't 4-lane. Bass Lake Road wasn't all the way 4-lane, all the way to the Highway 50. I don't understand why it wasn't. I think that's something we could look into, but that should have been proposed a long time ago. My evaluation on it. Especially when we already spent that money that was there to fix that. Look at the road, it's beautiful, but it should have been 4 lanes. My biggest concern is traffic, because not only that, if we have, let's just say hypothetically, put a stoplight at that intersection, because it's gonna have to be. It's gonna back, people up underneath the bridge, the underpass, and especially off to the off ramp. So it's going to really be a large impact, especially with traffic, because it's a pain. Like I said, it's just a pain right now just to get turned right to go up, Bass Lake Road. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed. It really does. And I agree with John on that.
And DOT has some planning that's been put in place for many years, and the timelines have been pushed out, but this will bring that to a focus. It's got to have a
Yes, it does.
considerable amount of work done to determine what to do to improve the circulation that's there today, but also accommodate the potential increase in traffic that will occur. So I think it's a doable do. It's an engineering design, it's a mitigation process, but that is going to be clearly, I think, one of the standards that we're going to have to monitor against is how do we accomplish that?
Yes, and I agree. And that's why we've looked at the churches, those weddings happen right today.
Yep.
The 400 and 500 person weddings and the traffic from that, they happen at Holy Trinity, they happen at the Faith Episcopal, the community, Foothill community. And so one of the idea, and I think this will play out in the traffic analysis, the idea is once you get folks to the wedding, how do you get them back to a hotel rather than going off? Because Father Larry Beck said, well, we don't really have a facility for reception. We have our gym that can act as a facility, but then all those people have to get in their cars again and go to the wedding facility. Pastor Brian over at Foothill has said, we don't have facilities. People are always looking for new wedding spots and the facilities. So those are the types of things that we look at and say, okay, how can we make a better contribution to vehicle miles traveled and still keep the LOS, the level of service, so that it happens. When you have 80,000 cars a day, we're hopeful with what Caltrans and your DOT has put into place so far, with the potential of Bass Lake going to 4 lanes past these properties already on the books. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
And our contribution, that's what we're looking at. And we'll see, the traffic analysis will say that. We'd like to break this into phases so that we see just what the hotel, conferencing center, the museum piece would do to traffic, and then look at the housing piece, that piece with the cottages that would connect to this piece, and then the housing piece, the next piece. And I think we'll see that. We'll see the analysis and see what the impacts are. We don't want to build anything and then not have traffic movement. That would just be something we're not going to do.
We can all agree on that.
Yeah.
Very good,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments from board members?
Not right now.
Seeing any, then let's open it up for public comment. Kim, if you would, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm also a member of the Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee. We had the presentation last week, about an hour, questions and answers, things that we thought were pertinent to discuss. Immediately I thought of when I saw this presentation, I thought, wow, it's the wow factor. That wow could go, yeah, that's great for us, or that wow could go, huh, I don't think it'll ever happen. In this case, I see that location as this place where the story's not written yet, what we may have. And at least in a fairness, in terms of fairness doctrine, I would say wow, this is a really good idea about how you can use the hillside and the undeveloped area that for all these years that with the Bass Lake specific plan has been waiting to be defined. So essentially your board will define the future. Just to add a couple of things, you know, I have been involved with the Bass Lake corridor for, you know, almost 40 years, at least 35, in terms of that process of developing the Bass Lake specific plan. You know, Bass Lake Road or Bass Lake Parkway was supposed to be 4 lanes all the way up to the lake. Then after that, we would see how, you know, what we might have beyond that. Silver Springs subdivision and Green Valley Road, that through area from north to south. But also you have the project to the south, escapes me, Valley, Marble Valley. You have the Marble Valley project also. And so as a retired traffic engineer, I see the necessity of looking at the interchange and then deciding to what type of density we might have, because that'll define the size and the type of interchange that you might have there. We're not done. What I mean, they're not going to come in and try to shoehorn in population into what is existing today. It's that future and that future view that I think we're taking today. And I think they're up to it in terms of what I've seen so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks, Chris.
Terry Kays, District 3. I'm going to put my scientist hat on. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency was founded in December of 1970. In the spring of that year, I was awarded one of the first 25 EPA traineeships to do my doctorate degree. And for the next 15 years, I worked a lot with 2 principal federal agencies, EPA and NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And I'm going to give you the answer to the problem first. I have major concerns about this project, not so much because of the traffic, which I know what the problem is, and I'm familiar with what you talked about. I'm talking about future air quality. Write something down. Microclimate-based air quality hotspot or air inversion. Go down to the Los Angeles basin. The reason the Los Angeles basin developed very bad air quality problems in the old days was because there are hills and mountains to the west. The Sacramento region is now one of the largest and fastest growing metropolitan regions in the county, or in the state and in the country. People are pouring in here by the droves. Traffic is a serious problem, but what about air quality? Because here's what's happened, and I spotted this 10 years ago. What do you see when you're driving up the hill from Sacramento going up by the Bass Lake Road? Pardon me, a row of hills. And if you're driving up and down that road a lot, you're aware of the fact that in cloudy, misty weather, there's a lot of fog and a lot of rain right there. That's caused by air. Most of the air people think come in from these storms, come in from the northwest. They're coming in from the southwest and from the south, from Stockton and so forth. It's not wind, it's air mass movement. It stacks up. The atmosphere isn't continuous from the ground all the way up. It's like an onion. There's layers. Mm-hmm. And the temperature in those different air layers creates a barrier. And the worst air pollution in this country is not caused by generalized air pollution all over a hilly area. It's caused by high-level, intensive air pollution under certain weather conditions when air is moving in a certain way, especially in cool weather, especially in wet weather. There are 3 specific spots where I consider this to be a problem. The Bass Lake Ode, take a look at that area, Another one is right up near where I live, near Camino, and another one is near Cameron Park. You can see the air pollution right now. You've been able to see it 20 years ago.
Thank you, Terry.
My name is Steve Ferry. I'm from El Dorado Hills, and I remember when I could walk up here real fast. I have a couple of comments. I'm not noted for promoting low-income housing, very low-income housing, all the federal qualifications for that sort of thing. And I'm very concerned about the kind of housing that, for instance, is getting taken care of or dealt with up in Lake Tahoe with the housing coalition up there and TERPA that put in what they're put in, because I think that's going to show us some real negative stuff. But I met Momohana just last Thursday. I just saw this project for the first time last Thursday. Some of you have read the paper I wrote about housing. And in it, when I looked at this one, I went, you know, this is what we're looking for. When you talk about inclusionary zoning, and I know you've talked about that recently, inclusionary zoning is forcing somebody to do something. I am not for that, not at all. But I am for a developer who comes in and says, I want to build something really unique, really different, really special, that has a way to take care of their employees, a way to be involved with the community, in particular with the bridge. I sent a picture of a covered bridge from Serrano that you may have seen. I really think that would cover this bridge because it would fit in with that theme. It would also drag that theme maybe to the Costco store down in Silver Valley, where if they do a gas station down there eventually, that they might put a covered bridge look to the gas station. I think it'd just be a great entrance to Serrano and some of the beautiful parts of this county. So here we have something that, think about this. When you drive up Highway 50 and you see the exit at Bass Lake Road, you only have one chance to make a first impression. This building, this series of buildings is going to make a first impression. I would like each one of you to think about what else would accomplish the same kind of first impression. And I've had about 4 days to think about it, and I can't come up with any other first impression that would do better than this. I love the idea that Mr. Mohana is stuck with the buildings that his employees will be in, because then he will manage those buildings. He will take care of those buildings. He'll make sure that it looks as good 10 years from now as it does the day they open it up, because he's going to be there doing that, or his family's going to be there doing that. That's the kind of housing we need to look at, even in El Dorado Hills. And I don't represent anybody here. I'm not here as any kind of board member for anybody. I'm just here, Steve Ferry, just this waif that came wandering down the hallway there. I'm just here to tell you that this is what you guys have been looking for. In any case, as you deal with the traffic and deal with all these other issues, that is your job to do. I don't do that kind of stuff. I just look at something and go, that has serious promise in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Jonathan Gainsborough. I'm not going to use all my time. I have been in ministry almost 50 years, and having spoken in 500 plus churches to tens of thousands of people, I've met thousands of people face to face. I've dealt with people in the PUF unit, people being taken to jail, people before they took their lives, people who were killed in drug deals, people who were, say, for example, the president of Coty Perfume in Paris when I went to Maxime's restaurant.
So Jonathan, how does this relate to this project?
Just in tying up my comments.
Okay.
I've never met a better human being. If you knew Mo's history,
okay,
who will add to the county a heart for people. And that's what El Dorado County's real gold is. And you'll never find a better human being than Mo Muhammad. God bless.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Hello, I'm Toby Magison. I'm representing Grizzly Flats. I wasn't here today for this, per se, but I just want to say something about it. When you have a developer that's going to provide something that is very beneficial to the community, especially when the community has been hit very hard through these, times, this is what community needs. If you look at California in general, people are leaving California by the droves. Okay, so at some point, we need to bring things back to communities that keep people here. If you don't have people, you don't have a community. So to do something special like this for your community, it not only helps our community, it's still in El Dorado that's really suffering right now. We're probably going to lose in excess of 70% of our community. And that's a conservative number. So I just think it's important when you're trying to develop something special to preserve history. I like how you're having housing for your employees. It's a huge perk that a lot of places don't have. Also, if you think about, air quality and all that, the more people that are leaving California, you can actually see our air quality is getting better in some places. It's just because businesses are moving, people are leaving, manufacturing companies are leaving. And so we need to provide something to replenish that in a better manner. So if you're providing better opportunities for, building cleaner products, it's a plus for our community, not a negative. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing anyone else. And we have one more in the boardroom. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Taylor, and thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. And I just wanted you to know, I did send in a letter by email, so possibly you have read it. And so I won't bore you with all the details, but I have owned my land since 1978, and I had great hopes and plans. I raised my children there. And at that time, we were horsey people. Everybody was on their horses and riding down Bass Lake Road. And as my children grew up, everything changed and I was on my own. And I went out and with a pair of cowboy boots and jeans and a gun and holster on my hip, I covered almost all of the Bass Lake area, all the way down to El Dorado Hills, climbing and walking the mountains and checking out the history. I looked and looked for history. I photographed it on my own property when I bought it. I soon realized I had some of the coulee wall on my property. I made certain my children didn't go out there and play. I wanted it preserved. And I also knew that there was a little child, that was once a big branch. A little child played under the oak tree there. Because I found the little swing, just a seat and some string buried in my ground. And since then, I've done all the research I can through books and travels. And it's a big thing for me to cover. And my son, my oldest son, is also a person who has worked in the woods in this county only since he was 19 years old. And he's watched everything that's gone on, and he's very concerned over all of it. But the idea of this project using wood taken from our county, that makes that a showpiece. And it shows people that El Dorado County has all of these different things that they can enjoy and learn. From our gold rush, I can tell you where there's little abandoned wells, gold mines. I knew every one of the original ranchers in my era. The Tong family. Art and Jesse would come onto my property and they'd be running their cattle down Old Bass Lake Road. And he knew I walked everywhere. He goes, Jan, pay attention. I put the bull out in that pasture. Okay, I stay on my side of the fence. I would just like to say that I think this plan with the town and country village is what we need to come together and be the showpiece for this county. I think it's a tremendous plan, and I've read it and studied it very carefully. And I think the history tells it all. And Mr. Mohana, I think has done a beautiful job. I'm just going to go a little further. He is our neighbor. He is our friend. And anytime we want anything, you just say, hey, Mo, you know, and you enjoy the man and enjoy his family because he is our neighbor. He's 10 acres away from me. And that makes it special. He's not what some people would say, just a developer. He really is one of us. I hope you'll give this good consideration for this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, seeing no other participation here, please open up for Zoom.
Now taking public.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Please come forward.
Hello, thank you very much, everybody. I'm Vijay Kumar. I live right on the south side of his project on the Bass Lake, the Farview property. And I think this is a good project. You know, I came in 2006 in this side in the El Dorado County, and I have quite a bit of investment. I think this is a good project, you know, so everybody should support that. I mean, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing anyone
no
else. Go ahead.
additional public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. And no, it's not open forum. That was covered at 9 a.m. Anyway, Kim Greenwood, District 2. Also, one of the authors of the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan back in 1992. Hi, Dave. Hi, Jan. So many familiar things. What a flashback. Biggest flashback I'm having here. No, it looks like a great project. The elevations are beautifully done. It's amazing what they can do with computers these days. I like what I see, but I'm not sure I like where I see it at. Sorry to be bad use of English, but this was supposed to be community separation. And Dave, can you hear Harriet Siegel, I believe was her name, rolling over in her grave here? Where is our community separation? This is going to be quite the monumental structure right there at our gateway. Yeah, we need a gateway. And actually the open space there with low development on it as proposed by the plan was pretty good. And part of the idea was to load the density of the Bass Lake Hill specific plan towards the north end of the planning area and leave this area relatively sparse, if you will. Anyway, so this is a complete diversion away from the plan, and that's why we're talking about it. Yes, it's a general plan amendment, et cetera, et cetera. What I don't see on Exhibit 11 or any of the others really is where exactly is this building going to be? I'm having trouble locating it. Exhibit 6 also doesn't show it. And I'm not sure I'm seeing, honestly, where this building will actually be. I can guess from the elevations, but anyway, it's going to be a huge project. Possibilities, it's laid out well and such like that. Yeah, that's great. A question on this affordable housing, is it going to be restricted by deed to people who work there? I just wonder how this is going to work. The letters that are in support were actually form letters, if you didn't notice. I always cringe when I see stuff like that. But yes, I know that the local landowners would probably support this project, and that's great. Again, this will be our gateway, and I'm wondering just how it's going to work. And I'm really wondering, where is this building going to be located? If that could be illustrated on a map, that would probably be a good thing. And, you know, the existing off-ramp really can't handle what's perhaps being proposed here. Thank you very much. And it's interesting to see finally, after 30 years almost, that things are getting rolling on the Bass Lake Hills specific plan. Take care. Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Yeah, hi, Ruth Michelson, District 4. Thanks for taking my call. Supervisor Heidel, I found it problematic that your very first comment was that you felt that there was some type of aberration for why the specific plan designated this land as it did when there isn't other land around it in the same way. I'd like to give staff the credit that they studied this and they had their reason, and I'm so glad that Ken called in as one of the authors of the specific plan. Generally, things are not just, oops, a mistake. There's a reason. I also worked for the county in the 90s, and I also worked with Ken and with Chris in the Department of Transportation. So number one, why do we have these plans? Okay, maybe after 30 years they become outmoded, but let's not assume it's just some kind of mistake that was made originally. There was a reason. It was well studied. The presentation was very beautiful, all the right buzzwords. You know, bike trails, hiking trails, townhouses, employee housing, hotel looking like the Awani. I mean, who could not like it? It's almost a Hallmark movie, you know, beautiful, beautiful. And the personal stories only add to it. I was just waiting for the violins. I just think we need to be pragmatic and look at the facts. It's not an emotional issue. It's not a personal issue. It's what is right for the development. And absolutely that off-ramp will be bombarded. The expense of expanding that off-ramp needs to go to the developer again and again and again. The county loses that opportunity of passing on that expense. They're creating the mess. They're creating the traffic. They need to pay. And also, who said that the housing for the employees or the townhouses would be affordable? There's an assumption being made there. At least I didn't hear that. This is like what Sierra, the lumber mill did. They had housing for their employees, which was affordable, and that housing is still up there in Camino. But would this truly be affordable, or would it be supplied for free to those who are working there? It's very hard to find employees right now, especially in the hospitality field. There's great shortages of employees. So, you know, I think that has to be fleshed out. And also the townhomes. The townhomes in El Dorado Hills by the feeder, one bedroom is, a studio is 1,800, then 2,400, then 3,800 for a 2-bedroom. Are they talking about townhomes at that price point? Or what are they talking about? So I think we need to have specific. But anyway, yes, it sounds very beautiful, but there's going to be impacts and they must be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Dina Nikita.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine. Go ahead, Dina.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for taking my viewpoints today. I am a homeowner of the property that borders that triangular section on the new Country Club Drive that's being proposed for multi-use. And in general, I support the hotel. I support housing for employees of that hotel. I support a village feel. The bridge, walking trails, use of livestock, And I feel that does not impact the current residents' views that are there. I am a mother who purchased property for a home in a rural setting more. And what's being proposed is multi-use on what's considered my front yard. And it says approximately 245 units, residents would be in the multi-use areas. So that would greatly affect my getting away. It also would block the view. One of the reasons I chose this parcel is there's an oak grove there, and I believe many of those oaks are protected, and they're going to remain there for a park. However, if that multi-use is built, that would obstruct my view of all of that. Now it shows that there is a border that's natural space. That natural space border is actually a public utility road for PG&E, so it has to be left natural or accessible, but I would not be able to grow any trees to cover that area, therefore losing my view. I'm concerned about water runoff onto our property and onto the driveway. I'm concerned about the environment, the environmental impact and the fact that the loss of privacy. Everyone's going to be looking down onto our property. So if those concerns can be addressed, perhaps more of a border and they grow trees, so I still have that tree view, I would consider supporting it. But I feel that those who already invested for the reasons that the county or the plan had suggested, to not just give it up. And I am, real quick, I am also concerned, there is a mention is funding. Will the people who currently own the more agricultural, that was RS10 now, would we be funding these community areas in Melrose or something to that effect when we're not asking for it?
Thank you, Dina.
Now taking public comment from Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer Yoder here, representing myself as a resident of Serrano in El Dorado Hills and a resident of District 1. I fully support the Town and Country Village proposal. I was privileged to see this presentation last week and ask a lot of questions. It's a gorgeous project with a lot of thought put into preserving and highlighting local history. The architecture is stunning. The workforce housing idea is brilliant. Restaurants and artisan shops would be a lovely addition and would make a beautiful entryway into El Dorado County wine country and Apple Hill. I think the board has the opportunity to stimulate the local economy and to make EDH a beautiful destination location and not just a pass-through unincorporated area. Thank you for your time and consideration of this project.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon, Kathy Lishman. I do like the mixed use and creativity of this project in the village feel. I am wondering, it is a gateway to rural El Dorado County and it needs to make sure that it looks like that. Or is it an extension of Folsom and Sacramento County? Highway 50 in parts is a scenic highway, and the idea of taking what's already zoned and changing it when people have bought their property knowing what it was zoned for at the time is quite a dilemma. It is a beautiful project, but I do think it's important to keep in mind separation of community. Community, identity, and ruralness are important. The affordability of the units, how could they be made to be preserved as affordable? And when would that happen? Where will the water come from? The air quality is definitely an issue. Our county is the gateway to the Sierras, and it's important to keep that in mind. It is a beautiful project, but I think that there are a lot of things to work out. I do find it interesting that at this point, 4 of the 5 supervisors have met with the developer. And so it's like, I really can't say anything except I know that how that can influence how you go about looking at a project. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from Arvin Chardary.
Hello, I'm Arvin Chowdhury, and we own 3 of the parcels on the west side of Bassett Road, kind of kitty corner from the proposed housing on that north parcel. And I would like to say I'm in favor of this application and the process, going through this process of re-examining the general plan for this area and a specific plan. And especially in terms of the way things are changing in the world today. Different infrastructure needs, different technology, different housing requirements, and different modes of transportation. And as far as infrastructure, with the parcels we have, one of those proposed sewer alignments that was mentioned does go through our parcels. So we look forward to coordinating orderly development for future infrastructure needs for the area with the applicant and see if we can move forward in a more appropriate level of development for the current times in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Arvin?
Now taking public comment from Debbie Manning.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine, Debbie. Go ahead.
Okay, so Debbie Manning, El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce. We did send a letter, but I'm just going to go ahead and read it because I know sometimes you all get so much that maybe you can't read everything. So the El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce received a presentation regarding the conceptual plans for the proposed project in front of you. We appreciated reviewing the proposal with so much vision, preliminary planning, historical perspective, and early outreach to the community. Many of the specifics, questions related to land use, and the entitlement process will be forthcoming as the application proceeds. Since this project has so much economic potential, the county is encouraged to welcome all necessary large project consultant reports and environmental studies and hopes that the county and the community will find it to be a desirable project for the long-term benefit of our county. While we cannot and do not make a specific endorsement at this time, we are in support of the conceptual stage. We do support the project being processed in accordance with the county policies and procedures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so we'll go back to the project proponents if they would choose to respond to any of the questions or comments made.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We appreciate your time. We know the time is short. A couple things. The Mahanas have been here 45 years and they're committed to the hills and to El Dorado. And so we, from the 3 APAC meetings we've had, the El Dorado Hills APAC, Area Planning Advisory Committee meetings, the Bridlewood Neighborhood Association, reaching out before we even created some of this and said, what are you all looking for? So we have continued that pathway. We will continue that when we bring back, if you so desire, some application, or if you think that some of this is worthy, we'll bring back a piece of this, and say, we think we can accomplish this piece. We'll still go back to the neighborhoods and keep asking questions and listening to we had a bike meetup for road bike. I'm a road bicyclist, and the mountain bike folks came and we didn't even know it. We had it out on Facebook, and we had a great meetup for folks who were in the area. The Mother Lode, I thought they would be here today. Mother Lode Trails Association, a few members were there. We got exposed to a whole new concept of mountain biking. and looking at it from a perspective of the specific plan. You know, I think a lot has been said. I'll end with just simply asking for any other advice you could give us. That's the purpose of this hearing, to hear a little piece from you. We've heard from some, and we'd love to hear anything else if there's any pieces that you'd like to give us direction on. And we really appreciate this J6 process. It elongates it, but just like our environmental document next, it'll probably elongate it because we won't be taking the whole thing in a complete project study. We'll probably take a piece of it at a time. That'll elongate the process so we can get it correct. The traffic, you've said, Supervisor, is paramount. But when you have 80,000 cars going by on the freeway, and then to use that valuable resource, they can all go all the way through, or you can use it and try to benefit from it. So we appreciate your time, and any other comments would be greatly appreciated too. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you, Josh. So I'll just turn to staff if they would choose to add anything for clarity purposes or otherwise.
No, but I'm here to answer any other questions you might have.
Okay, so back to the board, questions and comments. I'm not seeing any lights yet. Okay, District 4, please, Lori.
I think I have a question that's probably for Tiffany, because I have struggled with these J6s since before being on the board, and I still don't enjoy them. And so what are we supposed to be doing here today? Because I don't want to give false impressions of support. There's a lot of concerns about this, but I don't want to say no. Truly, what's the point of today?
Yep. Tiffany Schmidt, Director of Planning and Building. So policy J6 was implemented by the Board of Supervisors in 2013. And I believe that was in response to the county's receipt of 3 large specific plan projects proposal. So I think that was Marble Valley, Lime Rock, and Central Eldorado Hills. And all of those are still in process today. And I think the intent at the time, I don't know, I think Dave Livingston might have been the only one here, was to, I think the sentiment was, gee, it would have been nice if we had received these in advance of their formal submittals and that we could have had a conversation about it prior to that, because so much goes into an application, so much time, so much money on the applicant's behalf. And then there's a tremendous amount, there can be, of frustration from the public when they're not aware that these things are coming forward. So I believe that was the initial intent, was to give applicants a heads up of what the sentiment is, if there's major concerns, and then also to give the public a heads up that this potentially large development might be coming through. So in my time here, we had presented a few projects under the 2013 version of the policy. And it used to ask for the board to make a determination of compliance. And that was kind of put the board in a really awkward situation because everything is so preliminary, right? There's studies that nothing, in fact, is required as part of the submittal. We always tell applicants, you get back what you put in, but there are no formal application requirements. So you're not getting all those technical analyses that they put in and what we see with a formal application, again, because that's a significant amount of time and money. And the intent is to try and better define a project prior to it actually coming through for processing. So we modified the policy in 2020 to remove those requirements for the board to make a determination and just simply to receive the information and provide feedback. I know that this process frustrates you. If the board at any time wants to do away with the policy, you can give us a direction and we can do away with the policy. But that's my understanding of what the intent is.
I would have got rid of it yesterday if I could have. So good to know. We will work on that. All right. So then this is it. That's basically our conversation. We don't have to vote or do anything, correct? Okay.
There's no voting required. We
No.
took that out also. Yeah, we really tried to make this.
Okay, because I don't feel like it was super constructive. We heard so many different concerns, things that people appreciated. I'm not really sure if this helped you at all with some direction, because there's huge concerns out there, water, traffic, that whole, I noticed when I was looking at the zoning, when I really appreciated Ken Greenwood, you calling in on this. Because yes, when you look at the map, it definitely shows the separation of community, and that wasn't being addressed anywhere. So there's huge concerns with this, but then again, at the same time, it's beautiful. I'm just not sure if this is the right location. So not sure how helpful any of this was to you, honestly. And I'm very concerned if part of the goal of this is to get community input, it's not happening. So I don't know what to say.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate it. We think it has been helpful.
Okay, good.
Your comments are helpful. Your comments, separation of community is helpful. Ken's comments on that. We want to come back and be responsive to that because the family has properties on both sides of Bass Lake Hills, Bass Lake Road. And so there's opportunities for still separation of communities as we drive along the highway, if that's the desire of the board, separating communities. So as I think one person said, so it's not like Folsom. I said, someone had asked me, well, you're going to be like Folsom. And I no, that's not our point here as on the family side. We don't want to look that way. So we agree that we have to find another pathway. We do understand, though, that there are all these cars on this highway. And we do know that this Bass Lake Road is going to go to 4 lanes just past the family's property, just on the other side of that. That's destined for 4 lanes. Now, the rest from above Country Club all the way up is a question still in your planning process. But as properties develop out, as the plan calls for, I would think you all, after studying traffic, would say, yeah, that road has to continue up 4 lanes. We need that capacity. So when you're talking about a 4-lane urban collector and a major road, and you're talking about 80,000 cars a day, and you're talking within the new paradigm of planning on the freeways where traffic already is. So you don't plan these types of developments 10 miles from the highway, you plan them right on the highway. So all of those things, and taking into account good comments like the separation of communities, now we'll come back and we'll say, okay, how do we do this? How do we take into account all the public comments we've heard? And we've talked to a lot of other people. We've had people come into the ranch. So we'll take that into account. So this has been a helpful process for us.
Okay, good.
And we appreciate it. We appreciate your comments too. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. District 5
Oh.
was next.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, a little bit of history here helps. In 2013, when we first got on, people were, we were getting these major projects coming in. Our planning department was spending hundreds of hours to talk about how they get this number when in front of the public and to the board. And then the board has to make a decision based upon what they're seeing and hearing in 1 or 2 hearings. And it was just overwhelming. It was taking the planners years to look at everything. It was taking our developers years to get to the point where they could go in front of us. And by then, you ended up with segments of people that were for or against, whatever, but there was never an intermediate time where people could just listen to what the idea was and then start to get asked those questions, saying, what's going to happen with traffic? What's going to happen with my community? How's this going to help or hinder where I am or what I want to see in our county? So this, in my mind, was always the very beginning of a conversation with the public and with the developers to have a real good conversation. No decisions, but just a conversation of what the issues are and how we could address them. So that's all that this J6 is supposed to be. is just a conversation. And that kind of, to me, alleviated a lot of that angst once you got to the point where they had spent years and millions of dollars to get there in front of you, and then it's a yay or nay. So now you're saying, hey, listen to the people around you. It's not everything. It's not everybody that's talking today, but it's a start of that communication. That's so important. So that's why I just want to give a little history on there, why we thought this was a good process. Tiffany, if you think this isn't working, certainly, then we need to have a conversation. But that was the intent of this, was to have a pre-hearing if you want to go that way, and kind of at least start that conversation.
Yeah, and I get that, and I know that we did change it last year, and I'm just concerned that sometimes we don't tell people honestly that we had an applicant in the past that went through the prior form of the J6 and then got denied, and so I just want to be careful that we're not misleading an applicant that yay, all good, because there's a lot of concerns. I hope you heard those really clearly. I just don't want you having false hopes on something this is huge change to what's in the area and what's in the plan. So I hope you understand the magnitude of your ask.
And I just do want to add that I was excited to see this and hear about this, because this is what Lake Tahoe is doing. We do have community centers we're trying to develop. It's a very much a part of our general plan, if you will, up in Lake Tahoe. The RPA has been spending years and years developing exactly this kind of a plan for our communities, mixed use, where you have residential in with your commercials, so that people don't travel, don't get in their cars and leave, that everything's there. Not everything, but a lot of things are there where you can have that walkable, bikeable areas. And it's a huge part of TRPA's new plans. And so I'm happy to see it down here.
Yeah,
it's great.
To me, it's a good fit for up there, actually, with the tourism and stuff. So that makes a lot of sense.
District 3, Wendy, you're next.
All right, thank you. Well, appreciate you being here. And I guess my comments today, I'd like to say, I appreciate your heart for our county. That certainly came through in your comments. And I love that you're looking to create a lasting legacy, not only for your family, but to improve and to really honor and celebrate our deep historical roots in the context of our importance in America's story. And I appreciate your sensitivity to that, and look forward to that continuing throughout the development process. I also appreciate the extreme care that you are exhibiting and working with the natural environment. And I think as some of the comments that you've heard today, that's so important along our Highway 50 corridor. And that's something that I think is important to all of us, is how any type of development will interface along the Highway 50 corridor. And I also appreciate the extent of outreach that you've already done with the neighbors, with community partners like the churches, as well as the winery associations and entities like that. So it's obviously a long-term game and of really true community engagement. And I think that will make for a better project. So I appreciate that that's already been done to the extent that it has, and look forward to that continuing. And as has been said, obviously we're not at a point where we're saying yay or nay, because we don't know what the project is. I think that's important for everyone to realize. But the helpful comments that I can offer is I very much look forward to exploring increased opportunities for hospitality, of venues that are beautiful to rent, and in a project that is beautifully done, a quality project. I think that is a real need in El Dorado County. And I think as you've heard perhaps comments from this board, as well as our planning commission, this board, and also, well, I'll just speak for myself, that we're very much concerned with attainable housing in our county. And very much, I'm a big believer in creative ways to create attainable housing, things that are, not just at a big apartment complex, but cottages and townhouses and different types of creative housing that fit well in the context of who we are. And I think we need a pilot project to show us what that is. So really look forward to this moving forward and seeing what you come up with. So appreciate you being here today.
George.
The only concern I had was mostly the traffic issue, like I talked about. But, it's a beautiful facility that you guys have put in place. and especially protecting the Lincoln Highway, because there's a lot of history there with my family, especially the 8 wagon trains that Hugh Turnbull Sr. brought across, from Missouri here to California. So I want to honor you for that, especially keeping that history, because that history is very important to El Dorado County, especially the residents, the old time residents have been here, like me being 8th generation. So I want to thank you for that. And I think copying that, putting that facility in and copying the hotel that's in Yosemite, what a beautiful piece that is in Yosemite. And taking that and using that with your ideas here for this particular facility. So I want to commend you on that. And I think it's something we can look forward to, really, to the future. So of El Dorado County, like you're talking about, being the gateway. So anyway, thank you for the presentation today.
So I'd like to present a little bit different perspective on the J6 review, having been charter member of the startup of the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee in 1981. One of the biggest things we started looking at was the frustration of not understanding what the projects were all about until it was time to make a decision. And that's very difficult for the community to respond to. And I've always looked at J6 as the ability for project shaping for community benefit. If the community gets inputs early in the project, as is encouraged by participation and presentations at APAC, we think the community benefits, the projects end up being better, because any one developer can't understand the greater concerns of what the community are. What is the community's expectation? If you just go and plan a project kind of in a void, you end up with something you may like and it pencils out from the standpoint of profitability, but is it really something the community wants? Does it give back to the community a benefit that can be recognized? And so that was my always view of what that advantage is of having the J6. One of the other frustrations was the technical advisory committee meetings, because staff would meet with the proponents and they would discuss things relative to the aspects of zoning and uses and everything else. But again, the public is not invited to participate at that level, and for good reason. But where was the public input early on in the process? That was what was missing. And in this case, it's the public in respect to El Dorado County, the full board, getting an opportunity to comment back and share with you our thoughts. What are the concerns? What are the things we see as community benefits? And again, to help shape this project into something, when it's all said and done, the majority of the people will come forward and say, I'm okay with this, or I like this project because it basically preserves a lot of our history. It provides the proper transportation, all the things that go into a given project. But to me, the J6 aspect of it is huge, because it really does introduce the public now to get involved in the conversation, larger than what you can do through the chamber, through APAC presentation. Now the whole community has a chance to comment on it. This is the right way to approach a project, in my humble opinion. So that's why I support it. I think you've gotten our comments and feedback today. There's a lot of work to be done, no doubt.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Did APAC send in any feedback to us? Because I kept looking through my emails and I didn't find any. And I know they had meetings on it. Nothing?
I don't recall a written input. I've had conversation, but that's the
And
extent
they're
of
not
it.
here today.
Yeah.
And I did watch the video when they were there in August, and there wasn't a lot of time
Let me-
spent on it.
yeah.
So I'm just, again,
Let me turn to staff. Did you see any inputs
Did
from
you guys
from
get
APAC? Because
anything
maybe you were
from
able to track it closer than I
I
was.
did not receive any comment letters from APAC.
Okay.
because I would have thought that that would have been exactly what you're saying, more in that El Dorado Hills, that area. And I went and watched the video and I went,
Right.
oh, there wasn't a whole lot of conversation.
Well, I think they felt they gave the feedback appropriate at the time with the APAC presentations, as opposed to the J6 with respect to the public. But maybe that needs to be encouraged, that they
Okay.
respond
There you go.
and
I was
provide
like
us a written submittal
Yeah.
to determine how well this is meeting the needs of the community. So
Okay.
maybe that's an improvement.
And that was actually the third APAC meeting.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
right.
was.
Actually, the third APAC meeting, we did get input on each one of them, but maybe some more structured input would be great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that would be great. Thanks.
Okay, are we done with the board comments back? Yeah, go ahead.
One more final comment. I know we talked about it today a little bit, but I want to reiterate that I also look forward to seeing what needs to be done with Bass Lake Road as far as a long-term, vision for Bass Lake Road, whether it's 4 lanes and what that mean, how that ties in with the larger community. I think that's going to be a critical piece of development as this area moves forward. So.
All right, very good. I think we can conclude this at this point then. I'm seeing any other comments from any of the board members or staff. Any final thoughts? Okay. So we need to talk about a lunch break, and then we need to talk about coming back for the rest of the afternoon. Can we get by with a half an hour lunch break?
Sure.
Does that work for
That's
everybody?
good.
So that means we'll be
At
back
least
at
it ain't 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
No.
Half hour.
Half hour. No, I said at least it ain't 20
All right,
minutes.
so
Don.
Otherwise, it's start without me.
2:25, is that appropriate to come back then with everybody?
Yeah, that'll be good.
All right. So we will reconvene at 2:25. Sorry for the inconvenience of the 1 o'clock time allocation, but sometimes things take longer than you expect. Okay, so we are back from our lunch break and ready to resume with our 1 p.m. time allocation open forum, recognizing we're very late with that. But Kim, if you would please open that up.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Please come forward.
Hello, board. Thank you for having us. I'd like to request a little bit more time, seeing as I'm representing a lot of people and a lot of questions or people that can't be here.
So please give us your name voluntarily and try to keep it within 3 minutes as much as you
Yes,
can,
sir.
but yes.
So my name is Toby Madison. I represent the Grizzly Flats Rebuild Coalition. Also, the El Dorado County Foundation is, helping us out with our El Dorado, or it's going to be the Grizzly Flats South County Foundation, which is great. Huge opportunity for us. So a couple questions that we have. I came back here when the first meeting happened with the Caldor fire. Wendy, your emotions were, huge. Could tell that you really care, along with the rest of the board. So some issues that we're dealing right now in the community, of course, was a motion you all passed for the RV moratorium for RVs to, be back up in Grizzly. As of right now, okay, probably the only one at this point. Might be one of the few that's actually going to stay there in the winter and brave this winter. So the reason that is not happening, of course, is no fault of your own. It's the cleanup process. But in some of these aspects, there are some small properties that you can't put an RV that's not going to impact the SCAR zone. And a lot of places, there are plenty of room away from the SCAR zone that an RV can operate properly, safely. The Wilkinson's has portable septic tanks. They brought me one out. I have a pump out service. It's a huge concern for us in the community. When you back people into a corner, they're going to do what they want to do, period, because of survival, especially up in a mountain community. So what we're trying to alleviate is the problem of people doing what they want and then impacting the community, sewage going places it shouldn't, generators being installed without, proper, protocol as far as keeping things safe. So my way to address this situation is to try to set up and formulate a plan to be able to make this happen. Once cleanup process is happening, you're going to have an influx of RVs that are going to populate that area very fast. We're not prepared for that as far as it goes right now. And I talked to, a lot of my questions were addressed by the county, Mr. Peters, which is great. One of the things that I see that could help out is there should be no reason why we can't start the temporary power pole process. We're going to need temporary power poles for construction as it is. So we're going to need that. That should be able to be implemented now in some aspects to provide, once the cleanup process is done in certain locations, that people aren't having to run off generators. The tanks from Wilkinson's, another thing, they're having problems acquiring so many tanks, even for the people that are up there that, request them now. So that's an issue to deal with. Other issues are from the trees getting cut down by PG&E. They're leaving the roads not intact. There's a bunch of duff. Their equipment is, taking a rock off of our roads and some of these private roads that are not maintained by the county. So that needs to be addressed. They should clean up those roads, especially before the winter time comes. We're already going to deal with mudslides and different things. We also are not getting anything as far as timelines. Phase 2 completion. Phase 1's pretty much, wrapped up. Phase 2 estimating to start around the end of October is the last date I got. That's a concern because that's going to entail what people do in this rebuild process. The other thing is the FEMA of course, we've talked about that, George, FEMA denying our individual assistance. We all know that, it's something we're working on. But people want to know what's their options, if FEMA does not come into play and we get individual assistance. They need some kind of, instruction on that. The other thing is the laundry services that you all were gracious enough to provide for us at Pioneer Park. It was great. I've used them personally. It's great to be able to go to a place and do your laundry, without having to pay an arm and a leg. Our case now is it's at a location, especially in the wintertime, that's going to make it very hard for people to get to. So at this point, we do have potable water in a lot of areas of Grizzly. Also, I talked to the company that was down there, and they said they basically have a system to provide their services, even if we didn't have utilities, if we didn't have water, if we didn't have drainage. They have ways of doing that. But now I think it's time to try to figure out a way to bring those facilities more closer to the impact zone, if that's possible.
Okay.
The other thing is, George, when you were talking about PG&E and the cut down on the trees, and the clear cut, believe me, I witness it every day of my life. I've seen the Tyler Ranch that was, just, you can land a B-52 bomber there now, literally, on the clear cut. So we were concerned by that. One thing I did want to tell everybody is that we do have the right to replant trees in those masticated areas of PG&E. We just have to follow the proper regulations. So in my case, I'm going to be planting a bunch of orchard trees. You just have to keep them off the poles and you have to keep the height restrictions down to make sure you top them. So I just want everybody to understand they can do that. They're not saying you can't plant trees back in those locations. So that is an option for people with a lot of masticated land, that they want to bring back.
Can you wrap it up, Toby? I hate to
Yes,
do
sir.
this, but we need to work with staff and obviously your supervisor to make a lot of these things come to more visibility. I'll call it that.
Okay, and then the only other thing I had is, can we try to get a weekly or bi-weekly update for the community? A lot of people don't have social media, they don't have internet up there, and they're going by word of mouth. We do not want Facebook to give people information. It is not good.
It's not good.
Not good at all. Every information I put out on our Facebook page is only accurate information I get from the board or from OES, So we need to just alleviate that problem by getting some kind of updates, whether it's county updates, board updates, OES updates, and that kind of stuff. Thank you for your time. I appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much. I guess I'm not seeing anyone else in the boardroom, so let's go to the Zoom inputs. I mean, please come forward.
My first time speaking.
Okay.
We believe you can do it, Jonathan.
Nice presentation. Jonathan Gainsborough. 8th generation, George?
Yeah.
That's so fantastic. Wow. It's been a rich morning, and I've known, I don't know if I said it, but I've known Mo 5 years and his family, and great people, great people. And his humility is not an act. Just a couple things that I have to talk about. I missed the nomadic Housing El Dorado meeting last night, but I heard that there was a hot date between Wendy and this really handsome man, Dennis, I think. Yeah. And I was glad to hear that. I don't know if you're allowed to give any update at all, but it's getting freezing. It's freezing outside. It's too cold for your animals. It's too cold for your animals. It's too cold for your cat. It's too cold for your dog. It's too cold for your brothers and sisters, 100 homeless women, give or take. But what are they worth? How do you monetize the worth of somebody sleeping out in the cold or sleeping in a car and you can't leave your car running because of carbon monoxide? We've got to do something. I know that next week Don is going to be presenting $90 million, or he's had to balance $90 million of requests with $37 million of ARPA, of American Rescue Plan money. And I just finally, I'm seeing that if we acquire the Best Western, at least we've got one motel. I don't see how you can sleep and have no motel when Tahoe has scored 3 for the homeless. But immediately, we need to do something for this winter. Do we have to have Don and Peg Vandekar have a heart attack or a stroke to get our attention that these are human beings that are out in freezing, subhuman conditions? And we need to back some type of hygiene until then for the Upper Broadway. I heard that Charlie is now behind the sheriff's plan. That's just through the grapevine. Can we come up with another name for it besides the sheriff's plan? Can we call it the crossover or the refuge or the respite or the safe place? Something to take the stigma off of the fact of law enforcement versus the PTSD that the homeless live in. They're traumatized from childhood, the majority of them. It's been proven in studies. So let's get some help out to them this winter on the way to a permanent facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
God bless.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I'd like to draw your attention to the highlighted portions of the Brown Act and rights of the public that are just being distributed to you. In particular, the people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. Despite mandatory ethics training, you continually break every one of the rules in these books, which just happens to be my areas of expertise. In case in point was last week's Planning Commission meeting when Lori Parlin put on a dog and pony show to praise James Williams and Andy Nevis. That item was not on the agenda. In fact, the notice of vacancy for James Williams was never posted for 10 days as required by law, nor was his letter of resignation dated. Lori, I would appreciate your attention. The District 2 vacancy appears on the website, but not for District 4. Lori Parlin had already selected Andy Nevis and colluded with other public officials to groom him for the position before other applicants could even apply. Additionally, Chairman John Vegna announced that Andy had not yet been sworn in. Therefore, there was no quorum as confirmed by Brianne Mobius. Consequently, the entire meeting proceeded outside of the law. Kim Dawson failed to post my documents into the minutes revealing government corruption, which indicates there is something to hide. Therefore, I submitted a PRA this morning requesting transparent answers to specific questions which the public has a right to know. There's been a lot of controversy about corruption in the Planning Commission. I'd like to read a revealing excerpt from the affidavit of former Chairman Gary Miller. Quote, I don't really need to explain to you what I did. I don't need to justify myself to you. You get what I give you. I suggest you make a complaint to the Board of Supervisors and have me removed. That would break my heart. There isn't a 3 strikes policy. I know there's no such policy. There's nothing in the Brown Act that says you can talk for 3 or 5 minutes. One of the unique things about being as a chairman is you don't get to tell me what I can do. Sounds like you are threatening to take me to court. County Counsel David Livingston was right there. I assure you that if I was in violation of the Brown Act, he would have said something, end quote. It is evident that Lori has unethically been trading political favors with Andy Nevis, who has been unlawfully using the Taxpayers Association meetings for his own personal benefit. Lori has witnessed Andy's slander, libel, discrimination, and collusion with others to censor me, in particular regarding public safety issues relevant to the Mount Murphy Bridge. It is apparent that Lori Parlin and Mr. Nevis have been following in the corrupt footsteps of Al Hamilton to deprive me the blessings of freedom. Lori, again, your attention, please. You have refused to respond to correspondence or return phone calls. You and Andy can't even give me eye contact like you're not doing right now. Joseph Caruso, Tiffany Schmid, Rafael Martinez, Todd White, George Turnbull, Don Ashton, and others have also deprived me of public services and thus violated their oaths of office. If you are taking advice from County Council, then you are all complicit and liable for aiding and abetting in the dismantling of the Constitution. Before all public meetings, you say a pledge of allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, yet you arrogantly exalt yourselves above God and the rights of the people guaranteed by the Constitution, which you swore an oath to support and defend. Government hypocrites and brood of vipers need to be exposed. Ephesians 5:11 says, take no
Please wrap it
part
up, Melody.
take no part in the worthless deeds of evil and darkness. Instead, expose them. That is my rightful duty and the exercise of my rightful duty as a Christian soldier. Now, if you have any questions or comments, please make them now while I'm at the podium. Hearing none, just for the record, the unidentified woman in this affidavit turned out to be none other than Tiffany Schmid, who was seated here just a few minutes ago. Madam Clerk, please enter these documents into the public record.
Okay, seeing no one else present in the boardroom, let's go to the Zoom meeting.
Now taking public
Attendees?
comment from Zoom participants, taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. I mean, good morning. It's 9 a.m. when we should be doing open forum. Anyway, as Richard or as Jonathan said, it's been a rich day indeed. Still wondering, why can't we work on a fallover setback for an emergency ordinance, if you will, while the WTF ordinance is being being prepared? If we could do an urgency ordinance regarding tower setbacks, I think we would probably take care of most of the problems. This would force or guide the location away from developed or 1 acre, 2 acre types of parcels where a fallover setback may or may not be able to be obtained. Again, just outside that boundary would be the power and phone lines that they need to put these up. Because remember, they must have those two utilities to the property to make these marvels of technology work. I just can't say enough about this. I can also, just kind of going back on the earlier item with respect to the Bass Lake area, that is our gateway. And I hope we can keep that gateway kind of rural, if you will, to separate between the communities. Yes, we need transient housing and this, that, and employee housing and TOT income, but at what cost? Also, I will second that we should have a weekly update, and there should be a newsletter, an official newsletter that goes out every week from the County of El Dorado, explaining phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, what happens if you do, what happens if you don't, can I put a RV on the property, et cetera, or if I can I do it under what conditions, and on and on and on and on and on, so forth. Again, I've requested this, maybe some clarity in the, FEMA for Dummies. And did I hear right that we have been turned down for our individual assistance? Gosh, if we'd only formatted that letter correctly. And I was pleased to see that the letters that are going out today to Senators Feinstein and Padilla are correctly formatted, and I'm very proud that our sheriff could at least do that. Remember, if you're going to cheat off the A student. I guess that's about it for today. I've been waiting all day. Now I can maybe go out and get some firewood because, as Jonathan pointed out, it is getting cold. Looks like pretty much rain for this next week or so, and that's going to be very challenging. Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from phone number 132. Please unmute yourself.
One, 3, 2, you're still muted. We're going to give you 10 more seconds to unmute, and then we'll try to pick you up at the end if you're still on. Can you unmute? Okay, let's move on.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I really agree with the man who spoke from Grizzly Flats, and I really feel for him. And I really think strongly we should have a blue ribbon committee or something that has people from the planning department and all the other relevant departments meeting. There can't be this has got to be one of the highest needs that we have, and these people are in crisis. So absolutely, I think this has to be put front and center. So I appreciate him calling in and outlining all the problems. I also wanted to follow up on Jonathan's comment with all the monies that are coming in. First of all, I know you have $17 million that have come in for homelessness, and you have this other money for COVID, and we don't see any line item for homelessness. And you know, how many times can we ask? I don't want to ask anymore or plead with you. I guess I want to ask a different question, which is why not? I don't get it. How can you not help the homeless? I'd really like you all, I don't know, I'll write you a letter and maybe you can all write me back individually. How can you not help the homeless? We have $50 million extra dollars in our budget this year. How can you not help the homeless? What is the hang up? The other thing, how many minutes do I have left? A minute and a half. I didn't get a chance last week when I was talking about that hearing. There was a couple other things I wanted to say, and I think you all remember the September 28th Village A14 Serrano that both myself and Sue Taylor were co-appellants. A couple other things I wanted to say about that is we brought up impacts that had not been mitigated as required by the specific plan. Staff allowed Parker to address the issues, and we don't know if what they said was credible. There wasn't any staff responding to those, and it just is not sufficient. Oh, also, there really needs to be a supplemental EIR. I know you think this project has gone to bed and is done with, but it really isn't. It was just really sloppily pushed through. So I think I have 45 more seconds, eh? Well, that's probably about it. Homelessness. Please do something, and I'll write you all a letter, and maybe you can explain to me how you can sleep at night without doing anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Jared Burton. Can you please unmute yourself?
Jared, you're still mute. There you go.
Hello.
Hi, speak up a little bit, please.
All right. My name is Jared Burton, and I'm just started working with a group of cabin owners whose cabins burned down in the Caldor fire. And we were interested in expanding this to homeowners too, but we want to use some of the trees that were downed or decked to rebuild with. And we wanted to ask Sue Novacell for representation on this issue. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. We're not going to do interactions. We'll allow the comments after we get done with the full comments from the public.
Okay. Yeah, we're just wanting representation and try to get the ball rolling on this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
All right.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hello, everybody. Yes, we still do need shelter for the homeless. And I want to recommend a book to you that I just started reading. It's called San Francisco. And it's actually written by a guy from San Francisco who's a progressive. And he worked for a long time with the homeless in San Francisco. And like I said, I've said for a long time that we need to stop referring to this as a homeless problem and start referring to it as a mental illness and drug problem. And I do believe that we do need to house the mentally ill and drug addicted before we can actually give them services. And they need to be done in that order. I'm not talking about separate apartments, but they need to be in some sort of shelter so we can address their issues. They're not going to be addressed living in the woods, in the cold and the wet rain. So I definitely agree with Jonathan on those things. So I hope that you guys haven't forgotten all the great discussions that we started having just a month or so ago. It seems like nobody cares anymore. So that's sad. Also, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but there were a lot of children out of school yesterday. Seems like probably a good 50% or more of the parents with school-age children in this county are not happy with these vaccine mandates. And I think the line has been crossed. You're going to have a lot of kids pulling out of school. What I think was very dishonest was back in, I don't know, last year, you guys kept saying you need to take it up with the boards, the school boards. Then the school board says you need to take it up with the county. Then you got Nancy Williams in there saying, not my problem either. So you guys keep pointing the fingers at each other and nothing's getting done. I don't know if that's on purpose, but you're going to have a lot of kids pulled out of school. Your school systems are going to fail. They're going to fall. You're going to lose teachers. You're going to lose staff. So you better make a move and you better make it quickly. So also one more thing, do you guys feel that having this 1 o'clock comment period is fair to your constituents? Do you think by moving it to the middle of the day and having it be up in the air, you are being fair to the people that voted for you? I think you need to move it back to 9 o'clock where it was and give people the opportunity to address their grievances. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, any,
Supervisor Heidel, Kathy Lishman, just raise your hand.
okay, all right, thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Kathy Lishman, I have a different feeling about public comment. I think that the items that are agendized have priority. Not that public comment isn't important, because I do believe it is, because I'm talking on public comment now, but I don't think it should take the place of the items that are agendized that are there for you to comment on or vote on or So that's just a different feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from Brian Chapman.
Thank you for taking my comment. I want to thank all of you for your hard work, and I appreciate what you've done for Deputy Ishmael. The other part that I want to sit there and speak to is something that is probably going to come before you fairly soon. I happen to live in Diamond Springs, and you're in a position where you're going to be looking for something coming from the Planning Commission having to do with the Dorado development. The EIR for this development is fatally flawed. We have already seen the failure of people trying to get away from a wildfire in our county to even come to Diamond Springs. This EIR has no true, real mitigation for any kind of an emergency without trapping everybody on both sides of the hills and the people in El Dorado and the people in Diamond Springs. The process that we get to deal with here is that not only does it not speak to the issues at hand as far as escape is concerned, emergencies, traffic mitigation, the study they use is 3 years old. There have been a massive number of processes that have gone into place in Diamond Springs, including the bypass, which is not considered in this. The other part that you get to take a look at here is the idea of having low-income housing in their development is not spoken to. The other processes you get to deal with are they don't deal properly or at all with emergency services that are available to them in this community. This is a truly flawed and badly written EIR. And what you've done, if you go forward with this, is basically put a time bomb in a small community in El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so ask staff if they have any responses to anything that was suggested. David?
I would like to just address the comments concerning Commissioner Nevis. I did confirm that he was administered the oath of office prior to the Planning Commission and that his oath of office was filed with the county recorder clerk that very same day.
No, it was not before, it was after.
John, do you want me to make a comment on the other guy?
Yes, please, Sue.
Yeah, thank you. I have been representing District 5 with the cabins, having a lot of conversations, and I'd be happy to talk to this gentleman. I have not heard anything from him. This is the first I'd heard. So I would ask him, please call my office. Be happy to get back to him, explain to him where we've been, the letters we've written, the conversations we've had with the Forest Service, with Cal OES, trying to make sure we get you all up there. We are not forgetting you at whatsoever. We're working very hard to try, and Don and his office has been helping also, trying to get any kind of service we can up there, get it moving fast. So please have him call my office. Thank you.
Thank you. And Don, did you have anything else?
Do you want me to do my CAO updates now, since it's regarding
Yes, I
the
think that's
Caldor?
appropriate. And yeah, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. First note, Mr. Magnuson, you should have received an email from county staff asking to meet with you this week to answer your questions, because they can't all be done now. So if you got that, please reply to that. In regards to, I'm going to take a few minutes here to go through a lot of this. And as a reminder, there is a special board meeting on November 2nd to discuss, to receive a formal update from the Caldor recovery team.
That's at 1 o'clock, right, Don?
We're working on the schedule because we had to make adjustments for next week.
It
Oh,
may
okay.
start at 9, may have
start at
added
9.
Oh, okay.
agenda
I'm gonna
items. It's
block out the
changing.
whole day then.
It's
Okay.
morphing a little bit, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Glad I asked.
So in regards to individual assistance, during the lunch break, I received a call from the Deputy Director of Cal OES. He said today they received approval from the governor to formally file the appeal. To be honest, I was not aware the governor had to formally approve that. I called their UC, they weren't either, but he does. So that approval was given today. They hope to have the letter issued by the end of the week. It's being sent up to the director of Cal OES, Mark Garaducci, right now. As soon as they get signed, a copy will be shared with us. We'll be sure to share it with everybody else. And once that letter is issued, then we can start any political advocacy we want. They have asked that we hold off until that formal appeal is filed. So that's a status of that topic. In regards to our communication and getting information out there, and that's always a struggle with these things. By the end of this week, we will the EOC will be putting weekly status updates on our Caldor website. And also by the end of this week, we plan to have a dashboard for regarding the various public and private programs that are available that's being completed by GIS. And that will be on the website by the end of the week as well. I want to take a moment to thank Brian Fraser. He assigned one of his GIS analysts full-time to the EOC to help with this. And recognizing Caldor as a priority, redistricting is a legal priority as well. So we have limited staff all doing the same thing. So thank you to Brian for giving up that resource and other people picking up the load on other sides. So hopefully that will improve some of the communication and get information more readily available to the public. Regarding the phase of the cleanup process, phase 2 did begin about a week and a half ago. It was just the site assessments though. The plan, as we sit here right now, is for boots to be on the ground actually starting cleanup this weekend. Weather may be changing that. So that's, staff are working this afternoon with Cal OES to try to figure out how the weather could impact those efforts. But the plan is that the contract has been signed between Cal OES and the contractor, and they're ready to go. So hopefully the weather doesn't delay it too long. We have received 459 right of entry forms out of a possible estimated about 750, which again, is really good for this part, this far along in the process. Of that 459, 225 have been submitted to the state. They've accepted 106 of them. The remaining 119 are being adjusted by staff and environmental management today and should be submitted to the state this week. And then we are also planning we've developed and started a process to reach out to those property owners who haven't submitted public or private forms. One of the challenges if you looked at the ROE form, it's not easy to fill out. And you have to have your APN number and your city and zip code, and everything needs to match. And if one thing's off, it gets rejected. So we're really trying to get those correct on the front end before they go to the state and get kicked back. We feel that's a more efficient way to do it. And it seems to be working.
Don, can I just jump in? We're having a ROA, how do you say, right of entry form this weekend on Saturday at the CCC's up in Lake Tahoe for anybody up there that happens to be up there that needs help. Our staff will be up there to help them fill out those forms.
Yep, that was my last point.
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. So the one in Tahoe is in Myers is this weekend. We held 2 in Pioneer. We received 40 to 50 per day. So that was good. So things are moving. We've received 2 forms for the people who want to participate in the private cleanup program and hire their own contractors. So just for context, it seems we're getting where we need to go, but still a lot of work to be done for sure. In regards to the water, the laundry, you heard it today from several people, the laundry and this is in Grizzly Flat, the laundry and shower trailers were delivered to Pioneer Park last week. Showers have been used by approximately 12 residents a day, and laundry is seeing more. Okay.
I got that clarification from the guy that works there, so.
Okay, I'll correct the EOC. Either way, they're being used, which is good. $25,000 a week. So we're really trying to figure out when's the right time to pull those back and scale those. The good news is in regards to potable water being made available, there's about 200 residences up there that are still standing and livable. Potable water, full water system has been restored to about 150 of those people. So that's really good news. 40 residences have flushing water. It's not potable, but they have running water in their house. 10 have no water. 10 residents have no water at all. So still working on that. Another issue that my office is starting to get inquiries from is people who live in Strawberry and the frustration that they still don't have, many places up there still don't have power. PG&E they're hoping to have it restored by the end of the month. And we're pushing them. Everyone's pushing each other as hard as we can push, so that's where we are in regards to that. The big question is, what do we do if our individual assistance is not approved? Then what happens? Other jurisdictions that have had this happen, they've established what is called a COAD, C-O-A-D. It's a community organization active in disaster, really run by nonprofits and volunteer groups. And ours seems to be starting to come together between the Grizzly Flats West Slope Foundation, the El Dorado Community Foundation, multiple churches and other community providers. And that's really being led and coordinated by our Health and Human Services Division. On November 2nd, when you receive the update, you'll see an org chart of the different divisions and team leads. And because so much of this is in regards to assistance type programs, that was put under Health and Human Services. One of the big issues we have is still finding out what the needs are. We think we know what the needs are, but then you find out you didn't know what the needs were. So really identifying what those needs are and how to best address those. But if individual assistance is not approved, we're going to be relying on this group even more so to try to help those residents who were impacted by the fire. That's all I have. Happy to try to answer any questions you may have at this
So
point.
does the new group become a nonprofit? Is that the umbrella they go under, or do they use a foundation? Have you figured out that from donations?
They likely use existing foundations.
Okay,
to do that.
that makes sense.
Yep.
So,
And we have that up in Lake Tahoe. We already have a foundation that was started after Angora. That's exactly what they did. They were formed just to take care of Angora victims. Worked out really well. Now we're using it for the Caldor and Tamarack fires. That's what this fund is about. Yeah, great.
okay. I would just notice, our agenda says CEO update, maybe called at any time during the meeting. So I would forecast in the future with all that we would do this after open forum, because I think the CEO update with the information you provided today is more appropriate after open forum, because people will get the feedback from some of the questions they've been asking. And I think doing it at that time frame as opposed to later, we can either move it on the agenda or leave it where it is, but I think it's clearly established it can be flexible.
Yep.
So I prefer what you suggested here, moving that forward right after open forum. Even though it may delay things, I think it's the right thing to do. So
whatever you prefer, Mr. Chair, is fine.
I think people fade in the afternoon and some of them drop out. And so I think it's better if we do it a little bit earlier in the afternoon as opposed to later in the afternoon, but just an opinion. So. Okay, with that, I think we're concluded with open forum. And so we're ready for our 2 p.m. time allocation, which has changed. So Kim, if you would read that, please, the way it was submitted, and then we'll talk about the changes.
Item 29 is a hearing to consider an appeal to the Board of Supervisors in the matter of Patrick Delaney's contested code enforcement cases and the administrative order for county ordinance violations, including an unpermitted structure, unpermitted grading, unpermitted outhouse, and occupancy of a recreational vehicle. Staff recommends the following. 1, deny Mr. Delaney's appeal to overturn the decision of the hearing officer. 2, uphold the decision of the hearing officer that will provide the following. A, the appellant is to pay the fine set by the administrative decisions dated August 24th, 2021, and B, fines to accrue commencing September 24th, 2021, as determined by the hearing officer.
Good afternoon, Roger Runkle, Deputy County Counsel, appearing today on behalf of Code Enforcement. Before you open the hearing on this, I'm here to give you some good news, which is yesterday, we were able to enter into an agreement with the homeowner to work with them to continue to work to become compliant with the code. And so the request today is pursuant to that agreement to take this matter completely off calendar, subject to our agreement with the homeowner to continue to work to resolve those issues. So no 4-hour hearing. You got to listen to me for 30 seconds.
So moved.
That's our request.
Thank you, Roger. So any board comments on that? I'm suspecting not. Okay. We open this up for public comment.
And I apologize for not getting that to you sooner, but we only got a signed agreement at noon yesterday,
Oh,
or
wow.
No
Or
problem.
I did a lot
tried
of
to-
reading late last night to try to really understand this. but that's okay. It was a good learning curve.
It
It's
was
okay.
interesting reading.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Roger.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. No public comment in the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, taking public comment from 390.
Well, I'm glad, oh, pardon me, Ken Greenwood, District 2. Item 29, whatever it is. I'm glad we came to closure on this. Seems to me that this came down pretty heavy on this guy, perhaps appropriately. I don't know. I don't know the specifics of the violations, but apparently there were violations. And I imagine the hammer came down pretty hard on these guys or this guy. Plus, he may or may not have been involved in some illicit activities and on and on and on. But it makes me wonder, perhaps AT&T, operating without a permit and such. And I wonder if the same amount of equal protection or not, and application of our appropriate ordinances was applied to AT&T, as was this individual.
So Ken, you're
or
going
anybody
beyond the
else
bounds
out
of
there.
the agenda item. Can you please keep your comments to the agenda item?
Well, I think it's very appropriate to the agenda item because we need to be fair with all of us. And that is my point. And it's kind of the point that the board's been missing now for over a year and a half. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, back to the board for direction to staff for action. I guess it takes it.
I think you're just being asked to continue it off calendar. I think the provisions of the settlement agreement would provide an opportunity for this to come back on calendar should the property owner not remain in compliance. So again, your sole action being requested of you is to continue the matter off calendar.
So move. Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And thank you for
Good job.
that short work. Yes. After all the long work. So we have closed session, we have items to and from, and then we have to talk about the adjournment in memory of our deputy sheriff. So let me make the announcement for closed session. We'll take the comments on that and then we'll do to and from and then go into closed session after that. So the board will now recess into closed session following our items to and from. To hear items 30 and 31 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. So public comment on the closed session items only at this point.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 30 and 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment in the boardroom and there's no public comment for Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go to items to and from at this point. Anyone want to start? Anyone volunteers? Sue,
Sure.
take it.
All right, thank you. I had a busy week last week. Started with, I went up to Sonoma for the CSAC Executive Committee meeting, which is a meeting of 11 of us electeds from throughout the state. CSAC is our California our California group of counties that each and every county, all 58 counties have a representative that come, and I'm your representative. And as such, I was elected last year to be on the executive committee, which is, they have 2 or 3 from each of the areas, would be suburban, urban, and rural. I'm on the rural with one other. And so it's an important position to have in that we get a lot of conversations with governor's staff and all, and really good. I love this association because there's such good networking and you get to do things as we've had conversations today about, gee, what are the other counties doing? Because a lot of times we're all in the same boat. So it's a really good organization to be in. And as such, wanted to remind everybody that we are going to have our annual conventions coming up. It's November, I believe, 29th through December 3rd. Registration's open, and I really highly recommend that you all come and listen to other counties and just network. It's really great. It's down in Monterey this year. So they do 1 year in Northern California, 1 year in Southern. So this year's Northern in Monterey. So I'd love all to show up. Then I did get a notification from our library that the radon has been cleaned up and the library is back and open.
Excellent.
In South Lake Tahoe, very excited. Everything's good there. Then back to Caldor. Again, as I just mentioned, right of entry information this Saturday at the CCC's out in Myers. We'll be there all day with information and staff for whoever has had issues and needs to be able to get in that first phase of right of entry. You only have until November 15th to get those forms in, otherwise you will lose the ability for the state to come in and do it for free, and you'll have to hire somebody. And just please remember, if you have had a structure that's been destroyed, please don't touch it until you get this right of entry form in, because that's an important first step. So please remember that. And with the fund, so this last weekend, we had a big fundraiser for the weekend at the Celio Ranch. And thank you, George, to your cousin, I think it was, that was played there.
No, actually, Johnny McGregor has been a friend since I was 5 years old.
Okay.
So
He's not related?
yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just used to saying
Possible it could be. but-
Probably a cousin somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So anyway,
Sorry,
yeah,
George.
they did a great job. And
Yeah.
it was amazing. Over 1,000 people showed up to that event.
Nope, not even close.
Way under-
Not even
We were
close?
expecting 500 to 800. We got 4,000 just on Saturday.
Saturday. Well, then Johnny was wrong. Okay.
Yeah, that was,
Probably floating in and out. But
Yeah.
anyway,
yeah.
it was unbelievable event.
Yeah, it was.
It was
Thank you,
fantastic.
thank you. And we really
Wow.
appreciated people like Johnny being there. It was really obviously very well attended. And I want to thank first our stars. They did that. That's how I know the
Yeah.
account. They counted, they literally
Oh, they
counted the
literally
cars.
counted the cars. I know they had to park across the street
They
and walk
parked 'em.
across the highway.
They parked
too.
them in the pastures and
Yeah,
everywhere they could.
Yeah, everywhere, yeah.
So it was a great event, and we're very, very, very pleased. And I want to thank the Growers Association, Apple Hill Growers Association just came through. I mean, of all the weekends to ask them for help, and they just the things they did. Lisa from the Growers Association was just awesome. Lavic Cap, I mean, you name it, Rainbow. They all came through and just really helped out and gave us some great things and raised a lot of money for Caldor and Tamarack fire victims. And all the money is going into, as you were talking about, Dawn, that special, there's been Angora fire fund that was set up 15 years ago, whatever it was. And they continued, they kept that 501c going. So now the money is funneling into them. And if anybody has had any damage or destruction in their properties, please go to their group and they're asking people to fill out forms and they're going to be getting this money out to everybody. So it's called it's not the Angora Fund anymore. It's called the California Disaster Relief Committee, CRDC. So contact my office if you need more information on that.
One more note.
Yeah.
They had enough food to last for 2 days. They ran out of food in 3 hours.
Yes. And then we gave,
3 hours.
and
they
I want to
ran out of
thank
food.
Rayleigh's and Safeway
Yes.
for replenishing our food quickly on Saturday
Yes.
night, so we
Yeah.
could be there on Sunday
Right.
with food, and we did. I mean, our community and the community and our entire county really made a special effort
Yeah.
on this. And I want to
Fantastic.
And I just want to thank Chris and Tom Celio. Tom worked for us forever here at the county, and he and his family and his ranch, I mean, they went all out on it. And Brooke Lane, mayor of South Lake Tahoe, she worked really hard. So did Tammy Wallace, our current mayor. And I just can't thank the Seroptimus Aquanas, the Optimus. I know I'm going to forget 100 people, but it was just really a great outpouring of love and support for those that needed it. And of course, Lake Valley Fire was there showing off their old and new equipment. They had their really old fire truck out there, and kids were playing on it. And it was just, it had a petting zoo, selling goats, all kinds of things going on. So thank you to everybody. And then I do want to let everybody know that there's a special tour on Friday of the Caldor. The part starting in Pollock Pines and going up to Tahoe and back. Wade Crowfoot from the Department of Natural Resources is going to be there, along with some legislators. And I've asked to go along. And as chair of the California Tahoe Conservancy, it's important. Plus, it's all mostly my district that they're going to be touring here at this point. But I want to thank those that are coming to go to that. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
District 4, Lori.
You know what? I have just mostly been talking to constituents and staff, and nothing really reportable. It's just been a lot of crazy stuff out there. So easy schmeezy.
Okay. Wendy.
I just wanted to say, I really appreciate our redistricting meeting and all the work that staff did. I thought it was a very productive meeting and look forward to the next go around. Wanted to also thank our staff and everyone that participated in the Save the Graves this weekend. We heard from the grand jury report, and we had that item before us not too long ago about the critical need in our cemeteries, and the Save the Graves event was fantastic. Our entire cemetery crew was there on both Friday night for the preview night and on Saturday, as well as Chris Perry was there Friday night. So really appreciate our staff that supported the event. And it was very, very well attended. I went both Friday night and Saturday, and it was a really productive event. So appreciate everyone involved in that. Just like Lori, worked on a lot of constituent issues as well. I did attend the nomadic meeting, shelter meeting last night to understand what the faith community is thinking. Sure appreciate their continued effort on behalf of our community, and looking forward to it looks like they have churches that are willing to participate in taking on nights through the winter, and I know we'll have ongoing dialogue between us and the community on that. Wanted to folks know that on the Camino Safety Project, we've long been talking about keeping Camino Heights open, but that if traffic behavior in that opening was problematic, that it would be closed off. And so Caltrans has been monitoring that. And this last week my understanding is they did enforcement issues on it. And there will be a virtual meeting this next Tuesday, the 26th on this, because they found many pedestrians, not pedestrians, that would be terrible, motorists making U-turns at Camino Heights.
Okay.
So there will be a virtual meeting next week, and we're looking at closing that off because of safety concerns on the corridor. And let's talk briefly about Dorado Oaks. The community, because of the Caldor fire and the time that the Caldor fire hit right as the EIR was coming out. And so the community has asked if they could extend the comment period on the EIR. And we just got word that that is going to be extended for 30 days. And that notice just went out. It's on I believe it's on our website. So I appreciate planning staff as well as the developer. The developer agreed to do that based on community desire. So appreciate that. And I will be hosting a community chat this Thursday from 5 to 6:30 at Poor Reds. Thought we'd take it away from those normal boring halls. So we're going to do it at Poor Reds, and look forward to having a dialogue with the community about what's important to them in Diamond Springs, as well as Dorado Oaks project. So I'm looking forward to having that chat with the community. So
Very good. Thank you, Wendy. George.
Met with a lot of constituents and the concerns, a lot of issues going on. I've been really, really busy and stuff. Had a meeting with Don Aston, and then David Livingston. Also attended a Republican West Women luncheon yesterday. Wendy was there. and Lori was there. It was a great turnout, and we had to, had time to listen to Tom McClintock before we got out of there. So didn't get a chance to talk to Kevin Kiley too much, even though he sat next to me. So, and then also I want to thank, we got the showers and the trailers and the laundry trailer that was up there. I left the board meeting after I got out. I went up there, and I just want to thank, the county facilities, the employees that did all the hookups and hooked all that up. They did an excellent job. They really did. They don't get the credit that they need. And so I really want to thank them for all the hard work they did to set those trailers up, because it was an all-day affair. It really was. So anyway, also, we had a thing on Four Corners, basic on Saturday. The El Dorado County Food Bank was there. They had the Billy Graham trailer and the Good Samaritan trailer to help a lot of people in need. I think it was a great thing. I had the right to entry. I handed out 8 more forms. I went up and, I copied them here at the county and took them to these people. So there was 8 more people that did. The biggest problem was Tyler Ranch. A lot of the people there weren't signed up. So that was a good thing that I was there, because I knew quite a few of the people there, I said, you got to do this. You got to sign this form, get signed up for it. So that was a great thing. Also, I had calls. There were some constituents that I got that I called up, 3 people, and got their stories on the fire. And let me tell you, it broke my heart. It was unbelievable what they went through in that fire, how they just had a little time to get out. One of the constituents at the Tyler Ranch, how that fire was burning almost all the way around, and they got out of there just barely with their lives because they tried to save that ranch. And there was no response. And that fire blew in so quick, so fast. They had very little time to even get out, and they lost all the structures there. So it was sad, really sad. Those 3, we wrote these letters down, all their comments, submitted it to Tom McClintock, and he's gonna present this on the House of Representatives floor to Congress this next week. So anyway, let you bring you up to speed on that. So anyway, I want to thank, and the Celio, that was just awesome. It was really a great turnout. And we have another one coming up. In fact, we have a golf tournament this Friday, if you all want to join us. And that money is going to be, it's from the Republican Central Committee that's putting it on. And that money and that proceeds are going to go to the Grizzly Flats West Slope Foundation to help the people that, in Grizzly Flat and that was impacted on the West Slope. So anyway, that's it.
Very good. So I'm going to be brief here. Wednesday, the 13th, the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee monthly meeting was held. They had 2 major subjects. One was the DEIR, Draft Environmental Impact Report Review and Comment Process, to try to educate people on what that's all about. What's the appropriate time to make comments, how you get involved in reading the draft DEIR, interpreting it, and then stepping forward with your questions, comments, et cetera. There was also a brief discussion on redistricting. Then on Thursday, as was mentioned, we had the redistricting special meeting. So I think that was a successful first view of maps and stuff, and a lot of good discussion. And we'll see where we end up for the second meeting, right? Where we're not going to make decisions. We're just going to consider the additional changes to the maps, et cetera, and then hopefully refocus and provide staff direction for that final meeting, come back to the board as agendized for a vote. So on the 18th, then Monday, I participated in the Pioneer Energy Ad Hoc Committee meeting. The primary activity there was to look at peak demand power agreements per the Cal ISO requirements. So you have to have the ability, if they get in a peak demand period, to do something to either add energy to the grid or to cause reduction in demand usage. And so we had to enter some agreements to be compliant with the Cal ISO requirements. I think those were very well reviewed, very well presented. I think the decisions that were made were supportive of what we're trying to accomplish with Pioneer. But just to give you some input, Pioneer has got always things that are changing, things that are being proposed. So it's a very dynamic organization. So leave that with you. And then we also had a LAFCO ad hoc committee meeting. And I always say that because a number of members of the board here participate in LAFCO. The primary emphasis was on our EO recruitment, RFP, our executive officer. We now have a draft we're going to prepare, and we'll be able to discuss that a little bit based upon some templates we were given. So we got that happening to try to make sure that that's timely so we can get that out and start the formal recruitment process. So more to come on that later. And then last night I held a District 1 Commissioner Committee thank you get together for all the District 1 representatives who volunteered their time to serve us in many, many ways. Again, I think it was a very successful event. We weren't able to do it with COVID, obviously, so that was a downtime, but the interaction that happens between commissioners. The other key thing I'll mention is we were able to get 2 of our 3 youth commissioners who attend Oak Ridge High School to participate. And so they got to share with us their view of our community and what's going on at Oak Ridge, the mental health programs that are. And so having that youth input, I think, is really helpful to understand that we have some incredibly talented youth. And when they get involved with these kind of things, they learn from us, we learn from them, and it's a mutually beneficial process. So really good celebration. So I would thank everyone who participated in that. And those are my comments. So any go backs?
Yeah, also, I want to say one more thing. I attended Kevin Kiley Town Hall meeting with the Kevin Park CSD last night. So
Is that weird?
yeah, kind of a short notice type thing. But anyway, it was a fairly good turnout.
Okay.
And John, I just want to thank you again for attending the fundraiser this weekend, and to the El Dorado County staff that was there. A lot of people were had fond memories of Tom Celio and his time with us, and they were excited to see him. So it was a nice way to see everybody.
I saw several people from Placerville that took the time to
Yes.
go up and participate. And that was
Very
fantastic.
nice,
Because
very nice.
again, that's community outreach, helping one another.
Yeah.
That's what El Dorado County is known for.
That's right.
We just need to continue that practice.
That's
So-
right. Thank you.
So David, I'm assuming neither of these 2 items will probably require a report out after the course. Is that your
That's correct.
anticipation?
I do not anticipate. a
Okay.
report.
Mr. Chair, can I have make a couple more comments?
Yes, please.
One, I hate doing this, but a minor correction. Library staff just texted me, Supervisor Novacell, while the radon is getting cleaned up, the library won't be open until Thursday morning.
Oh,
there.
I apologize for
So-
that then. I was thinking it was last week. She said
This
Thursday. I was
week.
thinking it was.
Yes.
Ah,
this week.
Sorry about that.
There you
Jumped the
go.
gun on that one. Okay, sorry.
And then, Mr. Chair, I know you're in a adjourn in memory of Deputy Austin Ramsey.
Austin, that's a name I hadn't heard.
Yes,
Austin,
sir.
thank you. Yep.
And a GoFundMe page for memorial service has been set up. It is posted on the county's El Dorado County government website and the sheriff's, on the social media pages, Facebook page, and the sheriff's as well. So the public and the board be aware of that. Okay.
And we'll do that in closed session at the end when we adjourn. That's why I want to make sure we mentioned it now, because the public won't be able to hear that otherwise. So thank you for that, and our deepest sympathies to the family and everyone that got affected by this. I'm sure that it has huge effect on the sheriff's department itself, neighbors, friends, everybody that was involved with it. And it's just an unfortunate set of circumstances. And when you understand a little bit more of the history, maybe some things become a little bit more obvious of what was going on, but that's for the public to determine at some later point.
And let's not forget, his father works for the district attorney's
Well, I wasn't going to say that
office.
unless you were willing to say that, because I didn't
Yeah.
want to do
Yep.
association. So
It impacts multiple departments and
that's Joe
staff.
Ramsey, is that correct?
Yeah.
Joe? Yeah,
Yes.
okay. All right, so with that, I think we're ready to recess into closed session. We'll probably do adjournment directly from there. So do we need 5 minutes, something like that before we start up? Are you ready to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You want time? 5 minutes, and then we'll get